Hello, everybody. We're here. We're live. It's a big day today. It's Group B playing today. We've got Disguised up against OR Esports to start off with, and then we're gonna move into M80 against Madlions. It's gonna be some very exciting games. Also, I apologize. My stream may cut out. I don't know what's going to happen. It is thundering pretty loud right now, as a storm is a brewing. But yeah, for the most part, we should be pretty solid here. As far as my predictions to start off with in this first game, Disguised against OR, Disguised takes it. I don't know if there's a world in which Disguised doesn't take it. But I am interested to see what the broadcasters oh my god, I'm interested to see what the broadcasters have to say going into this first game. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Some bans, because one of the things we've seen from teams coming into this week is maybe a little bit of a penchant for disaster. They're playing these maps that maybe people don't typically play, because we didn't talk about it today, but we did at the top of the show on the first day this week. The map pool changed this week, and now we see Lotus and Split in play, and there's the pick coming in from OR Esports. So we will start the series on Split before we head to Haven, and we will close things out on Pearl. Dust, does that change your opinion on any?
I do want to say these are interesting map picks. I think OR picking Split is an interesting choice. It honestly might be what they need to try and gain an advantage, because we just don't know how Disguised plays, and we've seen Disguised on a lot of other maps play very, very well. And so I do think if there's a map for OR to come back on, it would be either picking Lotus or Split, and they decided to ban Lotus here. So, I mean, Disguised is a new team, some old players who we've seen play on Split before. So we do know that Disguised should have a pretty decently solid game here. But OR, we don't really know how they're gonna play, and I think that's what OR is banking on, is Disguised not really knowing how they're gonna play, or maybe not knowing exactly how to set up. So it'll be an interesting game on Split. As far as Haven goes, Disguised has played on Haven. We've seen Disguised play on Haven. I do believe we've also seen OR play on Haven, and I think Disguised will take that one for sure. Split is going to be that little bit of a wild card, and then we've also seen Disguised play very, very well on Pearl as a decider. So I'm definitely thinking if it does go to a decider, Disguised will take that. But I honestly think we're looking at a 2-0 here. I'm also thinking we're going to look at a 2-0 from M80 against Madlions, but of course that's later down the line. So yeah, let's go ahead and see what they have to say before we get into this game here. It's going to be starting very, very soon.
Sports, there's just nothing they can do.
Important note, though, the map win in their series against M80 was on what map, Tanner?
It was on Pearl, but then they got the brakes beat off of them by the guard on Pearl, right? So it's like, how good are OR Esports on Pearl when they are playing against a team who is going to come into the map very, very prepared?
Well, I'm told that we're almost ready to jump into the series, but before we do, there's players on these teams that maybe you haven't heard from all season. We had a chance to sit down and talk to them about the matchup. Let's take a look.
All right. Alright, I like this little visual, very cool.
I would say out of our upcoming matches, the team I'm looking forward to more than the others is probably Disguised, just because I think Disguised is probably going to end top 4 in our group, and they're like a pretty solid team, but I think that we're going to be
They're
able
actually
to
5th
beat
place
them.
right now
With
overall.
OR
so.
taking a map off M80, it does not change anything. We go into every matchup, we have our game plan, we have what we want to do, we're going to play to our game, and you know, obviously we're going to watch their VODs, we're going to study them, and if they have something that we think we can abuse, we will abuse it. So we're confident.
Yeah, it's been crazy learning from the matches, especially against high-level teams like M80 and Guard, just because, you know, obviously we're a lot more inexperienced, and there's a lot to take away from our losses against teams like that. Yeah, I don't know, we just have a really good coach like helping us like understand what the enemy team is doing and how they're able to be so successful. So yeah, it's been really good learning from teams like that, and I think just with given time, we'll be able to get to that level like pretty soon.
We're advancing super quick. Like
I mean, I would like to see OR start to like pick up the pace a little bit because they are currently in last place overall, and like they definitely do need something to kick them off. But I don't want it to be against Disguised. I think Disguised is a newer team that I want to see do well because they have that potential. So I do want OR to do well. Don't get me wrong, but against a team like Disguised, I don't think they have a chance, and I don't want them to do well against Disguised because I do want to see Disguised do well. So. I think OR has potential, but I also think Disguise has way more potential, and they've shown themselves to do very, very well. I mean, they 2-0'd against Madlion. Madlion, a very formidable opponent, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
80, I think Zeldris had a really good, really good CT side on Pearl, and I think that, you know, we have to be very careful in just like peeking things one-on-one. We have to make sure that we're able to trade, so that way we don't give him room to get like 3Ks and stuff. I think that's about it. I feel like being able to just keep Zeldris in a box and not letting him feel comfortable, I think we'll have a pretty easy time if we're able to do that.
Zeldris, he's insane. He'll have games where he just easily drops like 30 kills in the series, like 30 kills in one map, and they just stomp over you.
Player on DSG, I would say to look out for, based on their previous match, was against, who was it? Madlions. I would personally say is Gangsta. I think Gangsta's actually really good when he's like dialed in and he's like on that day. And it showed in the last match, like Gangsta was fragging hard, his utility was really good. He was supporting his duelists and stuff, so I think Gangsta's like a dangerous player for sure.
I think someone from DSG that we have to look out for would probably be Exalt. His energy is very strong, and I know for a fact from playing with him before that he brings like good vibes to the team, but at the same time, he can change his mental. I think that's one thing that we could probably use to our advantage, so we'll have to see.
To DSG?
Yeah, I will say, like, I was watching Exalt over the past 2 weeks. He's been, you know, live on his own Twitch channel. I was watching some of his play, and he definitely can get very toxic very quickly, so maybe his mental isn't super great sometimes, so if there is a weak point, it could be just Disguise not having the best mental. Not to say other teams don't struggle with that too. I think every player struggles with mental at different points. I just, you know, if there is something that OR is going to be able to abuse, it's that. But trying to get in their head about mental is a difficult thing to do, and to turn it into your advantage is also a very difficult thing to do. While we are in this intermission, which I think will be over pretty quick, we're going to get into this game very, very quickly. While we're in this little period of intermission, we can go ahead and take a look at Disguised, and then I'll go ahead and look at our predictions for the rest of the day in that Madlion and M80 match, which will be a very, very good game as well. But let's go ahead and see what Disguised Toast has to say.
I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. I think I'll have to leave out of respect. I'll go watch on my phone outside.
Looks like they're just waiting. They've got very small drinks there. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and take a look at what other games we have today. It should also be said that Disguise is playing today, OR is playing today, M80 is playing today, and then they're also, all three of those teams are starting off next week. On Monday, these teams will be shown again, excluding M80, Madlion. But yeah, so anyways, Disguise against OR, I think it's going to be a 2-0 victory. The split play will be very interesting to watch, but I do think OR isn't going to be able to play well against a team like Disguise, which just has some very powerful players like Steel, like Gangsta, these veteran players who are going to be doing very, very well. and have shown themselves to be very, very strong players, especially Gangsta. So I don't know if OR is going to be able to, get that, get their foothold that they need to get in order to start climbing back up because they haven't won a single match yet so far. And then looking at M80 and Madline, it's going to probably be another 2-0 victory from M80 over Madline. Madline is a very tough team, but we did see Disguise 2-0 Madline at the end of the second week. We did see a pretty bad loss there for Madline. So it's is M80 really going to be the one that's going to take the loss to Madline? Probably not. I do think M80 will have a tough fight, as Madline will probably have improved over the past 2 weeks. But as far as if Madline's going to be able to come back on top, I don't think so. And I think we will look at an M80 2-0 victory against Madline. I think both of these teams on the left here are going to 2-0 the enemy team. We're going to see two 2-0s right here. Is what I'm predicting. I don't predict anything different. If it, I think this could potentially go to a 2-1, but at the end of the day, I think this guy just has a better play overall. And it looks like we're already getting into this game, and I'm a little bit late on that again, so we'll get into it.
Okay, we're
Flawless
wrapping our
round
heads
right
around
off
the
the bat
composition, but
from
how about
Disguise.
it? Disguise with the investor flawless there.
Immediately a flawless round from Disguise, it looks like. Already some very, very good defensive play, it seems, on OR's chosen map. We'll see if OR has figured out how they're going to play well around this map. They did ban Lotus and decided to go for the other sort of new map, at least to this this season. So we'll see. We'll see how OR decides to play this. It looks like they're going to be doing 4 down B main, and it is Nilias looking at A. But just backing up a little bit just to make some sound. We do see Steel just firing through that smoke, and is able to do quite a bit of damage to the enemy team. Every single OR member now is just a little bit lower. And Disguised, who obviously forces off of that, is going to be better. Clear's going to run right into Zeldris and able to take him out, but he's going to get pushed by 3. Steel there, though, with the Ares is going to be able to get a 3K, and Ziv going to finish Nilias off mid. A very, very nice 3K there from Steel to defend his teammate there. I mean, yeah, very good damage done shooting through that smoke, and then just comes down through those stairs and takes OR out there. I mean, that was just a tough play. I mean, obviously it is a save round for OR, so they weren't expecting to win. Now we're on that full buy from OR, whereas Disguise is on a light buy from that second round, so OR does have a little bit of an advantage here if we're talking guns. So if it does come down to a gun diff, OR should be able to take it. We do see OR putting that Viper wall on A, so we could be looking at a mid to A push. There are 4 out of the 5 of Disguised members actually on B, not even Heaven, although they are now going Heaven, it looks like. And it looks like OR is actually backing off from mid and pushing that. Clear was able to take out Pure VNS and just teleport out of there with that Chamber. We haven't seen Chamber in pro play yet in Challengers North America, so this is a little bit of a different pick here. But Steel's going to be able to take out Zeldris there in mid and not take any damage. Clear being the only person on Disguised who has taken some damage, and you do see him with just holding that there, able to take out Nilias, and now OR is getting picked off slowly down to 2 players, and they're going to be pushing through Heaven. Ziff is there, not watching it, but there is a trip there. Ziff's going to know Jonah's there, but Jonah's going to react faster. That flash is going to come out from Exalt, and Gangsta's going to be able to take Jonah out. Very, very nice play there from Disguised. Very, very good job of playing as a team. And now it's just down to Lear, who did back off from Heaven. And there's a wall there. Gonna be able to go through to A Heaven if he wants to. Exalt just deciding to flick around, and good thing too, does do some damage. That flash comes through, they look away. Exalt's gonna be able to turn around and take Lear out for 3-0 now for Disguised. And again, that was a differential of guns. It was gun div. OR had the advantage there, and they did lose pretty badly. I think they only got 1 kill, so Disguise just in a better spot right now. And of course their econ's going to be very, very stable now. I mean, look at Steel having 6,000 credits already very, very early on in this game. OR doing a little bit of a default, sort of playing for picks. We do see 2 looking at that A main. I mean, Disguise is just... I mean, it's going to be a gun dip here. OR does not have very much money. Gangsta able to take out Zeldris with a very quick head tap in mid. Exalt gonna dog out and get more contact. Know that there's at least one more mid. And off of that, Disguise actually starts backing up a little bit from Heaven. They do have that trip there, so they don't have to worry about it. And as we speak, Ziff is making contact with Niliaz over on A ramp. Ziff is going to be able to take out Niliaz there and Lear. Very nice double kill there from Ziv. As the rest of OR starts pushing through rope. Ziff knows this, though. Is he expecting Jonah to be up? No, not yet. But he's still going to be able to take out both Jonah and Pure VNS for a nice 4K there. And going to finish out that flawless round for Disguised. I mean, OR does need to sort of break through this advantage Disguised has. I mean, Disguised now has a solid econ. Their players are going to start maxing out. And now OR, off of that save round, or off of that like light buy save round, is going to be able to full buy here. Will they be able to transfer that into a win? They sort of need to if they want to have a chance at recovering here in this first half. And we're already 4 rounds in, and OR still hasn't won a round, so it's not looking good for them. And we see that flash out very quickly from A main to get some vision, but decide to back off. And then we see another bird mid from OR, and it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a mid push. Clear might peek this here. He does have TP, so he can get out very, very quickly if he needs to. He's able to get a wallbang head tap and just back right out. Gangsta now gonna be able to protect that rope area. Zeldris very, very low on health and no shield now. Is going to be healed. So he'll have full health going into it, but not full shield, so not looking great for OR. They're already down health. And OR's now going to be pushing into A. Disguise knows this, though. We've got 3 on that A side. And OR's running out of time. They're just going to have to push here. We do see that grenade thrown to back out screens. They're going to be able to push onto site here. We've got Lear planning for Heaven. Gangsta coming down ramp looking for a pick. Decides to back up. Ziff able to get a pick on Zeldris in screen. And decides to use Showstopper here. The Ray's ultimate. Not going to get any picks, but is going to be able to clear that little health position. Going to run into Lear here, but also being peeked from main. Pure VNS is going to be able to take out Ziff. At the same time, though, Gangsta's going to be able to trade that. Jonah and Lear both each able to get kills. Gangsta's going to take out Jonah. Nilia's going to take out Gangsta, and it's a 1v2 for Clear here. 1 on site in elbow, and 1 coming from main. Should both be able to peek him here, but they don't. Clear going to be able to take out Lear. Clear is sticking it, able to get it halved. He's running out of time here. And Niliaz is just going to be able to win that fight, and that's going to be that first round to OR. On that bye round, it was a nice round for them to win, but they ideally wanted more of their players to stay alive there for their econ. So their econ's not going to be great, as 4 out of the 5 of them did die, but they are going to be able to full buy here again off of that win. But like I'd already discussed, Disguised was already very, very good on their econ. And was... You know, you do see that clip. Nilias just wasn't able to connect on Clear, who was able to get it to half, but Clear didn't win that fight, and so that's a round going to go to OR. Damage Disguised econ a little bit. They do still have a very solid econ. I'm seeing an operator with full shield and still going to be able to buy for the next few rounds, so Disguised in a very good position. OR looking for some early engagement on B. We got 2 beaking out main. They do have 1 watching that A in case somebody does want to flank, but Disguise is just going to play defensively here, waiting for OR to make the moves, which is very, very smart. And OR is going to be using that Skydog mid to get some contact. OR setting that bird out. Clear able to take Zeldris out. Jonah's coming out here for OR with that Showstopper, not able to connect, and Ziff's going to be right behind to take them out. So that's 2 kills for Disguise and only 1 kill for OR. Sorry, 3 kills for Disguise. OR in a very bad position. Exalt's going to be able to make contact on Lear, but not expecting Pure VNS to be in that position. Pure VNS is going to be able to catch Exalt off guard. But now, Disguise knows the position, and Gangsta going to be able to look Heaven and just take Pure VNS out. And now it's back in Disguise's court. OR did have to full buy again on that round, which they did have money for, but now they don't have that money because they did full buy. So not looking good for your OR again. This guy's now gonna have a pretty good money advantage too. OR decided to take a timeout, probably the smart thing to do. I mean, already we're seeing very strong play from Ziv. On that duelist role, we saw some good kills from Clear. Wasn't able to win that 1v1, but overall playing very, very well. And then we see Gangsta also having a very good game on controller. Steel on controller also having a very good game. Those are 2 players that we talked about. Being in that veteran position, gonna just have better play for Disguise. But we also see Ziv coming out and playing very, very well. So some impressive play from Ziv. Exalt on that initiative role has been able to get some good intel. So overall, some very good play from Disguise. And then you look over at OR. Pure VNS has been playing pretty decently. But I mean, we've just seen a lot of OR, pushing, thinking they're safe when they're not because of the way that walls are positioned or the way that the controllers are playing, and then they just get picked off like that. So, or not in a great position. They do have Azure Wall, which they may use to help themselves push onto A here because they haven't actually pushed A through main right off the bat. And when they did push into A, that was the round they won. So they're probably just going to try it again here. Unfortunately for them, Clear is holding that with an operator. As Chamber will just be able to TP right out if there's a peek here, which OR is testing, and we see that Skybird come out, which is going to blind Clear, force him off of that position. It's going to let OR get a little bit more ahead positionally, but OR is taking some damage here from Exalt. Exalt blinding out right as Zeldris comes through is going to be able to take out Exalt. Ziv with the grenade is going to be able to take out Jonah on ramp. Not looking good for OR. They're very low on health. They might have to back off here, and it looks like that's what they're trying to do. Zeldris getting away. Still has their knives. Didn't waste them or anything. Niliaz is actually coming through B Heaven, able to take out Steel with that nice flank. Able to catch them rotating. Gangsta gonna chase Niliaz down. Isn't gonna be able to find them, but is going to find both Lear, Pure VNS, and Zeldris. Zeldris finally gonna be able to take Gangsta out. But that was a good play from Disguised. And it's gonna be an even count right now, 2v2, but Disguised is up on health. Zeldris not able to connect those knives. Ziff gonna take them out from Heaven. Niliaz knows where Ziff is, but doesn't know where Clear is. And Clear may just be able to come around from behind. And they decide to start pushing. Ziff gonna be able to find Niliaz there and secure that round for Disguised. Good round for them to win. I mean, they should have won that round. It was a save round, so now OR should be able to buy off of that round. Can OR off of that buy round? I mean, they did just take a timeout, so maybe now that they've taken that timeout to restructure off of this buy round that's coming up right here, they'll be able to get another win, but I mean, we've just seen some incredible play from Ziv, able to connect those shots. We saw that Gangsta play Heaven was a very nice double kill, and then Ziv coming in was able to just predict where Niliaz was going to be with a nice pre-fire, firing through that smoke there. And Disguise already has secured half of this first game. And they're looking for that majority, possibly. I mean, right now they're looking at maybe even being able to get an 11-1, but we'll see. Now that OR has guns, will they be able to use those guns correctly? We get a Viper's Pit ultimate in mid from Steel to just ward them off. We get that util down there. And OR is going to have to back off of mid. They grab that spike in B mid lobby and are running it through B main. Clear's watching B main with an operator. Is he going to be able to make contact? He is. He's able to TP out as well. Very, very nice play from him. He's not going to be able to get pushed by OR. And OR is going to be able to get on site. One player down. Jonas going for that plant. This guy does hit him, but Nobody's going to peek through to catch in on that. We get that ult from Gangsta, which is doing some nice AoE concussions. We've seen 2 ults from Disguised so far. Sorry, I think that Astra ult was theirs as well, so they really do want to win this buy round from OR. And they're already up a player. They're running out of time here. They do have to make some connections. Zeldris able to take out Exalt, but Ziff just going to fire back, taking out Jonah. Steel then going to be able to take out Pure VNS. And now it's a 4v2 for OR. Nilia is able to take out Steel, but Clear going to trade that off, and then Ziv turning to Zeldris and taking him out. Is going to give Disguised another round, and that was not the round OR wanted to lose. That was the round they needed to win. It was a bye round, and if they were going to have a hope of tying it up, that was the round they needed to win, and they didn't. So now Disguised will have the advantage going into the second half, but not just that. They've damaged OR's econ, and so now OR probably will lose this next one, giving Disguised probably another round. So it's not great. OR is going to light buy here. I was going to say force, but it looks like they're just light buying with those Stingers and Spectre. They're leaving that spike in that B mid. And they're going to pick it up now, and it looks like they're going to be going for a mid push. Will it be a mid to A? We haven't really seen a good, solid A push from OR. They just haven't really been able to connect when going to mid. Or sorry, when going to A, but Zeldris was able to take out Gangsta in rope and should now have a passage to A heaven. At the same time, Exalt and Ziff are pushing up very aggressively down A main, and they may make contact here with Niliaz. They're not going to be able to fire and kill each other, and as that's happening, OR is able to plant. And Clear with a flank on Niliaz, who is lurking in main, is going to be able to get that kill, and now Disguise is going to start being able to play retake. Lear is where Steel is not expecting and still not able to connect the headshot. And now Lear was able to get that kill and a free phantom off of that, so that was a very, very good kill for OR. OR is now up a player. Zeldris peeking Ziff mid, does see him there, but no shots are going to connect. Lear able to take out Ziff. Very, very nice kill. Jonah able to take out Clear, who was pushing from heaven, and now it's just down to Exalt, who's going to catch Zeldris. The spike's going to go off soon. They don't really have time. Lear is coming from B, but he's actually running away through B main. Does not want to get picked off. And a very good save round there from OR, as they're actually able to pick up some guns on that save round, as well as win that round. So that's going to be good from OR. I said this guy's was probably going to win that. I was wrong. OR was able to win that light buy, and now they're going to have a little bit of an advantage. Disguise still does have pretty solid econ. That win from OR is not going to destroy that Disguised econ, as it's very, very stable. And Clear does have that operator to use with his ult, so it's going to be a pretty good round from Disguise still. OR does have the money to buy now, so we'll see now that they have guns, if they're going to be able to play well. We do see 3 of Disguise pushing through mid, denying OR's hope of just sort of being able to push through mid easily. Niliaz able to take out Steel on A, so now A has nobody on it. Disguise quickly rotating over there. Clear still watching from rope, but off of that kill, it looks like OR's backing off of mid. And you do see Niliaz starting to rotate more back, probably waiting for their team, as we do see the spike crossing over towards A. Jonah's still waiting with a lurk in case somebody does push out. They do see that wall go up from Gangsta, but Gangsta is not going to push that yet, or at all. And as OR gets closer and closer to this A main push, Disguise just started to prepare for that. We do have Zip Ramp, who's going to be waiting, but is going to be smoked off here with a nice smoke from Niliaz, and gonna fire through the smoke, but not gonna connect. Exalt in mid is gonna get detected there. And now we see OR with a pretty solid plant. They're up a player. It's gonna be a very, very easy, or not easy, but it's going to be a good positioning from them. Clear is gonna be able to peek out and take out Zeldris. And now Lear's going to get pushed by Gangsta, able to take him out. At the same time, Pure VNS was able to take out Ziv. Gangsta trading that off. Lear able to also take out Clear, and Jonah able to take out Exalt is going to give OR another win. This guy's starting to slip now that they do have the advantage. Maybe they got that 7th round and they started to feel like they had a little bit of wiggle room to breathe, and started to play a little bit worse here. Disguised off of that 2 rounds in a row, the safe round and then the buy round from OR. Disguised is going to take this timeout. Probably a smart move. You can see Ziff and Gangster are still having a really good game, but Exalt has less kills than Pure VNS, both bottom frags. And they do have to wonder, is Exalt the reason? Maybe he needs to start picking it up a little bit. We'll see. We do see OR across the board having very even kill counts, whereas you look at Disguised and there's a little bit more of a differential. I mean, 4 kills between those 2 top frags. Clear and Gangsta very close, but then you get 2 kills and then another 4 kills. So you do see, some differences there from Disguise, a little bit of uneven player performance compared to OR, who's very consistent with the way that they're playing. And we did see Nilias was able to get a nice pick early, and that's sort of off of that pick is what gave OR that round. Do you see OR pinging that mid? Maybe they're thinking about pushing through mid this round. And then we do see Disguised. We'll see if that timeout is going to help them reposition. And figure out what they need to do to play better. Maybe give Exalt a little bit of a cooldown. Maybe he was just getting in his head a little bit, so maybe he can start playing better here. We do see OR not. I said they might be pushing mid off of those pings, but it looks like they're deciding on an A push, and we do see Jonah using that boombot to try and get a little bit of vision, and then we see a Ziff firing and actually going to land quite a few of those shots and do some good damage to OR in B main, not forcing them to back off. OR is still going to keep challenging this. Disguised with decent health still. We do see those walls, that Viper wall come out. We see Disguised using a lot of that Harbor util. And now OR is going to back up. We do see Lear with only 10 health. Jonah did also take a bit of health, but Lear was able to heal him off of that. Nilias watching that A flank, making sure nobody's coming. Disguised just started to back up a little bit from B. But Gangsta's still ready for the potential push, and we see that bird come out, and now Disguise knows that this is an OR push onto B, and we do see Ziv getting that kill on Jonah, and then transferring that over to a kill on Zeldris, and then, I mean, suddenly Nilias is all alone in main, who is watching that flank. He could save here. That might be the play. They do have a pretty decent econ. He doesn't need to. He gets that pick on Exalt, backs up. Is he going to save here, or is he going to try and push this? He's only got 25 seconds. He may not have time. He's got 10 health. Clear's going to finish him off with that op there. Very nice round from Disguised. Seems that timeout did help them sort of get back in the groove. So the score is going to be 8-3. We'll see if OR can start to maybe pick one more round before the half is over. To give them as much of an edge moving into the next half as they can. They have had a very I mean, it's not been great for them, but 3 rounds is decent against a team like Disguise, which is a very powerful team. And they did have a 2-round win streak, which was good for their econ, so they are able to buy this round. Excluding Pure VNS. Zeph is going to get caught by Zeldris. Zeldris off of that kill is going to ult. And it looks like they're going to just dash into B and be able to get on site. We see that Showstopper come out. Steel's going to take out Jonah, but then Jonah is going to take out Steel with that ult. So a trade there. Gangsta able to take out VNS and Lear. And Zeldris going to trade that off, but now it's a 2v2. Gangsta was able to even that player count. So it's a 2v2. Zeldris going for the plant. Nilias is mid, going to be pushing Heaven. Is he going to be able to catch Clear off guard? No, Clear's ready for Nilias to be there. Nilias is the one caught off guard. A good kill from Clear there. It's going to make it a 1v2 for Zeldris. It's a difficult position. Going to be able to take out Clear and Raptors. That's a 3k for Zeldris. Looking at a 4k if they can take out Exalt. Exalt does have a little bit of an advantage here. Exalt's pushing pretty heavily. Is Zeldris ready for that? No, he's not. Exalt's just going to be able to dash or run in there, take Zeldris out, pushing very aggressively. And that's going to give Exalt that round, and now it's 9-3. Can OR turn that into the 9-3 curse? Probably not. I mean, we did see them win 2 rounds in a row, and it looked like they might have some hope, but Disguise was able to take a timeout to sort of figure out how they were going to play better. To start winning more rounds again, and they were able to turn it into more rounds won, so it was a timeout used well. OR did also have a good timeout used well, but then Disguise was able to just counter that with their own timeout. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if OR can start to maybe connect more of their shots. We do see them sort of not really expecting. I mean, you saw Zeldris and Exalt. Zeldris just wasn't ready for Exalt to push the way that he did. So yeah, we'll see on that. The score is 9-3 going into the second half. It's a little bit difficult for OR. Yeah, we'll see how Disguised. We'll see how Disguised decides to play offensively. It looks like a little bit of a B push. We see that that wall come out to deny a little bit of vision, but Pure VNS is still able to see. Is going to take 30 damage there while Chickle peeking that, and we're going to see Disguised just entry now. Two coming from Heaven aren't going to be able to do very much damage. Exalt taking a little bit of damage. Pure VNS still in that hell position. And Steel's moving up here. And Gangsta and Steel are both going to be able to fire at Pure VNS, taking him out. And Lear's going to get taken out in main, taking out Clear. Or sorry, Lear's not going to get taken out. Lear's going to take out Clear. Jonah's going to take out Steel. Giving OR a little bit of an edge here in this pistol round. Ziv going to take out Nilias, but Jonah going to take out Gangsta. Ziv going to take out Zeldris. Jonah going to take out Ziv. Exalt going to take off Lear. Jonah going to take out Exalt. Trades that Disguise can't afford when they're down a player. Very, very well played from OR. Is going to give them the advantage here on their defensive rounds. I mean, OR did pick this map, so maybe they thought they could play better on some way than Disguised, and we might be seeing that better play that they think they can do right now, as they do have to come back. So this could be the start of a comeback from OR. We'll see though. Disguised may just deny it here, going into this second round. We'll see how OR decides to play this defensively. It looks like there's going to be 2 on A. We see that Viper Wall come up on A from Disguised, but the rest of the team is near B. We do see OR watching mid pretty aggressively, and then we see that Harbor Wall come through on B. But it's gonna actually force OR to back up a little bit. They're a little bit scared, but Disguised isn't going to push that. And we see that Astra you took him out, B and mid. We see Steel thinking about, seeing if he can get a pick there on an A main, but it's not going to happen. And now we're seeing OR start to realize it may be a B push as Disguise does back up more towards B. And Steel's going to cross through mid, and looks like he's going to try and go B Heaven, but he does get flashed there, and it's just going to back up off of that. And now we're seeing that engagement from Disguise, but Pure VNS able to get a 3K, shutting down their hope of entering. Clear going to take out Pure VNS finally to shut him down, but Jonah's just going to be there to trade that kill off, and now it's a 1v4. Very, very well played there from OR. Nice kill there from Pure VNS. Trying to say, nope, you're not getting on. I'm going to lock this down. And now the spike is in the hands of OR, and it's just down to Disguised. It's just down to Steel to try and defend, but it looks like he's just going to decide to back off and not saving, but preventing the OR from getting that kill for that money. But it looks like Steel's now coming back to try and see if he can get any exit frags, which he's gonna peek this, and then Jonah's just gonna take Steel out. And that's gonna be a death from Steel. Good round from OR. Pure VNS had a very good round, able to just shut down that entry. Yeah, that was just the denial from Pure VNS, denying Disguised any hope of trying to push onto either. Very, very well shut down. And now we're looking at Disguised still leaning more towards that B side. They do have 3 over there, but we also see the spike is going to be going mid through sewers, and then we see Steel looking at A main, which he's been doing, and we saw Nilias doing the same thing as Viper previously, so just trying to get that vision, seeing if they can get any picks. Exalt's going to be spotted in sewer, and off of that, Disguise is going to start entering. Exalt does have the spike, so Disguise definitely wants to defend that there. There are 2 other people mid, and OR just backs up off of that. Zeldris able to get a pick on Steel, who is peeking out on A. And you see OR starting to cross away from that sort of A push, realizing Disguise is mostly mid. We do see Zip going through rope, seeing if he can get a pick there, but isn't going to find anybody. And now we see Disguise starting to lean more towards that B push. We've got 3 going through mid, and then we have clear in B main. Lear's going to be able to take out Ziff. Exalt's going to take out Jonah. Pure VNS going to take out Clear. Exalt going to be able to take out Lear, but Pure VNS is going to take out Gangsta. And now Exalt's all alone. Exalt just dashes right past Exalt. Exalt's going to be able to take him out for that 3K. Exalt has about 25 seconds. Doesn't have the spike. The spike is in their hands, so it's up to them if they want to try and rotate towards A, but they're running out of time here with only 20 seconds. Gonna have to make some sort of move here. Gonna make contact with Pure VNS, sees them, tries to kill them, and is able to. Pure VNS gonna cross around, and now that Sky ult comes out to give some vision, Nilia is not gonna be able to deny the plant, so the plant's gonna go down. It's gonna extend this round. The court is now in disguised hands. The spike is down. It's up to Nilias to figure out how they're gonna push through that. Exalt does know where Nilias is through the use of that Sky ult. Nilias could definitely be going heaven here, and Exalt now knows, with the time. It should be said Exalt is the bottom frag for Disguise, but it doesn't matter. Exalt's going to take Nilias out for that ace. Very, very nice clutch there in a 1v3. That ace clutch is very, very nice. We saw Zeldris dash right past Exalt. Exalt able to take Pure VNS out, and then that push was just denied by Exalt as Nilias tried to re-entry. Very, very good play from the Disguise there, and that's going to be a win for them. On that round that they definitely did want to win after OR won the first 2 rounds. Disguise had a gun diff, just being able to full buy when OR couldn't because of the light buy in the previous round. So they were able to turn that into a win. It was a clutch win. They definitely did not look winning for a while there, but it was a win nonetheless. And now their Econ's going to be in a little bit of a better spot. OR still able to mostly full buy, so OR is in a good position economy, and I think both teams are in a pretty equal position economy-wise. And we do see, it looks like Disguise looking at B. We've seen them do that a lot. They'll have Steel watching A. Oh, and Zeldris going to push Steel. Steel's not going to be able to get away, not prepared for it. Steel's going to get taken out A main. And OR knows that not very many people are there and are going to back up. Jonah was able to take out Exalt with the Showstopper ult, but also killing himself in the process for a little bit of a trade. And now Disguise is going to be able to push onto B pretty well here, especially with that Harbor Wall. Is going to give Pure VNS a lack of vision, not going to be able to play through that. Pure VNS is going to be able to take out Ziv. Ziv not knowing where to look. Clear's then going to know where Pure VNS is and going to take him out. Gangsta able to take out Lear. Zeldris and Nilias, though, both each getting a kill on Disguise, going to shut them down and give OR another win here. Looks like on this defense, OR starting to play better than Disguise. Disguise offense lacking a little bit, not able to clear where they should be cleared. We've seen Steel get taken out twice now on A, and off of those loss of players, OR has been able to get a win. So I don't know if Steel needs to maybe play differently on A or just not watch A maybe so much and play back a little bit, be ready for OR to get him there. And it looks like this guy is leaning more towards that A. It could be an A mid or like going through sewers to mid, but the spike is over there and all of this guy's players are over there and it is looking like an A push. And they're only going to have to deal with 2 players who are currently on A for OR. It is a little bit of a quick rotate though. But if this guys can push on site quickly and aggressively, they should be able to get that spike down, and we see Ziv come out. It is a save round for Disguise a little bit here. Ziv is going to make contact with Zeldris. Zeldris with the jet ult is just going to be able to take Ziv out. All Ziv has is a sheriff, and he's not going to be able to make contact there. Disguise now mostly going to be able to push into A. Like I said, if they just push fast and aggressively, they should be able to get on site, and that is what happens. And now we are looking at OR pushing through screens. We see this Astro Wall come up from the defensive side. This guy's in a little bit of a worse position here. Zeldris is not even going to look where Exalt is. Exalt's going to be able to get that pick on Zeldris. Steel able to take Jonah out. Pure VNS able to take Exalt out. There's trades here. It's a 3v3. Pure VNS also able to take Steel out. But then Gangsta's going to be able to take Pure VNS out. Gangsta somehow doesn't die there. with 8 health left. It's a 2v2 now. Gangsta in a very bad position. Clear's going to be able to see Nilia's there, and also Lear take them both out. Gangsta's going to remain alive. A good win on a save round for Disguised is going to give them some good econ. And they're only 2 rounds away from winning now. I mean, they're 1 round away from securing at the very least an overtime, and 2 rounds away from winning this map, which of course is OR's map. So if there's a map for OR to win, it should be this one to get to that decider. OR is going to take this time out now, and sort of figure out, okay, you know, this is the map we need to win if we want to start, you know, lessen the blow of the loss of points here. And Disguised is just playing very, very well. I mean, after OR's previous timeout, it did work out for them. They did win some more rounds off of that. So you know, maybe they can turn this timeout and do another win. But it's looking like Disguise is going to take the win here. They are 5 rounds above OR, and they're 2 rounds away from winning. OR has a big uphill battle to climb through. Disguise taking that early advantage after that first half, just, you know, going into the second half 9-3. OR did have a little bit of momentum there and was able to win a few rounds early in this half, but Disguise being just that much closer to victory, not having to win, you know, the majority of the rounds in this half, just you know, just a few good ones in a row, and they'll be able to take the win. So now OR needs to figure out how they're going to play defensively to stop this. They're going to have to save here. Their econ not in a good place, which means Disguise should be able to get this win, which means OR is thinking, okay, we get through this round, maybe Disguise will take the win here. Maybe we can try and do some econ damage, and then we'll just try and push through and win enough rounds in a row to get to that overtime, and then we don't have to worry about econ. It's probably what OR is looking at, and we do see 3 pushing up very aggressively to do that damage I was just talking about, but Gangsta's going to shut that down first by taking out Jonah, and then Ziff's going to be able to get that pick on Pure VNS. And there goes Pure VNS, a player who's been playing very, very well so far in this half, and OR doesn't have them anymore. Gangsta did take a lot of damage, but of course Exalt is there for a heal when the time comes, which it does, peeking him mid to get that heal off. None of OR is mid, and that spike is in sewer. So Exalt's going to go grab it, and then it looks like they're going to be running that down mid. Gangsta grabs it, and Ziff's going to escort him over towards B. And now we see that push come through. Clear going to be able to get a nice wallbang and collateral headshot through both of those players, and now it's just down in a 1v5 situation. Nilia's in a very tough spot. It is a save round, so he's got no reason to not try here, but with just a frenzy, it's going to be a little bit of difficult, you know, 1v5 ace here for the clutch. And Clear and Gangsta both watching this heaven, which he's going to peek through, not expecting them to be there. Clear's going to be able to get that headshot. That's going to be a flawless round for Disguise. Again, like I said, though, OR wasn't expecting to win that round. They just wanted to do as much damage as possible. And they weren't able to get any kills, but they did damage the shield a little bit, so some of a benefit there, but they definitely wanted to do more damage on a save round with just pistols, and they weren't able to, so they're probably unhappy about that, but that was a save round, so now they're going to be able to buy. They're going to force here, and they have to. There's no more save rounds for OR, no room to breathe. This guy does have the luxury of, if they lose, you know, a few rounds, and their econ is in a bad place, they can save, but their econ's in a good place right now. Harbor's going to be able to use that util to just help his team push up. This guy's going to be able to get very, very far into A, and that showstopper comes out, going to be able to take out Niliaz. Zeldris playing, you know, actually all of OR in their spawn, going to be able to push Ziv very aggressively here. This Viper ult comes out. We also have that ult from Clear coming out, so it's a very, very difficult push here from OR. This guy's trying to shut it down here. Pure VNS able to take out Clear, who wasn't expecting it, but Gangsta in a good position. Going to be able to take out Pure VNS in heaven. Zeldris going to be able to shut down Gangsta. It's a 3v2 now. OR has even the gap a little bit, but they are going to have to push this Viper ult. Exalt going to be able to catch Zeldris while they're flashed, and also going to be able to transfer that over to Lear for a double kill for Exalt to finish out that first map. A very, very nice play from Disguise. OR tried their best, but at the end of the day, they just had way too much of an uphill battle there going into this half, and they were not able to come through, and that's going to be that loss. I do want to see how Disguised Toast is reacting to this win.
Yeah. Okay? It's either you're watching lag or you don't watch it all.
Always in control of this game from start to finish. I mean, what they
Okay,
were up
13-6.
4-0,
That's pretty good.
5-1. I mean, I don't think
I
OR
I,
ever
I
got
think OR did a lot better than I was expecting. But it is their map, so they definitely did as good as they could hope on their map. You'd expect them to be doing well. So they did do decently for the way OR has been performing, and especially against a team like Disguise, which is a very very strong team here. You know, top 5 overall right now between both groups. They're in 5th place, so like they're a tough team to beat, especially in Group B. You know, showing themselves to be a very formidable team, and then they're looking at that last place position. You know, OR is not going to be able to do very much to defend themselves against a very strong play from from Disguised on Split, and they tried their best, you know, bringing in a map that we hadn't seen Disguised on yet, and showed themselves to still be, you know, hey, no, we're actually really really good at this map. We're just a better team than you are. And even though OR tried their best, it wasn't enough, and they did lose the map that they chose. So now they're going to be in Disguised Realm on Haven, so it's going to be difficult for OR to try and defend themselves, especially now that it's not their map.
Right after this.
And I come right as they're cutting away. Let's see if there are any good clips on the Twitter that we can look at here. Looks like we have 2.
Frenzy goes the way of Lear. Jonah 6 gonna scoop one up of his own. Now there's a cove to play through as the blast pack goes in. Nilly works his way onto the site, and all 3 are here. 2 of them now left back site, and there's a paint shell at their feet. There's no escape.
That grenade kill from Jonah is gonna get 2 kills. That was a very nice kill from Jonah. And let's go ahead and take a look at this one now as well.
One enemy remaining.
Well,
Nice.
I take that back.
This is that ace clutch.
Exalt with 59 health finds 2 kills, one of the craziest kills we've seen thus far on the day, followed by a second play in the spike, and now only Nilly to worry about, but it's a very healthy Viper on the other side who has heaps of utility, 2 snake bites, and a poison orb to his name, and he'll finally start this retake on the side again. The 1v1, and the paranoia starts to set in as Exalt ready on the close angle spot.
Nice. That was a really good ace clutch there from Exalt. Exalt's a very very good player. He was that bottom frag, but he was able to prove himself in that round. Yeah, just a very good map for Disguised. Not so great for OR. OR did have a good game. I do want to hear what these guys have to say. It is a Disguised host map. Also, their stream is lagging a little bit, so I do apologize if there's a little bit of lag.
Madlions ratio.
It's pretty fucking high, I'm not gonna lie.
30%.
I mean, anything above 30 is already like
40%.
damn.
Yeah. He's a headshot machine.
So if he doesn't have a headshot lined up, does he shoot them?
Nah. Like, he never goes for body shots.
Interesting.
Only the head. Only head.
He prefers headshots. Got it.
Right, so that gives, okay, let's look at the standings here. So TSM2-1, we won't be able to catch up to the guard.
You guys lost the guard, right?
Yeah, we lost
the
to
only
them.
loss, so you want them to win actually. You want guard to keep winning.
No, we want them to lose now.
There's no way they're gonna go 2-3 though. You might as well hope for them to go 4-1.
They could go. So the guard and M80 haven't played each other yet.
The way I would see it.
I mean, no.
Is if guard keep, because M80 will make it. So actually, M80 hasn't.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. If they beat everyone except M80, I think it's best.
Yeah, if they
I don't
lose
know, actually.
against.
I mean, we want the guard to beat out M80 because otherwise M80 will have a flawless run here, is what it's looking like. And then we'll of course see M80 play again today. And M80's had a very, very strong past few games, and so playing again today, I think we're gonna be looking at a win. We can go ahead and take a look at these standings here on the website. Where that's Group A. But looking at Group B, we do see the guard on top because they haven't inputted this week's game for the guard yet. But yeah, so M80 currently is on top right now with a flawless run. I do believe the guard might still be on top. I'm not sure, but after this 2-0 victory that M80 is almost certainly going to get, M80 will be on top, and we do want these two to we want the guard to win overall if we do want chances for other teams. Because the guard did mess up there, and so after that fumble, they're gonna have to beat out M80 in order to keep M80 lower in the points, and give other teams a chance of sort of maybe breaking through to this top two. But I do think top two is gonna stay dominated by the guard and M80, and I don't know if any other teams have really, are gonna have a really good chance of breaking through. We can also talk about Group A. Not all of the games are inputted yet. Obviously, these two are put in. Voice Moguls and Turtle Troop are going to be in that bottom position probably this whole time. Both teams are just not that great compared to the rest of the teams in Group A. We did see FaZe beat out Shopify, so we're going to be looking at G2, FaZe, Shopify, and then Oxygen. Oxygen, who's a very, very good team, didn't win against G2. We weren't expecting them to. And we can go ahead. Let me see if I can find it. There we go. So that way we can take a look here at the points. But yeah, what we are looking at here as far as points go is right now M80 is in the lead, and then G2 Esports is right behind them. Due to the guards' loss the other day, they're gonna just have less points here. So as far as points go right now, or like as far as the standings go, it's M80, then G2, then the guard, then FaZe, and then we go to Disguised. Obviously the teams who have already played more games are gonna be higher right now just because but at the end of this week, so after today, we'll sort of see see what's happening here. We are probably going to see OR lose this next map, and so yeah, I mean overall I you look at these reds, these bottom four teams are not going to be able to go to the mid-season invitationals, which will suck for whoever's in that bottom four. And I honestly think we might be seeing Moist Moguls head in that position. um, we'll see how these two flirt with each other, and how that ends up. But I do think we're looking at, as far as M80 versus the guard, I think M80 might win. That performance from the guard against TSM was just disappointing to see from this team we thought was going to be number one. And so we did see M80 beat TSM, and then TSM beat the guard. So we could be seeing M80 beating the guard when they do go up against each other, but I also think there's a good possibility the guard does beat M80. And for other teams like G2, who want a better chance of getting that top spot, the guard beating out M80 is what they're looking for. And that's what we should be sort of waiting for if we want other teams to have a good chance of getting into that top two, because right now it is sort of just the M80 and the guard dominating that top two. G2 only being so high probably because they're in Group A. So I apologize, my voice is dying right now. But yeah, so I mean, and we're looking at Disguised Toast. Very, very, or sorry, not Disguised Toast, Disguised. A very, very good team has shown themselves to be very strong. They're probably going to beat out OR Esports here, and then they're going to be above TSM as far as points go. And then if M80 does beat out Madlions, which I think is what we're going to be looking at, then it should be decently easy for TSM to continue to climb here. I think TSM and Disguised, when they go up against each other, that will be a very, very good game just to see what's going to happen with that. And I don't, and yeah, that's not happening for a little while. And that game will be a game to watch just to see. Sorry, my voice. Just to see if Disguise is going to be able to stay on top of TSM after this game today, where Disguise probably is going to be on top of TSM. Will TSM, after beating the guard, TSM has shown themselves to be a very formidable team. So even though Disguise will be above them, it'll be down to that game between the two to decide who's going to be that number 3rd spot in Group B. Assuming the guard wins the rest of their games, and then M80 wins the rest of their games. Obviously excluding the game these two are going to play against each other, we should be looking at a battle for 3rd. I don't know if TSM is going to be able to make waves and try and get to that in that top two. I think G2 is going to be trying to get into Group B, into that top two position. Obviously, without being in Group B, it's a little bit difficult to see how G2 is performing compared to these two. Um, they're not going to show off against each other in Split 1. Most likely they'll both make it to the Invitational, so we'll probably get to see that there. How G2 is gonna compare against these, as G2 will probably maintain that top spot. But yeah, I mean overall, I'm looking at a very, I think we're looking at a very very interesting a very very interesting play between these two top dogs. But for now, we're just looking at Disguise and M80. M80 is probably going to win this game against Madlions. Disguise, who I'm hoping will win this game against OR, because then it'll give them sort of this. I mean, they'll get what, like it's plus. Does it say here? I think I'm not entirely sure if it says. I think it's like plus 14. I could be wrong about that. I mean, I probably am wrong about that. I'm not entirely sure how the points work, but let's go ahead and take a listen to what the broadcasters have to say.
It was something. It was quite incredible. Very very capable as a Sova, so it wouldn't hurt them too much to lose that. And I don't think you're going to see Gangsta go back to the Harbor role. I definitely think that was very niche. That was used specifically for Split. It wouldn't make too much sense here. But I mean, again, you never know. Teams like to innovate in the background. You don't always see what's going on. So there's always a world where that's a possibility. Again, it was only the second time we've even seen it, and the first time was like, it was week 1, phase G2. It was dicey. It definitely left a lot to be desired. But here, still kind of curious to see what we're going to get out of both of these teams, because OR Esports is really back against the wall here, Dust. This is a game they needed to win to really make a possible push for the midseason face-off.
Yeah.
If DSG wins, they're in a pretty good position. Not quite guaranteed, but definitely pretty close to making.
I mean, the mid-season is going to be a matchup that, like, it's not like a make or break if you don't end up in it, but for a team like OR, who's already down so many points, they sort of needed to, have a hope of getting into that top 4 in Group B, and it's not looking like they're gonna be there. I mean, I think OR's in an unlucky position. I think if they were in Group A, they'd be facing off just a little bit better. But they got put in a team like Group B, in a group like Group B, which is just full of very competitive teams, very strong teams like Disguised, like the Guard, like M80. These teams that will probably roll over OR, which we've seen, like TSM, another very strong team. So just I think the top 4 in Group B deserve that top 4. The top 4 that is currently in Group B, I think it will remain in that top 4. I think Mad Lion does need to do something here, but we are looking at the Asian Select, so not talking about that Mad Lion M80 game. We're talking about this game, which is starting. We're going to see Jonah on Breach, Ziff on Killjoy. We're going to see Zeldris on Raze. We're going to see Exalt on Breach, Lear on Fade, Steel on Omen. Okay, Nilias on Killjoy, Gangsta on Sova, and Pure VNS on Astra. I guess Pure VNS is just feeling that Astra. Quite a few agent different picks, and by quite a few I mean 2. I think, yeah, 2. So we see a Sova for OR instead of Breach, and then we see an Omen for Disguise instead of Astra, and I honestly think that's the play here. Omen's a very very strong pick on Haven, and I do think Astra's a little bit of a weird pick there. I'm not gonna lie. That's a little bit of a weird choice for Pure VNS. So I mean, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how they play. Now we're moving into it. We're out of that agent select and we're getting into it, and it's looking like and Disguised is starting out on the attacking this time, and it looks like they're going to be going for a C push, which they will be pushing into that Killjoy util as well as that Astra util. Disguised has shown themselves to be a very very strong team on Haven, so I'm expecting a very good game from Disguise here. It's always possible that they have a bad game, but at the end of the day, I do think this game will go to Disguise. But we'll see as Disguise begins this entry into C. We get Clear pushing in very, very quickly. Clear able to take out Nilias as Nilias takes out Steel. So that was a trade there. Jonah able to take out Exalt. Clear and Gangsta both getting kills. Pure VNS finally shutting down Clear. So it's a 2v2. It's a 2v2 situation. OR was able to defend pretty well. And we're probably going to see this spike go down now. We got Pure VNS looking at the garage. Zeldris trying to lock down that CT. And Gangsta's now watching CT as Zeldris does push through, as well as Pure VNS, and Gangsta's able to head to both of them. A very nice double kill is going to earn that first pistol round to Disguised. And as always, they should get another round off of that by forcing here. I'm very, very, you know, I think this game is looking immediate like a pretty open and shut case. Disguised, showing that they know how they're gonna play positionally. They clearly practiced Haven a lot. And OR just not really knowing how to play defensively against Disguised. Very good playing here. So we'll see. We do see Disguised playing a little bit of a default here. Looking at Garage, looking at B main, trying to get those wallbang picks, but not going to be able to actually do any damage except for Zeldris is going to take about half of his health from Ziff. It is a save round for them, so all they're trying to do right now, OR, is just trying to do damage. I'm obviously playing for the win, but most likely they're just going to be able to do damage here. Pure VNS is on C site, and is going to get shot at, but not going to get hit by any of those shots. Zeldris now watching Garage. As this guy starts backing up, still watching mid quite heavily, but it looks like they're going to be backing up towards that A push. They may be looking into B, but no, it looks like they're going to be pushing into that A lobby. Killjoy is set up on A, and we've got Nilias pushed up pretty aggressively in short. And now we see Jonah, who's ready to concuss that A lobby, which may work out. Steal. Yeah, so Zip's going to be able to make contact, but Nilias take him out, and then that concuss is going to come through a little bit late there. OR now going to have to play retake. Lear able to take out Clear, but Gangster going to shut down Zeldris and Jonah with that collateral, and then Exalt's going to take out Lear. So now it's a 1v4 for Pure VNS, who's coming in through A lobby, and now going through short. All he has is a classic, and it's not going to be an easy push back onto site here. Definitely doesn't really know what to do. Able to pick up the frenzy, but he may just be peeking Ziff. Yeah, he's not going to be looking at Ziff. Able to get that pick on Steel, but Ziff's just going to peek out and shut him down. So now that's another round to Disguise. A little bit of damage done to Disguise Econ from OR. Again, that was a forced buy, so they did want to get a flawless round there. They weren't able to. So it's going to be a little bit of econ management there from Disguised. Going to have to not all have full shields and good guns. But overall, a good round from Disguised. OR just did a little bit of damage, which is what they were hoping to do. So OR did what they wanted to, and now they're going to be able to full buy. And we're going to see if OR can turn that into a win. Bit of a gun diff there, but health-wise, Disguise is going to have more health. We'll see which team is going to be able to turn that differential in their favor. And we do see Disguise now pushing into B. We've got Clear going through and checking A link. Nilias is going to be able to take out Exalt and Ziv, and then find Clear with his back turn, take him out. Steel's finally going to get a pick, taking out Zeldris, but Lear's just going to shut down Steel. And now it's a 1v4 for Gangsta, who's at 33 health, taking some of that breach damage. Nilias is also low on health, so and that's that pull from Astra is just going to pull him out. Nilias is going to be able to wallbang Gangsta there, who's very low on health. Nilias did get very low, but didn't die, so very nice round there from OR. And now Disguise is in a pretty poor position econ-wise. They were able to save a few of their guns that round, so that past round they didn't spend too much money, but are going to have to sacrifice guns and shield again. Whereas OR is going to be able to full buy off of that, having a very nice round. Only losing one of their players, so Nilia's definitely in a good position right now. Or sorry, not Nilia's. OR definitely in a good position right now. Nilia's is part of OR, so if you think about it, Nilia's is in a good position, but yeah, OR is in a good position right now. Disguised is looking at that B mid push when we see that Spike was left in that attack side, but now they're grabbing it, and it looks like they're going to be taking it towards B, maybe through Garage. And they're washing Garage. None of OR is in Garage. There's no util in Garage. So if this guys did want to push through Garage to C, they would have that. There's a sentry set up on C, so they'd have to push through that. Which they do. So now OR knows there's at least one in Garage. And we do see OR pushing up very aggressively through A lobby, and they're probably going to catch Disguised facing the other direction. Nope, they're not pushing up nearly aggressive enough. Disguised was able to rotate over towards C lobby. Oh, and Ziv's going to make contact with that three-man flank, able to take out Lear, and then Jonah's going to trade that off. Disguised with the Lurk is able to take out Nilias, but Zeldris going to trade that off, so lots of trades is going to make it a 3v3 still. Gangster trying to ward that flank off. Clear's going to make contact with Pure VNS, able to take him out. Zeldris from C is going to be able to take out Exalt and Clear. And now it's a 1v2 for Gangsta. The spike is down, so OR does have to push here. Gangsta just going to have to figure out how to play this. Nobody's going through Garage. Both are coming through CT. Gangsta gonna drone through there. Able to see there, but he's gonna get concussed. That spike's just gonna be held, and he's gonna get pushed there. Not able to see, concussed. Gangster's just gonna get taken out by Jonah. Very nice round there from OR. Is gonna make it a 2-round win streak. Disguised won that pistol round, and then that force round off of that, which they should have won. But our OR has won 2 rounds. A little bit surprising. Disguised definitely seemed a little bit stronger on the attacking in the previous map. They had they had a stronger attacking round, but they did not have as strong of an attacking round as they did a defense round. So it looks like their attacking is a little bit lacking, and we're seeing that come through as OR has been able to pull through on these full buys, and now Disguise is forced to do a light buy save here. Whereas OR has enough econ to afford an operator, so we'll see how this plays. Nilias does have his lockdown, and Clear's going to use his jet knives. Isn't going to be able to get a pick on Lear. Lear's just going to be able to take Clear out. Again, this is a save round for Disguise, so they're just trying to do as much damage as possible. And they're good. It looks like they're going to be able to push into B here. And they're going to start getting that spike down. We're able to ward off OR pretty well. And then once that spike's down, we see that Killjoy lockdown go down, which is going to force Disguise off of that spike. It's going to let OR play a little bit of retake. Steel is going to get... it looks like Steel's going to get locked down here. In Heaven did smoke himself off first. PVNS going to be able to dig out Exalt and Gangsta in that A-Link. Steel is still stunned, and I don't think OR thinks he's there. That smoke goes down, and he's going to be able to get a pick, but not able to connect quick enough, and the other members of OR are just going to shut him down, and 4 out of the 5 players still left alive for OR is going to make it a very good round for them, and not a very successful save round for Disguised, who did want to do damage to OR's econ, and haven't been able to. So a little bit of a poor round there from Disguise. They definitely did want to do better. So OR is in a little bit of a worse off position, or sorry, Disguise is in a little bit of a worse off position compared to OR. OR going to be just doing better right now. Their econ's pretty good. Disguise not with the best econ. They are full buying here, but they're going to have to win this round if they want hope of winning. So yeah, Disguised is going to... It looks like they're going to be pushing through that mid again. Last time they just pushed very aggressively through to B, but that was a save round, so now they're playing a little bit safer. Looking at Garage, where there's no util set up, they're able to smoke everything off. And it would be a free passage through Garage, but they decided to back up off of that after making some noise. Right, which is a good choice as OR's position there, but they may just be pushing into A lobby, where we have Zeldris just waiting with that operator. You're looking right at them. That drone's going to come out to check out short. Oh, it's actually going to go long, so short isn't going to get checked out. And Zeldris is still going to be able to hold with that op. That flash is going to come through, and as he's looking away from that flash, Clear is going to be able to take Zeldris out. That's going to be an operator for Disguise, who are gladly going to pick that up. It should be said, though, that Clear is very low on health, and Nilia is going to be able to finish them off. Meanwhile, Ziff is able to take out Lear over on B, so... Disguise is up on players, and it looks like now they're going to be rotating through to C through Garage, which again, there's no setup there. There's no Killjoy util. There's no Astra util in Garage, so they're just going to be able to push through that. Jonah now coming through from CT. Does get hit by Ziff a little bit, not too much though, and is going to be forced to back up, and now Disguise should just be able to get this plant off. Here, the util is being used by OR to try and get them off. Pure VNS going to take Gangsta out. Ziff going to take Jonah and Pure VNS off. They don't know where Nilias is. Now they do. Nilias just going to get finished off by Exalt. A nice 3K there for Ziff, and not so great there from OR, as Disguised off of that save round, or sorry, off of that buy round, was able to win. So now they're in a good place financially. Their econ very good, and or not in that great of a place financially now. They've been dying a little bit here and there, and so their econ's just not been great, even though they have had a good 3-round win streak. They weren't able to save up very much money. They did buy an operator, so not great for them. And now the score is 3-3. Just guys just tied it up, and they have a little bit of momentum on their side as they once again look at B a little bit, trying to wallbang Garage if they can, but just pushing very aggressively, it looks like, towards B, and we see Clear going for that entry. Lear trying to keep Disguised off of B, but it's a little bit late as they're already on. Lear is able to get a pick on Exalt with that Sova ult, and now that drone's going to come through A-Link, but it may not be able to tag anybody. And Disguise has been able to plant, and now they can just hold through main. Oh, we're going to challenge that, but Gangsta there to deny that challenge. Able to take out Pure VNS and Niliaz, and then peeking back out to take out Jonah. Gangsta is very low on health, but we do get that lockdown go down from Disguised, and now they're going to be able to just force OR off. It's a 2v4 for OR, and they may just want to save here. They're not doing great financially, so a save here is very possible. Clear does is going to be pushing Lear here. Lear's just going to get Clear first, though. Gangster with only 2 health is going to be challenging Lear. Lear, who is up in a very weird position. Gangster definitely not expecting that. Lear's going to be able to take Gangster out. So OR is going to be able to save both Soldiers, and Lear are going to be able to save there, and they did some damage. Disguise taking some damage on a full buy, not looking great, but they did have a little bit of money, and so they're still going to be able to full buy here. So it's not the end of the world, but they did take some econ damage, so they do want to win this round now. They would not be in a good position if they lost this round, but it was another win from Disguise, so that's good for them. Disguise wants to maintain that momentum. OR, who did full buy, needed to win that round, wasn't able to, so they're going to be in a little bit of a bad spot here. And Disguise looking at an A push. They've got 2 very aggressively playing through A lobby into long. There is Killjoy set up. Steel's going to be able to ult onto site and take Niliaz out. Zeldris going to take Gangsta out. Ziv going to take Zeldris out. And it's a 3v4. There was a little bit of a trade there, but overall Disguise is up a player. And Lear's going to be able to take out Steel, but at the same time, Ziv is going to take out Pure VNS. Nobody's going to be able to trade Lear off from Heaven, but now they do know where he is. Exalt was finally able to take out Lear, and Jonah's now going to have to pick up that Phantom and try and get that pick. He's able to take Exalt out. He's now in a 1v2. It was a 1v3. Can he clutch this up? There is one long, but there's also one in CT. And Jonah's going to start jumping down here, and he's going for that spike. Clear ready for Jonah to be there, takes him out, and that's going to be that round to Disguise. Like I said, Disguise did not want to lose that round because they would have been in a worse place economy-wise. And they won, so it was good for them, and then OR did need to win that. It was a little bit of a save round, so they would have liked to win that, but they didn't need to. So now they're going to be able to buy, and this is that forced buy round that they do want to win. And we'll see if they can pull through and get that win. Disguise just gonna keep playing as well as they have been, and try and get that 9-3 advantage just like they had on the previous map going into this next half. On round 9, it looks like Disguise is gonna be pushing C. I mean, they're looking at it. They've also got some players near B. They were probably just looking for a pick on C because now they're backing up and moving towards B. Now they're definitely looking at A, and we do see them trying to chase down Zeldris, who's able to get out. Was trying to hold it with a shotgun, but which is concussed, and too much util was used on them. Now they just had to try and get away. Ziff is pushing through B with a little bit of a lurk, and Disguise is now going to back up off of A and start rotating towards B. OR has not rotated over towards A though, so it's all going to be same positioning. And Gangsta is going to use get rid of that util in garage, but it's going to notify OR where they are. Ziff on B is going to be able to take out both Lear and Pure VNS, and now is going to be locking down B. And at the same time, Disguise is actually pushing into A now. They've rocked back and forth quite a bit, but now they're finally over on A. They're going to be able to lock it down. Ziff still looking for picks, able to take out Jonah. Yeah, Zeldris is right in front of him through that smoke, picks up the Judge. And Ziff knows where he is and is ready for it. Ziff with the ace is going to take out both Zeldris and Niliaz. Another amazing play from Ziff. Wow, I mean, we've seen two We've seen 2 aces on the past 2 maps, and both from Disguise there. Just an incredible play there from Ziff. I mean, we saw him pick both of those on B, get another 2 picks on B, and then just needed to turn around and get that kill on Nilias, which he was able to do. Didn't take very much damage doing all of that. And OR off of getting aced is going to take a timeout. Hopefully for them, they can turn it into a round, but they are going to a save round. So they can turn it into some wins, but they are going into a save round. So they're in a little bit of a difficult position here. I wouldn't say it's going to be easy for OR, but it's also not going to be. It's not difficult for them. I think if they can, they do have potential here to turn it around. They could maybe turn it into a little bit of momentum. It is a save round, so right now they're just looking to do damage. But if they can get a win here or on the next round, they can start turning it into a little bit of momentum. Disguise, on the other hand, has already secured half of this first half. And so now they're just looking for that. Like I said, they want that 9-3 advantage that they had on the previous map going into the second half. And they would like that again, already having the advantage. OR just looking to tie it up. They just need 3 rounds to tie it up and give them not a disadvantage going into the next half. This guy has so much momentum right now, though. Their econ is in a very, very good place. And on attacking, they're going to be able to push this. You do see OR going for a 3-man push up C. And we get that concuss going out. Clear, with Clear and Steel are up on that box ready for it, and off of that OR backs up. That is a pick for Disguise very quickly. That's going to be very, very useful for them. And now they're up a player. They sort of have the advantage now going into this round. It is a save round for OR, so OR was already in bad place, and then they lost that player very early. So now they're in even more of a bad place. Disguise is going to be pushing into C still. Going for that orb and watching Exalt, and now Exalt off of that is going to push in. They're able to get that concuss on Lear, so Lear's not going to be able to push out. Look at that Killjoy Molly. That may give Disguise false hope that it's been cleared, and it does. So Lear's able to take out Steel, but not before that 2 kills are gained by Disguise, and Exalt's finally going to take Lear out. So that was a pick from OR, but it was shut down. Nelly is able to take Clear out from CT, and Exalt is watching that, so he's going to have to push Exalt, and Exalt's ready for it, going to take out Nilias. Very good round there from Exalt. Very good round there from Disguised. Another win for them. And now their momentum is continuing. OR did just have a save round, so they're going to be able to buy here. And they need to win this one, because if they lose it, I mean, they pretty much entirely lost the advantage here. Because if they lose this one, they won't be able to buy the next round, which is the last round of the half. So they do really want to win this in order to have this advantage moving into the next half. But Disguise is just in a better place, has more momentum. Both teams have 3 ults that they have to utilize in this round. So RR can, try and use those ults to gain the advantage. Clear pushing very aggressively into C very, very quickly. And it's going to be able to get that pick on Nilias, so no more ult for Nilias. Zelda's able to take out Clear and Gangsta, though, shutting that push down onto C. And off of that, Disguise is going to have to back up. Now OR does have that advantage. And OR still does have 2 ults to utilize whenever Disguise does go for that plant. And it looks like Steel's looking at B window, seeing if he can get a pick. Nobody's there, though. OR does have the player advantage, so we'll see how they decide to play it. Nobody's on B, or sorry, nobody's on A, no util on A, and this guy's just going to be able to push in here. And we're seeing that spike go down. Yes, it does go down, and now OR is going to have to figure out how they're going to play this. In this retake, that Killjoy ult does come down, that lockdown, in order to help them in this player disadvantage. And now OR is going to have to play. They're down on time. You see those 2 ults come out. Like I said, they did have those 2 ults, and you see them come out. Exalt does still have an ult in case he does want to use it, which he might. And now we're seeing that Killjoy util go down for the post plant. Jonah's going for the defuse. Are we going to see that ult come out? And we do, so Jonah's going to get forced off. It is going to be halved, so he's not going to be able to stick it. Ziff's going to take out Zeldris. Exalt's going to take out Jonah. Rivian's going to shut down Steel, and then a double kill from Lear is going to take out Exalt, but not in time. That defuse is not going to go off, and this guy's going to maintain another round. Like I said, that was the round OR needed to win. And even if they hadn't won, their econ would not have been in a good position with how many players they did lose. But no, they did lose there. So and all of their players died. So it's a double whammy. Or we're going to be down on econ now, having to force and light buy and just have some weird guns. They do still have a chance of winning this round, but Disguise just with the money advantage is going to be in a better place. Both teams have one ult still. So Nilios does have that lockdown, and Clear does have those knives to use if they decide to go for that. And we see Disguised pushing into A. And we get that recon bolt does ping them, so they know where at least one is. As Disguised pushes into A, we may see that Killjoy lockdown come down and come out. We do have Clear with the knives, who's just gonna start this entry frag onto A. Doesn't catch anybody. Zeldra's gonna be able to catch Ziv. Ziv, who's been mostly lurking mid, is now expected there, and now we do see that Defender Killjoy go down. Sorry, that Defender lockdown go down from OR as they do hear that plant start to go off. Steel, knowing that some might be on flank, is looking there. There's actually 3 people on flank. Hopefully for Steel, he can get at least 1 or 2 picks, trying to even that tide. And just try not to get traded off here. Steel's gonna make contact there, able to get 1 kill, not able to make another, so he's gonna get traded off. Not what Disguise is looking for. They definitely do not want trades here. The spike still isn't down, and now the Disguise is going to get that plant down on A. And Aura's backed off of that flank after losing that player and getting that trade. That's really all they wanted was to get that trade, because now they can start trading players because they are up a player. So what they do want to do is get those trades. Gangster was able to take out Zeldris through that breach util. And now Nilia's going to push down from heaven, not going to be able to connect. Gangster's going to take out Nilia's. Pure VNS is going to be able to get a double kill though, and now Gangster's all alone, and Pure VNS is going to finish him off with that 4K. Whichever player won that was going to get a 4K, and it just was not going to be Gangsta. That Spike's going to get diffused, or able to win that last round in the half. They did not have the gun advantage, but it didn't matter for them. They wanted to prove that they didn't need guns. They were able to win that round, so now it's going to be 4-8 going into this next half. Very, very good round from both teams. OR probably doing better than they were hoping, expecting to. I mean, on the previous map, which was OR's map, they went into this second half down 6 rounds, so it was a 3-9 for OR, and now they're going into this half up just 1 more round, or not up rounds, but they are that gap is a little bit smaller with a 4-8, so it's a little bit easier here for OR to come back. We'll see if their attacking can do well. Both teams did not have a great attacking on the previous map, but we do see Disguise having a pretty good attacking half here, so OR is going to have a good attacking half on this if they do want to come back. We'll see if they can, and it looks like OR is just going to be testing B and maybe just playing into that. We saw that Shock Dart come out, but it didn't do any damage. Nilios has taken a little bit of damage already. We see that alarm bot go off, and off of that, Disguise does push out here. Clear's going to push out very aggressively, get caught in that swarm and concuss. Not looking great for them. Lear going to be able to take out Exalt as well. Lots of good initiator util being used. Lear able to get some vision on where the enemy might be. Able to take out Ziv. Ziv, who was just pushing with that classic and right-clicking. Lear just trying to take out Clear. Able to do it. Lear with a 3K has managed to take out 3 of the players. Another pick from OR is going to make it a 1v4 for Gangsta, or sorry, a 1v5 for Gangsta. But Gangsta's able to even that, taking out Lear, so now it is a 1v4. I mean, OR is looking very, very good here. They're just going to play it safe. They don't need to play aggressively. They have the spike down. It's planted for main, so they can just watch it. And now it's just down to Gangsta to try and defend themselves. Or sorry, yeah, try and defend themselves, do some damage, try not to feed. Taps the spike. Running out of time here, though, and OR is just going to aggressively push him from many angles, not able to get another pick. That's going to be another kill for OR, who's going to take that money and is going to be able to transfer it probably into another win from OR. Very, very good round.
To keep this momentum, they cannot give it up in any goofy ways. They have to stay more disciplined.
Very, very good round there from OR. Taking a very early lead. Like I said, they do need to have a pretty good attacking, which they did not have a good attacking on the previous map. And so they do need to have a good attacking here. They already have that pistol advantage, and they should be able to get another round off of that. So we could be seeing them start to bridge this gap, but they are pushing 5 players on C. It is a 5-stack from Disguised. Steel able to get a very early pick on Lear, but pulls out his util, and Nilia is able to trade it off. But Gangsta gonna trade that off. Jonah gonna take out Exalt. Gangsta gonna trade that off again. And so overall, Disguise is up 1 player. OR does have that spike. And they do have the gun advantage, so it's definitely still winnable for them, but Disguised in a little bit of a better position player-wise, and it looks like they're going for the possible 3-man flank. Hoping maybe that OR rotates, which they're not. They're pushing very, very slowly into C. We do have that Killjoy alarm bot down. So this guys will know that they're pushing here. This guy's just lurking in grass, hoping maybe they can get a nice quick pick, but they do get that alarm bot destroyed, and so they're going to be able to push in. And Disguise pushing from garage mostly is going to make their presence known. They've got 2 going there and 2 from main, and OR is going to plant for CT. So OR will be in a little bit of an interesting position there. Gangsta does get a nice ping with his dart. Clear and Ziff now gonna have to push from CT. OR does have pure VNS there. A very strong player is able to take out both Ziff and Clear. A very clear gun diff. That spike's been down for a while now, and it looks like it's gonna go off. Gangsta looking for a nice pick on that exit, but isn't gonna be able to get it. And like I said, OR is probably gonna get another round off of that pistol round, and it looks like they are going to be able to do that. That Spike's ticking down. He doesn't have a whole lot of time. Able to take out pure VNS though. Not enough time, and Zeldris is going to be able to get away. Gangster just going to die to the Spike here. And that's that round to OR. They did manage to win that round. They did lose quite a few of their players on a forced buy, so not great for their econ. But Disguised, but they also didn't force too heavily, so they should be able to have a decent amount of buy here. And then Disguised off of that save round, which they did lose, but did quite a bit of damage, is going to be able to force a buy here. And so both teams actually have about the same level of guns and shield. Disguised in actually a little bit of a worse position shield-wise, but in a little bit of a better position with that Guardian versus a Bulldog gun-wise. So we'll see how it goes. Clear and Gangsta pushing up very quickly here, not able to get a pick. Just gonna try and back up. OR definitely does want to trade, get a pick there. Exalt able to take out Jonah, but Lear's taking out Gangsta. And now so that was a little bit of a trade. Ziff able to take out Zeldris. As they're pushing on to B, does see Niliaz, so they know where Niliaz is, but that OR util is coming through, trying to force them off. That flash from Exalt's huge, as Steel and Exalt are both able to get a kill off that. Lear taking out Clear, but then Exalt's going to finish him off for a 3K. Very, very nice there from OR. Or, sorry, from Disguise. As they're going to dig around, and OR not in a great position econ-wise, as they did sort of force there. And now Disguise is going to be in a little bit of a better position. They did lose a few of their players there, so their econ's not perfect. And they could definitely be hoping for more, but they're also in a good place here. They're up 3 rounds. They just need four rounds for that win, and they should be able to turn that round into some momentum. It's definitely what they're hoping for. OR is looking like a little bit of a default, but testing more that B side, getting that Killjoy util to watch their flank and B. To catch any lurkers. Lear able to take out Ziff. This is a save run from OR, so all they're hoping to do right now is do damage, and Lear's able to do that in a trade. And now it looks like Steel's going to be forced off of C, as OR is going to be able to push on and get that plant down. Very early plant. Forcing Disguise to start playing more aggressively on that defense. Zeldris going to peek with that gun, able to get a double kill on Steel and Clear, going to give them that player advantage. Gangsta going to finish off Zeldris, but now OR's in a little bit of a better place on of this save round. They're doing a little bit better. And now they just have to play from long. Nobody's flanking them. Disguise is gonna be playing, trying to play that long. Exalt able to get a nice kill on pure VNS though. It's gonna even the player count. That defusal is going to be held. Exalt trying to defend, but isn't going to be able to. Gangster tries to get off the spike, is able to take out Jonah, but Nilia is going to finish him off for a nice thrifty round there from OR. Off of a save round, a good round for them to win. As now their econ's going to be in a great place. Disguised who did not have the best econ going into that round, needed to turn it into some momentum, and wasn't able to, so they're going to take the loss there. And now OR is looking like they may be able to move towards that tying up. Zeldris with some very nice picks there. I mean, just some good play from Disguise, but OR was just able to pick up those guns and do better than Disguise there. And now Disguised on this save round. Can Disguise win on their save round? We'll have to see. And we do see Disguise playing pretty aggressively in this mid, which OR is not challenging. They're actually looking more towards A, and you do see Disguise realizing that nobody was mid, so they can just sort of back off more, play back on this save, and it looks like they're actually mostly going to be rotating towards that A side, which is a good choice as OR is going there. And we're going to see them be able to play this from long. Some shots back and forth. Nobody's killed though, and overall more damage going to be done to Disguise here. Gangsta gonna get a team kill on Clear and then take out Beer VNS. Was that worth the trade? I mean, off of a save round, maybe. Your lives are not worth as much off of a save round, but Zeldra's gonna take out Exalt. Nilia's gonna take out Steel. 4v2. And now it's gonna be difficult for Disguise. They did lose a player there. Gangsta gonna take out Jonah, and it's a 3v2 now. And Disguised in a bad position. Lear gonna peek. Ziff Heaven gonna take him out. And now it's just down to Gangsta from CT. OR knows where he is. We're gonna see them playing around it. Zeldra's gonna take out Gangsta, finish him off. And that win is going to go to OR. Again, Disguise was just hoping to do damage there, which they did to their own team, but also a little bit to OR. So we're able to get some money off of that, but not really going to damage OR's econ off of that. And so OR now has started to build this very stable econ, and Disguise definitely wants to shut that down as quickly as possible. And so now that they're full buying, you see them with that op on Clear. Hopefully they can start to get those kills to deny OR's econ stability. We do see OR testing this C. We see that Sova drone come in. It's going to find Steel. And then that Sova ult comes out. And we do see him missing any damage he tries to do to Disguise. But OR is going to be able to push very aggressively off of that Sova ult, because Sova is going to play back. And we see that Rolling Thunder come out from Jonah. Or sorry, not from Jonah, from Exalt, which is going to force OR off the plant. Jonah's going to be able to get Exalt off of that. Clear's going to take out Nilias. Zeldra's going to be able to get a double kill on Gangsta and still, though, in CT. Down a lot of health in the process, though. But Pure VNS going to take out Clear. And now it's a 1v4 for Ziff, and he may just want to save here. They did full buy and needed to win this round to maintain good econ. If I were Disguised off of this loss, I think they should take a timeout. Because OR has been winning quite a few rounds here, and now OR's econ is going to be very, very stable off of this, and Ziff is going for the save. OR is looking to deny that, but I don't think they're going to find Ziff in a short. Maybe not. Zeldris is coming through very low in health with his knife out. Not going to see Ziff, though. Ziff narrowly missing Zeldris there. So it looks like it's going to be a successful save from Ziff, but overall a loss for Disguised. Both econ and rounds they're going to be down, and they're going to have to figure out how they want to play this. Again, I do think they should take a timeout here and think about like think about, yeah, they are going to take this timeout. Good decision from them. Think about like, okay, OR has won 5 out of the 6 rounds in this half. We need to figure out how we're gonna reorganize ourselves. We've only been able to win once. And yeah, OR is just in a better position here. They got those first two rounds off of that pistol round, and now they've just been able to carry that momentum. Disguise not able to stop it. So this timeout would be probably good to use here. OR does have still another timeout, and Disguise only using one of their timeouts. They did have a very, very good attacking going into this round with 8-4. So OR was able to bridge that gap towards the end, and I guess towards the end of the first half, and I guess they were able to transfer that momentum into a few more wins. And Disguise just not being able to carry there. We do see Gangsta in that top spot. We see Ziff up there too. The two top dogs. We don't see Steel up there. Steel was up there last game or on the last map. And he's on that controller role. You don't expect him to be, that top dog. Maybe you expect Clear to be further up there. But still definitely performing worse than he did on the previous map, going 9-14. Clear also with only 9 kills, going 9-16. So, Disguise definitely has some places to improve. Probably need to be playing a little bit safer with some of their players. And now off of this timeout, it looks like OR is going to be looking at C again, but they do have that spike looking at mid. And we have Disguise push up pretty aggressively 4 in A lobby. Nilia's waiting for the possibility, he's lurking in their spawn, waiting for the possibility that Disguise pushes out here. If he'll be able to get a few picks off of that, we'll see, as Disguise is pushing out here. Able to take out Gangsta, and Disguise not able to return fire. Exalt does take out VNS and Zeldris, though. Nilia's able to take out Clear, which is going to even it, so it's a 3v3 right now. Exalt very, very low on health. Not looking great for him in B window. Sorry, mid window. And now OR's in a little bit of a better place here, but didn't really get to push onto site or do any entering, so they're gonna still have to figure out where they're gonna push. We see Steel he blinds Jonah, but isn't gonna be able to turn that into a kill. Exalt still in window, gonna be able to take out Nilias for 3k. Very, very nice for him. Jonah gonna get that kill on Steel. Exalt now gonna back up through B towards A. And during that, OR is pushing onto site. And we see Exalt try to force them off of that plant, able to do so, which does give Ziff time to rotate over. We're going to see Jonah on Hell, and Lear on site. Jonah's flashed. Exalt going to be able to get that kill. He's looking at an ace here if he can get it. Jonah does know where he is, going to deny that ace, and now it's up to Ziff in a 1v1 against Jonah, who's going to be able to win it. He's going to get that defuse off of that timeout. Disguise able to win another round. So very, very good for them. They're going to be in a good place financially now off of that win. It was, I believe, a light by a little bit of a save round there. So good for Disguise, who are now going to be able to buy. Or with still a pretty solid econ. I mean, they did win 3 rounds in a row, so their econ's not going to be horrible off of that, as my voice corrects. And yeah, they're going to be in a pretty decent place here still. And they could probably lose, 1 or 2 rounds. And still be okay. So Disguise does have some room to Disguise does have some a little bit of an uphill battle. There we go. And OR does have some room to lose, so they've got a little bit of wiggle room here. They definitely don't want to use that wiggle room, and they want to maintain the pressure. But Disguised is up around off of having more rounds than OR after that first half. They're in a little bit of a better spot. Clear does get detected by that drum, but just gonna hold that off there. And isn't going to be able to connect it into a kill, and that lockdown is going to come out. And we do see OR we do see Ziv with an aggressive push-up C long. Gonna take out Lear before getting traded off, so a little bit of damage done there. Zeldris able to take out Clear, and now OR has that player advantage. It's a 4v3. Disguised in a little bit of a bad position. We're gonna see that op get picked up by Zeldris. Watching Garage where Gangsta is actually looking. Gangsta is in that garage window. Ooh, not expecting Nilias to be on that side. Nili's going to be able to take out Gangsta, making it a 2v4 for Disguised. Steel going to be able to take out Zeldris off of that concussion. And now OR in a little bit of a bad spot. Steel going to come through with that paranoia. At the same time, Exalt comes in from CT, going to take out Pure VNS. Jonah and Garage is going to get taken out by Steel. They aren't going to take out Nilias there, but they are going to tap the spike. Exalt's going to come out and take Nilias out, and that's going to be that round to Disguise. A nice 2v4 clutch. For Disguised, definitely going to be in a better position now. Like I said, they were not in a great place financially going into this round. Were just barely able to full buy, but now they're in a much better spot. OR's finance econ now starting to hurt. Like I said, they were in a good spot, could probably survive a few rounds of loss, and now they're in this position where they do sort of have to full buy, or sorry, they do have to win this full buy in order to start stabilizing their econ. They're going to take a timeout off of that 2-round win from Disguised. Using their last timeout, Disguised still does have another timeout if they would like to save that, maybe before they start going into overtime. If that is what's going to happen, we'll see if OR can can keep it close. OR doing much better than they did on the previous map. This guy's probably a little bit disappointed in the performance so far, considering this is their map and they did pick this map. If we do just look at kills, I mean, Lear's had a very good game, starting to come close to defeating Gangsta's kills. And we see that bottom frag difference where Jonah has 2 more kills than Clear, and that might be what's coming through. I mean, Clear we have seen get caught up in some not great positions, and pushing very aggressively. On Duelist is what you want to do on defense, but it hasn't really played off for Clear. And then we've got Steel with 10 assists, definitely doing a good job. Still probably not as high in the frags as maybe disguised would want. So OR does definitely have a good position here. And I do think they have some good forward momentum, and they've definitely shown themselves to be very, very dangerous in this half. But Disguised now just has to win 2 more to win, and or just wants to win 2 to tie it up, and possibly even 3 to secure at the very least in overtime. We do see OR trying to play for picks, peeking in, trying to see where people are. Steel pushing up very aggressively down C long. And he's gonna get spotted by that drone and just decide to back up. We see Gangsta now ulting, is actually gonna detect Nilias there, B main. So that's a little bit of vision there. Lear also takes some damage from that Sova ult, so both Nilias and Lear in a bad position. There's no heals for OR, or Disguised, so OR's not in a great position, about half their health, a little bit over that because of the shield. So Lear is now pushing into short, while the rest of OR goes down long. So will Lear be able to take Ziff out here? We'll see. That arrow comes out, and now Ziff knows. Doesn't peek the right way, but it doesn't matter. Still able to take Lear out. Zelda's now going to trade that off, so it's still a 4v4. Or not in a bad position, and are going to be able to get on site here. And no ults for either team are going to be able to help force the enemy players off. And OR is going to be able to get that spike down. It does go down. Sorry, I missed the fact that there is an Astral ult, which PureVNS does use here, and to try and force Disguised off. And Nilia is going to be able to take out Steel, who's coming in through that short little flank. PureVNS going to be able to outgun Exalt there, and Gangster going to take out Jonah. A nice round win from OR off of that timeout. It does seem to help. We do see PureVNS with 1 health left. That's all he needs, though. And OR definitely looking pretty optimistic now. 1 round away from tying it back up with Disguise. Disguise took a timeout, won 2 rounds in a row. OR just took a timeout, and, maybe that timeout is what OR needed. They needed a little bit of an ego check there from those 2 wins from Disguised, and now they just needed to recoup themselves and get back in it. So we'll see if they can transfer that back into some more forward momentum. Disguised did have some good econ last round because of their win, but off of that loss, they're not going to have great econ. They're just going to opt to save, which is not the worst idea. They do want to try and prevent OR from getting to that 12th round, so saving here is a good option. OR should have the advantage here in the win. Steel able to take out Zeldris, and then just gets taken out by PureVNS. Clear able to get a trade off. Nilia is going to take out Clear, and then Nilia is also taking out Ziv. Lear going to take out Gangsta. Exalt going to take out PureVNS. In a 1v3, it's difficult. 1 more kill there for Exalt, but Lear's just going to take him out. 2 players left alive for OR. They're in a good position now. They've tied it back up. They've got some forward momentum. That was a save round, though, for Disguise, like I said, and they did do some good damage to OR, meaning they got more money. So now Disguise is going to have a little bit of room to work with, and they are looking for that 12th round to at the very least secure overtime. They definitely don't want to lose here. So they are looking for this round win here, but if they do win this, they should be able to also convert that into a possibility of turning it into a 13th round. OR should have good econ for the last 2 rounds here in the half. So, yeah, we'll see. We do see a little bit of an A push. They're definitely pushing him pretty aggressively. We've got 1 through short, but there's also 3 of Disguise on A. We've got 1 Heaven, and then 1 watching short. We've got Exalt looking at short, which Nilias will have to face. Zeldra's going to entry onto site. Does get hit by that Paranoia. Steel going to be able to take out Jonah and Lear, but Nilia's going to take out Exalt, while Zeldra takes out Steel. That's going to be traded off by Gangsta. Nilia's going to take out Clear, and it's a 2v2. PureVNS down a little bit of health, but for the most part, OR's in a good position. They get that lockdown going down. Is this guy's going to challenge that lockdown? No, they're just going to back up here into hell. Not the worst idea. OR definitely could also rotate here, but they do decide to push onto site. They decide to challenge it. Nilia's going to be able to take out Gangsta. Gangsta going to be able to take out Pure VNS, though, and that's spiked down. Now Nilia has to push and challenge Ziv. Ziv with only 20 health is definitely in a worse spot here. Nilia's going to be able to take out Zip, and that's going to give OR that 4th round. They are 1 round away from winning here. Winning on Disguised map. Disguised, I was expecting a 2-0 victory from Disguised, especially after how good they performed on Split, a map that OR chose. But now OR has proven themselves to play very, very well on Haven and are starting to play a little bit better here than Disguised. Disguised definitely hoping for another round here and getting to that overtime, but off of that full buy, they now don't have Econ. They needed to win that round in order to maintain Econ momentum, and they don't have that, so they're going to have to win this sort of light buy forced round here. Ziv's turret's going to get taken out. Now, Disguise knows that there's a lot, see? And OR's going to push in here. A little bit of swarm damage done there, and it looks like this guy's going for the flank. Nilia's there to lurk and get a pick, to sort of figure out how many are there. But that is going to be traded off, so there's no player advantage, but Gangsta is very, very injured with only 31 health, still going for that flank. He's going to get pushed by that Rolling Thunder ult, and now Jonah's thinking there might be one more flank and may just try and contest it. Exalt able to take out Pure VNS, though, making it a 3v3. Is he going to be able to get another kill? No, he's just whipping. Oh, never mind. He's able to turn that into a double kill for a total of 3 kills. Now it's just Lear left, and Clear's going to be able to take Lear out as he's flushed out by that concuss from Exalt. Very, very nice there from Disguise. He's going to tie it up, and we're going to be going to overtime here on the second map. OR is looking for that tie. OR is looking for this win here to tie it up, so we can go to that decider. And they fought very hard, but Disguised fighting just as hard. They did very, very well on their attacking. OR did very, very well on their attacking. And now we're looking at this tied up here. Disguised only winning 4 rounds on their attacking, though. It's gonna have to, on their defense. It's gonna figure out how. It's gonna have to figure out how they're gonna play well defensively. But they are on offense first, so they should be able to figure this out here. Or also in the same position where they need to figure out how they're going to play well defensively. They need to do that now, though. They don't really have time to think. Disguise is going to push in through A here, looks like. And Zeldris is watching short with that op. Able to get a nice wallbang on Steel, but obviously Steel is not going to die through that wallbang. Very, very low on health, though, now with only 25 HP. Disguised in a little bit of a better position. Disguised in a little bit of a worse position. Or having a little bit of an advantage there off of that op shot from Zeldris. But Clear is going to be able to push Zeldris here with that nice, very, very nice entry. And now OR is going to have to play retake as that plant starts. They're able to play, force them off of that plant. Jonah's going to catch Clear reloading and also take out Gangsta. Exalt's going to be able to take off Jonah, though, so it's a 3v3, lots of trades. Zillion's going to be able to take out Exalt. And Pure VNS taking out Steel, so now it's a 1v3 for Ziv. Steel was taken out when he had low health. Nilia's going to take out Ziv. And that's going to be that round to OR. That's a really, really... that's a really, really good round for OR to win, because like I said, they didn't do as well on defense as they did on offense. And so they did lose that round. Not great for them. OR actually going to take a timeout here. Because here's what we've seen is Disguise did really good on their offense, OR did really good on their offense. And so we just saw OR win on their defense. So they're taking this timeout because they want to recoup and okay, we need to win this round. And Nilius has had a very good game so far, but some of the other players are lacking a little bit behind Disguised, which has resulted in these wins. I will say something that surprised me is these past few days we've seen a lot of wins in rounds where players can just stick and hold that spike defusal, and we haven't seen any of those this round. Or sorry, this series. So, a little bit different here. We've seen a lot more of that pro play and a lot more serious play than we saw yesterday in Group A, but that's besides the point. I do think Disguise has a good chance of winning here. They just need to win this defense, which they were able to do even when they were backed into a corner in that last round of the half before the overtime. They were able to you know, even though they were backed into the corner, turned it into a round, and so I do think they have potential here to win this. And OR is just gonna have to figure out how they're gonna play this. OR now gonna be pushing through mid. They just need to secure this. They did do better on offense, so they just need to do well here as well. They did take that time out to make sure that they can try and secure this win. They do need this win to go to the decider, because if Disguise wins this, it's a 2-0 loss, and OR has a very little chance of going to that mid-season playoff. So we do have a Lear here, gonna be able to entry here a little bit, use some of his utility gangster, trying to challenge that plant, but the plant is gonna go down. Planted for B main. So now all OR has to do is watch it. And Disguise is gonna have to play post plant here. We see those blinds go through from Disguise as they start pushing onto site. Ziff makes his presence known in garage. Zeldr's gonna challenge that, gonna be able to take him out as well. So not great already for Disguise, who's down a player. A little bit of health down for Zeldris though. It's gonna make it a little bit easier. Jonah coming through with a flank on A Link, but making his presence known. Jonah's still gonna be able to get 2 kills. Lear gonna take out Exalt. Steel gonna take out Lear, but it's not enough. Zeldris gonna finish off Steel. And that's going to be a very, very quick end to that round. And in overtime, OR is going to take that victory. So that map goes to OR, and now it's a it's 1-1. I do want to see what this guy's Toast has to say about this on his end.
Guys had a couple of different leads exposure. You know, they get it to 11-11. We kind of go back and forth from there. We find ourselves in OT, and in those critical moments of the extra rounds, OR Esports we really get the job done. And in particular, the final round.
All right, I was very much so expecting a win here from Disguise. I was expecting a 2-0 victory, especially considering Haven is their map. So the fact that they didn't win that is very, very, very surprising, and not looking very good there for Disguised. OR able to find their momentum. I will say though, as much as it's cool that OR is finding their footing and may be able to win against Disguise, as much as it is cool for them, they got pretty destroyed in that first map. I mean, Disguise seemed to think they were better, but I do think that OR just prepared more for this Haven map than Disguised probably did. And so now that we're going into that decider, which I believe is on Pearl. I could be wrong about that, but I do think it is on Pearl. Now that we're going into that decider, Disguised is not, or sorry, OR is not in a great position because they knew to prepare for a very well fought Haven from Disguise. But I don't think they were going. I don't think they're going to prepare more than Disguise was able to prepare for this decider map. I do want to hear what these broadcasters are saying.
Right after this.
Okay, every single time I tune in, they're just going to the ad break. But I do think it's very, very interesting, but also at the same time, I do think Disguise should still win this matchup, because like I said, I think Disguise didn't prepare as much as they should have for that B push, or sorry, for that Haven play. I don't think they prepared as much as they thought they should have, because they've been playing very, very well on Haven, whereas OR knew that Haven was going to be a tough map for them, so they prepared more, and Disguise wasn't ready for that counterplay from OR. And then we saw that split play. I think OR probably just, I mean, they shouldn't have picked split probably. They just assumed, you know, hey, we haven't seen Disguise on split. Maybe we could, you know, catch them by surprise. And they weren't able to. Disguise was just prepared for split, knowing it would come back to the queue and come back into the selection. So Disguise was able to win on split. So OR did lose there pretty badly. But now that we're going to this decider where both teams are probably going to have had around the same amount of practice, it's going to be probably in Disguise's favor. Disguise only losing there because OR came in by surprise. We'll see what I do want to hear what Disguise Toast has to say while we are waiting. Nothing. He's speechless over that loss, it seems.
BCTNA Challengers Rule Set 2023. There's no rules. There's no rules. I'm telling you. See, all the round, the tiebreakers have been by a round differential. Sit, child.
So yeah, not looking good for Disguise now, but so they're not going to be able to win as many points. I was expecting a 2-0 victory, which would have been good for them, but obviously we're not going to be looking at that now. Now they're looking at that 2-1 victory that they're going to try and have, and quite frankly, I think they can achieve that 2-1 victory. Yeah, it's gonna. I'm not saying it's gonna be easy for Disguised here. It's not, but I do think it'll be easier for them on that Disguised victory than for them. Sorry, for them on this OR victory than for them in than it will be for OR. I don't know what I'm saying, but I do think OR has just like they're good, but I do think Disguise overall is better. I mean, okay, let's look at the standings right now. OR has minus 35 points. They've been 2-0'd every single game they've played so far in Challengers. This was a good game for. This was a good. The fact that they did win one map is a little bit of hope for them, but Disguise is just in a better position here as far as like I mean, look at this. They is Disguise the best in Group B? No. Are they still top 4 though? Yeah. Are they in 5th place overall right now currently with the way points are? Yes. So they're a very good team. They're above almost like more than half of the other teams in challengers currently. So overall, Disguise should take this. They have proven themselves to be a very, very good team that is better than the very, very worst team in challengers right now. I mean, we'll see. It's always possible. OR took those 2 weeks off, practiced their asses off, and are going to be able to come back. But at the end of the day, let's be honest, it's probably not going to go that way for OR, and Disguise should take this win. I do want to see what clips we have. We've got 3 of them. That's a good amount.
Still being able to watch the stairs. They're gathering up together to press stairs. I like that they're staying together just to play the trades, but they're not required. Gangsta says, buddy.
I get that good 2v2 that Gangsta finish off there.
They'll push aggressively. It's Nilly here to pick up 2 through the smoke. He goes fishing.
Sorry, I'll go ahead and start this one over.
Unclear,
Gangsta. It's a quick one.
Kind of in that same boat, and they'll push aggressively. It's Nilly here to pick up 2 through the smoke. He goes fishing for 1 more, but Gangsta survives. There's the 3rd. Finally unclear, Gangsta.
That was a very, very nice kill there. Or, sorry, 3K there from
between different types of map
Nilias. Nilias had a very, very nice game.
And
sorry,
it really
Zip.
helps
Or,
when you
yeah,
can
no,
confirm
Nilias.
the control like that, right? When you have the firepower, really, of Ziff, Exalt, and Gangsta, the 3 consistent names that come to mind. What can you even do if you're OR Esports, right? You have to worry about this lurk every single time, and this guy's just winning every single fight. Ziff, how about it? 3 kills on the round of smoke about to go down. It's the judge in hand, swaps back to the right full. There's the 4th. Give it to him, baby! It's Ziff!
Nice ace there from Ziff. Nilias and Ziff both had very, very good games. I think Nilias just had a little bit of a better game. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be tough for Disguise. It's gonna be very tough for OR, but I do think Disguise will come out on top. I mean, my predictions this week have just been all over the place. I thought Moismogo was gonna win here. They didn't. I thought the guard was gonna win here. They didn't. I thought Shopify was gonna win here. They didn't. I did think G2 was gonna win here, and they did. That was not a surprise. Thankfully, it wasn't a complete upset, but everything was a little bit of a surprise. It's entirely possible OR is one of those surprise games, one of those surprise games that we do have this week, but I also don't think it will be. I think Disguise did take the 2 weeks to practice very, very well, and I also think I think the same goes for OR, but at the end of the day, when it comes to this decider, it's probably going to go to Disguise. I don't expect it not to. And then I guess while I do want to save that for the big break before I don't want to predict next week's until the big break, just because that will be a little bit longer. So for now, I'm not really sure. I don't really know what else we can look at here. Yeah, I mean, as far as my predictions, I guess I can go into this. Who do I think is going to make it to that top 8 and go to the mid-season? I do think the way it currently looks is probably how it's going to end up. OR and Mad are probably going to be down here. Oxygen and Turtle are probably going to stay down. Not Oxygen, actually. I think Oxygen and Moist Moguls are going to switch. These are two very, very good teams. But Moist Mogul's performance against Turtle Troop was very, very strange and disappointing. And so I do think they're going to end up down here. So that's what I think is going to happen with the mid-season, is that it's going to be taken. It's going to be these bottom four, switching out these two, are going to be that bottom four, and the rest of them are going to make it into the mid-season. I have no idea who's going to win that. I do think we have to wait for the end of split before we start. Sorry. I do think we have to wait for the end of split one before we start going into those predictions. But yeah, as it currently stands, I think the top four is going to be G2, M80, the guard, and probably maybe TSM, or even Disguised if Disguised can win this OR map for the top four, and then and maybe FaZe in there. But I also think FaZe is in Group A, so that's why they're having such a good time. Their fights are a little bit easier. Same could be said for G2 as well, although G2 I think is playing very, very well, and has shown themselves to be very, very a very, very good team. Not quite as many points as M80, but they're up there. M80 of course will probably have even more points after today. I do expect a 2-0 victory, no contest against Madlion, but we shall see. We shall see, I suppose. Just waiting right now. I mean, since we are waiting, we may as well check out this live stream and see what they have to say, because not a whole lot going on right now.
Wait, what? This is the worst song they have in this playlist. This is the first time I've listened to the music on the ads.
Just waiting.
What's taking so long, man?
I don't know, but I hope they start soon, because he's starting to get angry.
Maybe a little bit of technical difficulty would be my guess. That's why it's taking so long right now.
They're farming views, man. That is so funny. Is Tarek making a pit stop between Brazil at Toast?
Yeah, because my place is on the way to Brazil. Yeah. This is his layover.
You guys know where we are right now? You guys don't know where we are right now? I thought it was obvious. Where are we, Toast? Tell them.
I don't even know what to say right now.
Damn right we're in Brazil. I was trying to see if you were gonna troll or not, so I left it in your hands. We're in Sao Paulo, baby. How's your flight? I actually had dinner on my flight. I went to sleep and woke up in Brazil. No joke. The guy told me, "Congrats, you slept the whole flight." I slept the entire flight.
Interesting.
Is there AC in the venue? Leak it? What do you mean leak it? There's obviously no AC in the venue. What do you want me to leak? There's no AC. Of course there's no AC. What are we doing in Brazil? Haha. That's what someone in your chat said. We're watching the fucking there's a UFC fight happening.
Right.
Where in Sao Paulo are you?
Suppose while we're waiting, I don't know. What's taking so long? Let's see if the chat here knows if the mods have said anything. Nope. This is like as long as the series intermissions are in between the series matchups. This is it's a little goofy. I usually doesn't usually take this long. I guess I can, just to fill time, get into my predictions for next week as well. So right off the bat, next week we've got a big game, M80 versus Disguise. I do think it's going to be a 2-0 victory for M80, as much as I am, of course, rooting for Disguise. I do think M80 beats Disguise here. It's probably going to be 2-0. It might be a 2-1. And then TSM versus OR. I think we'll go to TSM. We're probably looking at a 2-0, which is sort of what I would say about what I have said about Disguise. TSM does have less points than Disguise, just doing a little bit worse, despite their win. So we could be looking at it's very possible that we're looking at TSM losing to OR, especially after OR's performance today. But I also do think it's going to be a 2-0 from TSM, or possibly 2-1. Again, M80 is probably going to win this matchup to start off next week. The guard's probably going to beat Madlion if the guard can pick it up. Hopefully they don't fumble like they did 2 days ago. I think it'll be a win from the guard. This matchup is probably going to be G2 taking it. The top of Group A versus the bottom of Group A. Probably going to go to the top. Let's be real. And then here, FaZe versus Oxygen. Probably going to go to FaZe. I think there's a chance Oxygen wins that. They did beat Shopify, and FaZe beat Shopify as well, so it could be close. But Oxygen comes out on top. And then this is probably going to go to Shopify. If Moist Mogul can get their act together before that, sure, maybe they have a chance. But the same could be said for Shopify. So we'll see. But probably gonna go to Shopify. But I thought Shopify was gonna beat FaZe. So and then that was a 2-0. So, or not a 2-0. It was a 2-1. So it was close, but we'll see. And yeah, that's my predictions for next week. I won't get into the next 2 weeks until next week. I'll talk about the next 2 weeks, but we'll see. Very, very boring. Nothing happening right now. Oh, zip tie. We'll watch this with them, sure.
Last player standing.
This clip's already too long. I lost interest, dude. I would have scrolled like 5 seconds
He's
ago.
about to pop off.
I would have scrolled like 20 seconds ago. If you don't gauge your interest to your audience in the first 5 seconds, GG.
Yeah, this isn't that good. Even if he I don't know what he's gonna do at the end.
Even if you 360 no scopes him, doesn't matter. It's too long.
I feel like Zip is a good player though.
I think Fade was lurking.
I like a 300 IQ play, but if it's just that, it better be more than that. I hope it's more than that. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool.
Is that a thing?
I like that clip. I like that clip.
Yeah,
That's a
not
good
bad.
one. That was a good one.
That one.
That was a good one. What the fuck is that?
You want to play? Let's play.
This is still during the match.
Vamos repetir o que fizemos na batalha da Ponte do Inferno.
Your average silver game.
Iron gameplay. What are you doing? No way.
In silver, the knife is stronger than the guns because they can't fucking shoot each other.
What the fuck was that clip? What am I looking at? Bro, can this start already? I don't like just watching other people watch other people. This is weird.
Yeah, what? There's not much to do.
Not Valorant shorts. You go back to the YouTube homepage and see what's trending.
You want normal YouTube shorts?
Yeah, something funny. They all in Portuguese.
Yeah, because we're in Brazil right now.
That makes a lot of sense. Insane. No, I put the Flash in the NBA. What's that?
I put the Flash in the NBA, and I made him a 1 million overall. I want to check out his speed before we hop into the game. Oh my goodness, look how quick he is. And here he is, the Flash in the NBA. Wait, did he? Did he just do a backflip? Oh, hi, Chris Middleton. You're too slow, bro. I'm out of here. Peace out. Hey, what's up, man? What's up? Give me that.
I found an insane angle on
He's
a
going
set.
down and fucking about.
Seeing how tall I can get until mom notices.
I gotta show you something really fast.
This is so fake.
Okay, this is cool.
What I was meaning to show you is
It's
my
so
new sweater.
fake, though.
See?
Oh, I like that.
Actually, let me show you another thing that I got too.
This is so weird. I don't even know how to. Whatever.
Okay, and this is the other thing. It's a really cool shirt. It says Colorado on it. Oh, let me refill that for you.
What the fuck?
Dude, it's so fake.
What? You're so tall! No, I'm not. That's how I always am.
Alright, it wasn't that good. Game started.
Okay, started.
Hey, I live in the neighborhood. My Wi-Fi name.
Oh, wait, I'll open it up on my screen. Let me turn this back up.
There were definitely situations where you really felt like the Skies were probably going to win the game. I mean, there were points where they looked like they had a lead. There were points where they were tied up and looked like they had advantages. Even just like watching the finer details of how some of those final rounds played out. Even just down to the last couple of rounds of regulation, like it just seemed like the Skies were setting themselves up for success and then just kind of got lost in the weeds of the final details to close out some of those rounds. But in the other end of the coin, like they also pulled off some crazy 2v4s and things that you couldn't have expected them to pull off, right? So it was kind of weird in that way.
Okay, I don't need this
where
analysis.
the results just weren't really.
I don't need this. At the end, I'm sorry, but like let's get to the game. I wonder what took so long though. It was pretty technical.
Won that in pretty dominant fashion to move us to a third map.
I want to mention kind of the inability, and that's not the right word for it, but Disguise just seemed, when we swapped sides into that second half, could not wrap their heads around what OR were doing. And it was literally just slamming the site, right? They were having such a hard time dealing with that initial pressure, and then the retakes were looking a little sloppy. I felt that was very uncharacteristic of Disguise kind of as a whole.
Yeah.
And also something that we're seeing all too often. We saw it
I just
in
don't think
the
they had enough
TS70 guard
practice
matchup.
on Haven, and I think, like I said, I think OR had that practice that like they needed to win that map, whereas like Disguised just didn't have as much practice on Haven, assuming they would perform as well as they did previously. So they didn't feel as comfortable going into those retakes, going into those plays, and like trying to outplay on defense. Like it just seemed like they played pretty well aggressive, like offensively, but then when it came to defensively, they just didn't do well, and then they couldn't find that momentum. Their mental probably just wasn't there. They started to lose a little bit of that, and yeah, that's probably what ended it.
Sides weren't that great. They were really good on the attack, and that's in general how both teams played. The defense for both sides was not very good. Across the map, you've got 11 plants coming in for Disguise. Obviously, there's an extra round in there, so take that into consideration for the attacking side, but that's still pretty significant amount of control. They won 8 of them. There was 10 plants for OR Esports, who won, I think, 7 of them, if I remember correctly. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
The fact that they were able to get on the site over and over and over again illustrates that the defensive sides here just weren't what they needed to be, especially when you take into consideration, again, that a player who's statistically strong on defense in Killjoy just didn't really put up the numbers they were looking for.
Yep.
I also wanted, to that point, right, of giving up the site kind of for free, the one time we saw DSG really fight for it was that last round in overtime, where they put 3 defenders out towards C, they put an op out towards A. They said, there's no way they just 5-man hit these sites. And then OR Esports, again, they hit the B site and Disguised. They're completely hoodwinked. They have absolutely no idea. It's like it wasn't even a possibility that OR Esports could play outside of what they did for the entire second half. So, I mean, I guess you have to give a lot to OR Esports, a lot of credit there in reading that DSG would finally catch on. And then obviously that last round just worked perfectly.
And I want to be clear, too. I'm not saying that it's the fault of any one player or it's like, oh, the Killjoy didn't put up numbers. It's an interesting observation. It's just something I noticed that I thought was somewhat peculiar, not something you typically see. Now, we are going to a third map in this series, and we'll take a look at the picks and bans again, just in case you've forgotten how we will end
What? Stalling, bro, what?
It's no surprise that Lotus gets banned early. A lot of teams shying away from that one for now, but we do see that surprise pick of Split.
We've seen some really good play from Disguise on on Pearl. So I'm assuming that they did practice their Pearl, which I imagine they would, I think we could be looking at a Disguised win. It may be another close game, but we could also just see the way it went for Disguised on Split, where they just dominate.
It's definitely close,
We'll
14-12.
see, though.
Now, what makes this interesting is Pearl was a map that OR Esports already played early on in their run here through Challengers, and until this, that was their only map win. They had beaten M80 of all teams on Pearl. So this is a little bit scary now if you're a Disguised fan, because OR is coming in on a map win against one of the best teams potentially in Challengers. I would be a little bit concerned, but I'm told that the agent select is ready, which means it's time to find out who's going to be.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Also, I thought it was going to start storming in my house. It was thundering a lot, but that didn't happen. Which is probably good, so my internet doesn't go out, stuff like that. In any case, Jonah's going to be on Breach, Ziv's going to be on Killjoy, Zildji's on Raze, Exalt on KO, Lear on Fade, Steel on Astra, Clear on Vipers, Nilias, Killjoy, and then Gangsta on Fade, Pure VNS on Astra. So very similar picks. The differences being which initiators were chosen. We've got a Sova and a Breach for OR, and then a KO and a Fade for Disguise. We also have a difference in not controller, but opting not to go for a duelist for Disguised, and instead going for an extra controller. So they're gonna have 2 initiators, 2 controllers, and then a sentinel. Whereas OR has a duelist, 2 initiators, a controller, and a sentinel. So we've got an extra controller for Disguised in the form of a Viper. So whereas we've got the duelist on OR in Jet on Zeldris. So we'll see how it goes. Ziff once again on that Killjoy. We'll see if he can perform where he wasn't sort of able to. Disguise is going to be on attacking first, and it looks like they're leaving that spike in B lobby, but they're probably but they are looking more towards B, just looking for some early engagement, maybe playing for picks. They do have they're they're going to be able to use those initiators to see if they can get any vision mid or on B. No aggressive play from OR. I think that's maybe what they were studying, is OR does sometimes like to play pretty aggressively B long, expecting maybe that push, but no, OR did not play that way. These guys would have been ready for it, but OR didn't play like that, and now we do have Zeldris. Now he's playing that aggressively, and the Clear's ready for it, gonna take him out, and OR now knows that there's at least one there, but off of the initiation now from Disguise, they're gonna be able to play and push in. Exalt's gonna get taken out by Jonah, getting some of that early engagement. So that's gonna even it back out. Disguised actually pretty low on health. Jonah low on health too, but Clear and Gangsta taking a little bit of damage there. Clear taking a lot of damage. Steel is actually pretty in control of A, being in that in main right there in ACT, and he's ready on on that flank, and he's probably just gonna lurk there, and hope he can get maybe a pick. He's looking at connector, where if he continues to push and goes through art, he would be able to pick off Nilias most likely. Nilias with the back turned. But we also see that Ziff is coming in through mid. Nilia's ready for it, though. Steel with that lurk is going to be able to take out Lear, so it's going to keep it a 3v3. This guy's still lower on health. Gangster going to be able to take out Nilia's there. Clear going to be able to take out Jonah. OR definitely lower now with only 1 player left. Disguise is going to be able to take out Pure VNS. Disguise is in a better position. 3 left alive. They're going to be able to win that first pistol round, and both teams, after winning pistol rounds, have been able to convert it into a second round 1 in those past 2 maps, and I do expect the same thing to happen here, where Disguise can turn that pistol round into that forced buy that we see turn into another win. So it should be a decent start here for Disguised on this attacking, but again, we did see on the previous map, Disguised had a decent attacking and then just could not turn it around on defense, and that's how OR was able to win that map. So we'll see if maybe Disguise just can play a little bit better here on the defense, but first, they do have to make it through this offense and see if they can show themselves to be better. Jonah's going to be able to get up and grab that orb with the help of his teammates, and now they're just going to back up and then get ready to play more defensively. Disguised, who is more leaning towards that A side with the spike being in A lobby. On Gangsta, and now Steel and Gangsta are going to start pushing up while Exalt and Ziff join them. None of OR is actually watching the A site. We've got 3 watching Art and looking at mid, but none of them are watching A site. Now they are. We've got Jonah looking at A site now, as well as Lear. So they will be ready for as that engagement does start to come through. They are ready for it, but this guy's backing up and looking like they might even just back up towards B, maybe through mid. Maybe they're just playing hesitantly, trying to get a pick before they engage. But they only have 40 seconds left. They should start to make some decisions. We've got those lineups coming in, and it looks like we're going to start seeing them come in. We've got the Fade util coming in. Still going to get that early pick on Lear that they wanted. Exalt going to take out pure VNS. Jonah's going to trade that off. Or's not looking for trades, though. They just don't want to die. The Gangs are going to be able to take out Jonah. A trade there. Like I said, they're not looking for those trades. Zeldris going to take out Gangsta, but Ziff going to take out Zeldris. Again, they're not looking for those trades, and OR is going to be down here. One player left, trying to grab that Phantom, but but Ziv's just going to be able to come behind Nilias, take him out there. And that's going to be another round from Disguise. They were able to turn that pistol into another round. And now OR off of that save round is going to be able to buy and try and defend themselves here. Disguise just going to have to be left with the guns that they do have. They did take some player loss there. So OR did a good job there of getting them down. But of course, now Disguise is going to be in a little bit of a better position. Sorry about my voice there. But now Disguise is going to be in just a little bit of better position, having some forward momentum. And, if they do lose this round, which is entirely possible with that gun diff, they will still have money to buy the next round. They didn't take enough damage for that not to happen here. So now Disguised is pushing through mid. They've got that spike on Gangsta coming through mid. Ziff going to be entering through Art. While the rest of Disguised, 2 of them going through A, and the other one also following shortly through mid, watching doors. And the spike on Gangsta with Ziv is actually pushing through Connector, looking for a nice little flank kill. Not going to be able to find anybody there, though. Gangsta's still looking out, maybe hoping for that kill. You can see Lear is wary of that connector, knowing that Disguise might push through that. No engagement yet. We do still have we now actually do have Clear joining Ziv through Art, while Gangsta's gonna give Ziv this spike so he can watch Connector and go for that flank. Now we're looking at that engagement from Disguise. They're gonna start pushing onto site. We see those mollies go out from Viper. Lear's going to be able to take out Gangsta. Pure VNS going to be able to take out Exalt. So that flank is gone. An early kill on Exalt. And that spike's going to go down, but it's going to be difficult for Disguised to play this post plant as Pure VNS does take out Ziff. And Jonah's able to take out Steel. And meanwhile, Zeldris takes out Clear with that op. And a flawless round there from OR. Not going to be great for Disguised, like I said. There was a gun diff there, and they did have a good chance of losing. And they are going to be okay econ-wise, but they definitely did want to damage OR there. Which they were not able to do. So we'll see how Disguise plays this.
See if OR can tie things up quickly, or if DSG can try to extend that lead and then force a save out of OR Esports. Kind of a 2-for-1 deal for OR.
Do have OR, like, they're now that they have guns, maybe we'll start to see them play better on defensive. They did do pretty decently on defensive. We saw them win on defensive in that overtime on their last map, so we'll see if their defense is going to be stronger now that they've sort of gotten that defense warmed up from the last map. We'll see. Disguised is pushing more towards B, though. They were looking at mid, not able to find any engagement. They did trigger that turret, and off of that, Zip's probably just gonna rotate off of that. The rest of Disguised, all 4 of them going down B. They will encounter an alarm bot, though, which will give Nilius the knowledge as to where exactly they are. This engagement coming in, and now Disguised is gonna have to go in for that plant. While OR is watching. Disguised able to get that spike down, and now they're just going to be able to watch B here and watch that plant. Able to play from long. That's sort of how B is on Pro. They can just play from long. Still able to take out Lear and Niliad before getting shut down by Jonah. Zelda's able to take out Exalt as well, though, so it's going to even it to a 3v3, and that Rolling Thunder is going to come out, trying to force them off of that long, and smoking off that spike, so that way they can start to push it a little bit clear. From Hall's, or sorry, from B-Link is going to be able to get a kill there. Pure VNS is going to take out Ziv, but then Clear and Gangster just going to finish them off, give them that round, and now Disguised has gained that momentum back. That's what they wanted. They wanted to be able to full buy and then turn that into some more rounds, which they were able to do. OR was not able to do that. OR in a little bit of a worse position now. And Disguised is just going to be able to carry that momentum forward. Econ not great. They did lose a few of their players, so they are going to have to restructure that. But also not horrible, and they should be able to turn it into some forward momentum if they can win another round here. And if they can win another round, then they'll be in a pretty good spot. Or of course trying to deny that. They are able to full buy this round. They do have a good chance of winning. We've got Zeldris pushed up pretty aggressively, not expecting Ziv to peek when Ziv does peek. So Ziv is going to be able to get that early kill. Jonah is still watching mid in, watching doors. Ziv not expecting Jonah to peek out. Jonah's going to be able to take out Ziv and Gangsta. Exalt's going to finally shut down Jonah, but Lear is going to take out Exalt. And now Disguise is down a player. They were up a player. Was looking for some more engagement mid, and it didn't work out for them. So now they're going to be down 3 players, and they're down 1 player to OR. Nilia's going to find Clear, able to take him out. So now it's a 1v3 for Steel. Nobody's watching the spike, so he's going to be able to grab it. OR actually opting for the 2-player flank from pushing out through A main for that lurk. But Steel can just rotate through mid to A. Which the util is watching that B link, so OR will sort of know where Steel is headed. Using that Killjoy util to lock down B link and and B main. So they sort of do know that Steel is going to be pushing through A. He's got 10 seconds left. He does have to plant. That util isn't used or isn't alerted yet for Killjoy, so he's gonna go for that plant. 4 seconds left. He's gonna have time to plant, but Pure VNS is just gonna be able to peek him from main and take him out. And that round's gonna go to OR. Like I said, this guys did need to win another round to start getting that econ momentum, and they weren't able to, so their econ's not in a great place. It's not horrible. They a few of them can buy. But for them, they might want to go for a save round here. A good round for OR is going to start strengthening their econ, which still is not in a great place, but was in a much worse place before. They did need to win that round to secure some good econ moving forward. So now they're looking for this round win in order to get that econ momentum. And like I said, Disguise should go for this this save here, and they are going for that save. So we'll see. We'll see how they're able to play through this. This guy Clear able to pre-fire, or sorry, not pre-fire, wallbang Zeldris there is going to give them an early pick. Ziv going to put that lockdown down to help them get onto site. My voice is dying. To help them get onto site. And OR is going to have to retake not only through that lockdown and off of that lockdown, but that Viper's Pit ult is going to come out from Clear, so it's going to be a very difficult retake from OR. Exalt also has a KO ult in case he wants to help there. If that Viper ult doesn't work out, Clear's able to take out Nilias and get a gun. Able to use that gun to take out Lear for a 3k. Pure VNS may just back up here. Clear looking for the greed as OR does go for the save. And Pure VNS ready for Clear to push out. Not ready for Exalt, though. Exalt going to be able to get that kill. And Jonah's just going to hold that. Exalt may just die to the spike here. No, it's not that close to defusing. Sorry, to initiating and going off. But yeah, so Disguise is going to have a successful round there. OR is going to be denied the econ stability. And a good save round for Disguise as they did win. So now they're going to have some very, very nice econ moving forward. And going to have a pretty stable econ off of that as they were able to pick up guns. So already Disguise is going to have a stable econ. OR, whose stable econ was just denied off of that round loss, is going to have to take a save here and hope that they can win here and start to stabilize their econ. But Disguise, who's now going to have a pretty stable econ, is okay losing this round and still going to be able to buy next. Um, oh, a little bit of lag there. I don't know if that was me or them. Yeah, okay, so OR is in a little bit of a worse spot economy-wise. That's besides the point. This guy's now pushing down A main. They do have Ziv watching mid, not washing mid. While the rest pushes through A main. They're gonna, they're pushing Astra and Killjoy util, which probably is going to be activated here. Yes, that swarm does go out. That smoke goes out, forcing them to sort of push through all of that. Exalt's gonna ult. That KO ult is going to hopefully for Disguised force OR to let them plant. And it looks like that plant is going to be able to go down. Exalt is watching Art. There is one connector who is going to be pushing Exalt. There's going to be a little bit of an exchange there. They do know where Gangsta is. It's a little bit of a weird position from both teams. Exalt going to be able to take out Zeldris for an early player advantage. Lear going up on wall isn't going to be able to get a pick, so Gangsta's going to take out Lear. Flick to take out Niliaz. Exalt's going to push VNS, take him out. Oh, Jonah on the flank is going to be taken out by Steel. And a flawless round for Disguised. Very, very nice flawless round as well. OR did have a save round, so it would have been nice for them to have a win for OR. It would have been nice for them, but they didn't have a win, so they're not gonna have this super stable econ. But they are going to be able to buy this round, hoping to win off of this buy. They're gonna take a timeout here, probably a smart play. Disguised and OR are playing pretty equally, but off of that round win, Disguised is now sort of gonna have a little bit more econ advantage. As well as just generally more rounds in this half. So, or should take a timeout here just to see if they can maybe figure out how much how they can play better in order to try and tie it up and gain the advantage. I mean, they could win 5 rounds in a row here and gain the advantage going into the next half. These guys, of course, trying to get to that 6th round to the very least secure a tie, but also just trying to dominate in this decider. Which they are so far on their attacking. We'll see if they can, turn it around, or if OR can turn it around on their attacking, because on the last map, that is what happened. This guy's had a decent attacking, and then on the defense, just fumbled, couldn't figure out how to play against OR's very aggressive attacking, and that is what gave OR that 14-12 win. So, this guy's should be having a good attacking if they're going to play as well as they did the last map on attacking. And then OR just needs to figure out how they can win as many rounds as possible on this defense. And make sure it does go a little bit more in their favor than Haven did in that first half, because it wasn't in their favor after that first half while Disguise was on attacking. And they're going to do a 3-player push up main to try and get that orb, but they're going to be stopped by Disguised, who are going to use their util, their Astra util, to get them off, and Exalt's going to get a pick, and another pick off of that. Pure VNS finally trading it off, and actually going to be able to take out Exalt and Steel. Gangsta going to shut down Pure VNS, so Disguise is still going to have a player advantage. Not anymore, as Niliaz is able to take out Ziff, not before taking quite a bit of damage, though, so it is a 2v2, but Niliaz is lower on health. Zeldris with the Operator is going to find Clear, though, be able to take him out, so now it's a 1v2. Niliaz is low on health, but Zeldris does have an Operator, so Ganks is going to have to play as carefully as possible, as Zeldris is pushing through Secret, which Ganks is not looking at and may have to push this off. But it is planted in a way that Gangsta can play long. OR just needs to play together. Niliaz low on health, so Zeldris needs to cover Niliaz. And Niliaz needs to cover Zeldris. We'll see who goes for this diffuse. And it looks like it's going to be Zeldris. With that jet smoke, is going to be able to get it half. That op shot is missed. And he's just going to hold it, and he's going to be able to... it was planted in such a way that he could just hide behind box and stick that spike. So that round's going to go to OR. Very good round for OR there. They took that timeout and were able to get a win off of it. Disguise, though, still in a good place economically, because they did stabilize their econ a few rounds ago. So they're in a good place. So that loss isn't going to be too bad. And also, Gangsta did not die off of that loss. So good round for OR, but also a good round for Disguise to lose. As far as rounds to lose, that one was probably okay, as their econ had started to stabilize. Now we're gonna start seeing. Now we're gonna start to see if now that OR did win that round, with more econ, can they start to win? And we do see Disguise playing through, pushing mostly through mid, but it's only 3 of them, and only 2 of them actually pushing through that door to Link against that Killjoy util. Exalt gonna try and chase down Nilias there. Lear defending with that Sova ult. It's not gonna do any damage, but it is going to allow Nilias to get away from Exalt. As the rest of Disguised is now pushing down B, that engagement not found in connector, and Exalt is going to get, there's going to be some vision gain on Exalt, so he's just going to back up. They now know that he's Link, because he does destroy that turret there. And this guy's going to go for this plant. Gangsta's going to be able to plant, and then they can just play long outside of that Killjoy lockdown. And they're going to be able to get away from that. Zeldris does have an op. Ooh, Exalt's going to be detained, and you know OR wants to take him while he's down, but isn't going to be able to. Steel going to tap the spike. Sorry, Zeldris going to tap the spike, and Steel's going to take him out while he's doing so. Ziff going to take out Lear. Lear, who was just trying to take out Steel. Ziff also going to be able to take out Jonah and Pure VNS. He's able to just scope down that Vandal and get it. Nilia's going to grab that op and get out of there. It's a 1v5. He's not gonna win that. Disguise does consider chasing him down, but that spike's a little bit too far down for them to safely get across while checking their angles, so they're just gonna back up. He's gonna be able to get that op. So OR still does have an op, but their econ not in a great place. They did need to win that round. Coming off of a save, then full buying and forcing there, they did need to win, and they didn't. So they're going to be in a little bit of a worse off position than Disguised, who's going to be in a pretty decent position. Their econ already pretty stable. Now they have won another round. It's going to secure them a good econ probably for the rest of this half. And they definitely do want to get it to that 9-3, so they can be up as many rounds as possible. OR looking for 4-8 or even 5-7. Because we did see that in that 4-8 they did end up coming back to win 14-12 on Haven. So they're hoping maybe they can just try and get as many rounds as possible, give them as much of a chance when they get on attacking. And we'll see. Disguise is going to be able to just get into A. All that's watching is a Killjoy turret. So if Disguise wants to push aggressively, they will be allowed to. And we get that Fatal, which is going to ult Heaven. Of course, it doesn't stop the turret, who's going to detect them, so now OR does know. But two of the players are going to be hit by that Fade ult, and it's going to give Disguised what they need to get on site. Gangster gonna plant for that main hold. And 3 in connector are gonna try and push this art. Exalt and Steel were both stunned, no longer stunned, and they're gonna be able to push out here. Lear and Nilias both going to be killed. Pure VNS going to shut Steel down. Ziff just going to shut down Pure VNS and get that trade-off. And now it's a 2v4 for OR. Not in a great position. Zeldris is watching that exit because he does have an op, so he's trying to save it. Jonah in a very different position though. He's not looking for a save round. Or he is on a save round, so he's looking for picks to do damage. Able to take out Exalt. He may just want to try and grab that gun and get out of there. But the spike does initiate. He doesn't have time to get out. Zeldris is watching that exit, but this guy's not going to push further out than they have to away from that spike. And they're, OR's going to be able to save that op, but they're going to be in a better position. Or sorry, but they're not going to be in a good position here. Their econ very, very poor still. They did just have a save round, so now they're going to be able to buy, but they do need to win this if they want to be able to buy the last round of the half. This guy's though, I mean, like I said, they had money to lose both rounds and still have good money for the rest of the half. So they're in a very good place financially. They're not going to have to worry about it anymore. We're still struggling for that. They do want to win this round in order to secure their econ for the last round. And they're pushing out pretty aggressively. That off on Zeldris going out. And looking for a pick. Nobody's gonna be there though. The Ziff backs off pretty quickly, and now he's looking for a pick there. Lear's gonna be ready if he does peek out, and Jonah and Lear actually are both gonna be able to shoot at Ziff and take him out. And so now there is a player advantage for OR here to get this win. Nilia is able to take out Gangsta. Zeldris able to take out Steel, so now it's a 2v5. and actually Disguises push up pretty aggressively towards that defender spawn. Pure VNS is going to come from behind Exalt, and now it's just clear to watch from long, and he does get Astro Walled off, so he can't hear that defuse, which is happening. And now he's just looking for picks, and so it's not going to be a flawless round. Able to do quite a bit of damage there with a 3K and then a 4K for clear, wiping out almost all of them. So off of that many kills, OR is not going to be able to full buy here. A lot of good damage done by clear there. Obviously, OR was able to win that round, so they are going to have that. But Disguise doing that much damage at the end of that round is very, very good for them in order to give them as much of a chance winning this last round. Because OR did need to win, and they were going to have a flawless round, so they would have been able to save their guns, and then that was denied. In any case, Disguise is pushing up pretty aggressively out into B, doing a very quick initiation, not having anybody at mid who's going to accidentally get picked off like they just did. Nilias is going to be able to take out Exalt on his KO ult. Nilias going to take out Ziv. Clear going to take out Nilias. Gangsta going to take out Jonah. So now it is a 3v3. Exalt down and may just get rezzed, which I think he will be rezzed. I believe, yes, Gangsta does res him. Steel going to be able to take out both players flanking, and now it's a 1v4 for Lear. And definitely not in a great position as this spike is going to go down. No ult for Lear in this 1v4. It's the last round of the half. He's just got to try with the Spectre. Does just catch the one that is Hull, but not going to be able to do any meaningful damage. And now he's just got to push from Link. They know where he is. He's in a very, very bad spot. He's smoked off. Exalt just going to be able to fire through that smoke and take Lear out. No, it's a 4-8. This guy does have disadvantage, and they did have a very nice half. But they also went into the second half on Haven after attacking in this position where they were up 8-4. So they do want to prevent OR from having as good of a match on their attacking as they did on the last map. So yeah, so Disguise is looking to play better on this defense than they did on Haven. But look, from what I can see, as far as the way that they were playing post plant, it was pretty well, and that was sort of, that's sort of a defensive position. So I do expect Disguise to be playing decently defensively here. Not pushing out too much unless they can get a pick off of it. Like, I'm not expecting, Disguise to die in stupid ways or anything like that. We are getting some early engagement here from OR, looking to get some picks on A. Pushing out pretty aggressively. And Steel playing out here. He's looking at Jonah and Lear and Zeldris. He does make some contact, and off of that, or it's just gonna back up. Now that this guy knows where they are, they think it's okay if they just back up. Clear is still on B. So if OR does end up start pushing towards B, they do have a minute left, and with how big Pearl is, they sort of do need to decide where they're gonna go. And OR is going to push towards B. It looks like through mid. And yeah, so we're gonna get 3 through mid, 2 through main. And Clear is waiting and holding it. He's gonna get hit by that Sova arrow. And Zeldris is gonna take Clear out there. And now it's a 4v5 for Disguise. It's going to be difficult for them to play this retake. I did say, they do need to start winning these defensive rounds, which they couldn't win on Haven. Hopefully they can on this map for this win. Zeldris able to connect on Exalt and Zif's head. Going to take out Zeldris as well. So now it's a 1v5. And Gangsta going to take Zeldris out, making it a 1v4 in a little bit of a better position. Gonna head tab. He's gonna head tab Lear, but it's not enough. Thinking he's gonna be dead, he switches over to Jonah, able to take Jonah out, but Lear's still there, gonna take Gangsta out, and that's gonna be that round to OR. Again, they should get another round off of this. That should be 2 rounds in a row. This guy is, of course, as always, looking to deny that and do as much damage as possible in order to make it as hard as possible for OR to win, as well as just stabilize their econ after this round. So this guy's looking for that damage control. But at the same time, they do have to save here in order to have a hope of buying next round. down quite a bit. They didn't really get nearly as many kills as they wanted. Only getting 1 kill in that pistol round. It wasn't very close. So that's unfortunate for Disguised and their econ. Nobody's watching A, and so OR is obviously playing like there are like there may be people there, but there aren't. So they're gonna have a pretty free passage. Nelia's in mid is gonna be able to take out Gangsta, immediately doing some good damage to one of the better players on Disguise, who is playing better for Disguise right now. We do see Clear and Steel were going for that flank, and Nilia's watching it. And that alarm bot goes off, and off of that, Nilias pushes out, but Clear's going to be able to take Nilias out. So now there is that flank from Clear in a 4v4. Ziff going to be able to take out Zeldris, Lear able to take out Ziff, and then Jonah's going to take out Clear, Exalt's going to be able to take out Lear, Purviana's going to take out Exalt now. And it's just Steel. Like I said, this guy's probably not going to win this, but still doing a good amount of damage, and probably just going to get shot through the smoke. Never mind, Pure VNS is going to run in to ensure their victory, and Steel's going to get taken out. The score is now 6-8, another round to OR, which is what they should have gotten off of that. But on Disguise, in favor of Disguised, they did a lot of good damage to OR, and off of that forced full buy, OR's not going to have a whole lot of money, because they did just spend a lot of it, and Disguise was able to sort of do as much damage as possible to them on that forced buy. So that position, so the economy is just going to be a little bit less in favor of OR, and it's going to make it difficult to stabilize. So both teams are looking at a light buy or a save. Zeldris definitely looking for that orb to get his knives, which is exactly what happens. Gets his knives and is now going to push down B. Clear just looking to help deny that entry while we're just waiting for his team. And now we're getting Lear planting, so they're just going to be able to play long. Zeldris waiting for this wall to go down. Ziff is there, and Ziff's not able to connect on Zeldris, so Zeldris is going to take Ziff out. Nilias from mid is going to be able to look down B-Link and see Gangsta there, but not able to take him out. And now we see Gangsta trying to get that engagement. They know Zeldris is Hall, so they're trying to deny it. He does get concussed. Exalt going to take out Lear at the same time. Zeldris, while concussed, is going to be able to take out Steel. Lear going to trade that off. Jonah going to take out Clear. Exalt going to take out Jonah. So 2v2 right now. Lots of trades for both teams. We get that tap defuse. Pure VNS going to be able to take out Gangsta. It's a difficult position for Exalt. He doesn't really know where to look, who's going to push first. And Pure VNS is going to be able to take out Exalt, and that's going to be another round to OR. A round this guy did not want to lose, as they did force buy. OR, who did light buy and save, was in a little bit of a worse position gun-wise, but off of that save now and getting that win is going to help stabilize their econ a lot, and they're going to be able to move in a more positive direction here in this half. Disguise has yet to win a round at this half. If I were them, I'd take a timeout right now. They'll probably wait until after this save round to take that timeout, because they do need to sort of figure out, okay, what are we doing wrong? OR has just won 3 rounds in a row. That can't be right. It is right. Yeah, OR has just won 3 rounds in a row, and they're looking in a very positive direction, econ-wise. So Disguise is definitely looking for another win here, to start trying to win these rounds here in this half. Like I said, they didn't have the greatest defensive round on Haven, and it looks like we may be seeing a repeat of that. I don't know why their Pearl's just not great right now. And now Disguised is gonna actually, most of them are on B, which OR is going to be able to push onto and challenge. Lear able to connect on Steel. Exalt gonna take out Lear. Zeldris gonna get a double kill. Pure VNS taking out Exalt, and now it's a 1v4 for Ziv. Again, this is a save round. They're just looking to do damage, and they did a little bit, but only able to get 1 kill. Ziff in a little bit of a weird position is gonna have to peek a lot of different people at the same time. Nilia's gonna be able to take out Ziv. And that's going to be that round to OR. And OR has tied it up in the second half, winning 4 rounds in a row, not letting Disguise have a chance. And so now Disguise has bought. I said they might want to take a timeout after that big loss streak, now that they do have money, but they're not taking a timeout. A little bit of an interesting decision from them. I mean, maybe they just want to see, okay, maybe now that we have a full buy, we can maybe get a win here. And then I guess if they do lose this round, that's when they decide to use that timeout. Maybe it's a good decision to wait until you're losing. But yeah, we'll see. Exalt's gonna push very aggressively, knowing where Nilias is going to be after some early engagement, and Exalt's going to be able to get that kill. Zeldris, however, entering is going to be able to take out Steel. Ganks is going to know where he is, be able to shoot through the smoke and take out Zeldris. So trades are happening. Not good for OR, who's already down a player. So it's going to be a 3v4 for OR. Clear going to be able to take out Pure VNS who's peeking Secret. Exalt going to be able to take out Lear, and Zip going to take out Jonah. OR still was not able to plant. And you know what? I said maybe it's a good idea to wait until they're losing. And so it was probably a good decision not to use that timeout because they aren't losing. So because they didn't lose, and so they aren't in a losing position. OR, of course, still does have a very nice stable econ. After a 4-round win streak, you're gonna have a pretty nice stable econ. And so this guy is starting to be able to damage that a little bit and chip away at it. OR does have a maybe 2 rounds of full buying. We're seeing that first round. Next round they should have a good nice round of full buying, even if they lose, or if they lose, I should say. So this guy does have some room to chip away at them. They do still have a little bit of an upward battle to chip away at that econ. At the same time, though, Disguise is starting to strengthen their econ. I'd say both econs are pretty even right now. And whichever team comes out on top is going to just be in a better position. I mean, we see OR pushing mid. Disguise are not watching mid at all, except for Clear watching Link, who's gonna put that Viper, that cloud, that smoke up. Sorry, he's gonna put that smoke up in a one-way, which is going to force OR off of it. Who definitely were thinking about pushing B Link. And it actually looks like now that that wall is down, Zeldris is going to push it. That Molly's going to come out from clear to try and force them off, and now OR is pushing B. They did get a little bit of a rotation towards A, but that Killjoy Util is still over on B. Pure VNS going to be able to take out Clear. Ziff at the same time going to take out Jonah, while Zeldris takes out Exalt. It's a 4v3 right now. OR in a little bit of a worse position, I'd say, just because of the util that is down from Killjoy. Ziv gonna be able to take out Lear. Lear, after planting, just gets trapped in that alarm, or sorry, in that swarm. And now it's a 3v3. They've evened the playing field using that. Nilia's gonna be able to take out Ziv in Link though, and that defender ult is out. Zeldris gonna be able to shoot Gangster through that wall. Steel gonna take out Nilia's. It's a 2v1 right now. Steel not in a great position. Both are playing long. And a little bit of a bait there from Zeldris, who was just standing in the corner and was hit by that defender lockdown. Pure VNS, however, was there to protect, and that kill was not given, and then that kill was taken. So now it's the score is tied. Once again, I did say whichever team won that was going to be looking at a better position economy-wise, but as I also said, both teams were in a pretty both teams were in a position to buy even after a loss. It looks like Disguise is taking a timeout. Yes, so Disguise is taking a timeout here. That was a good decision. I said they should have done it 2 rounds ago, but then they won a round, so they just decided they didn't need it. And now that they've lost a round and OR has tied it up again, they do need to figure out what exactly they're doing wrong defensively. I mean, if we look at the kills for Disguise, they're pretty consistent. I mean, 15, 14, 12, 11, 11. Those are very close kills. And then you look over at OR and you see Zeldris and Pure VNS both having a very good game with 16 kills each. And then it drops down a 6 kill difference between Pure VNS and Jonah. And then 2 kills and then 3 kill difference there. So you see 16, 16, 10, 8, and 5. So not great consistency from OR. So I'd say across, if we're looking at just consistently, like which team is playing better as a whole, you'd see Disguise is playing better. Because, if Zeldris and Pure VNS get taken out, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for OR. Just because those players are not having the best game right now. And Disguise is they're playing decently. They do have they do have 3 of their ults now, so hopefully they can sort of use those to help play better defensively and prevent ORs sort of push through and gaining this massive econ. Steel pushing up. He's not gonna grab Aura. I mean, he already has ult. He's just looking for some, maybe an early pick. Again, 3 ults for Disguise, so they're looking to wait for that plant sound so they can start ulting and help themselves or help push more onto A. More onto A. Claire does still have that Viper's Pit ult that can be used. That should be able to use. It should be able to be used to force them off of site. It's not going to be used this round. Clear was probably just waiting for some engagement on B or some sight on B before using it to force them onto A. But they didn't go B. They went on A, and we're seeing that engagement happening. We did get a little bit of a missed swarm there from Zillia's. It doesn't matter though that attackers Sova ult is going to be great for OR pushing in, and suddenly they've gotten 3 kills, and it's a 2v5 situation for Disguised on this defense. They only have 1 ult to use to play retake, and it's a Viper ult, so it's not going to be great. And a save here is honestly probably the better option. Exalt with only a Sheriff is just going to try and grab a gun and save, and that's exactly what happens. Grabs that Phantom and is now just going to run out. Zeldris looking to deny that, checking connector, checking link. Disguise, yeah, going for this save because they did lose this round, so their econ's not going to be great. OR now having more econ momentum, and also off of this is going to have the lead. They are going to be pushing this defender spawn though, and gonna get picked off there. So Nilia's gonna die, so it's not going to be a flawless round there, and OR is not going to have all of their players alive. That spike goes off. Good save round for Disguised, and now OR in a winning position now. They're in the lead for the first time since this game started. Since this map started, and Disguise really needs to find their footing on this defense. They're just not playing well defensively. They didn't on Haven in that past map, and they haven't on this map. And honestly, their defense was pretty decent on Split. They gained the advantage 8-4 while they were playing defensively on Split. So it's a little bit shocking that it suddenly just got worse going into Haven, and then it's continued to be worse going into this. Clear playing very aggressively up at B main, definitely looking for some players there before ulting to keep them off. We get that flash out, and we may just see that ult come out from Clear. Does get pinged and decides to back up, so that ult's not going to come out. Meanwhile, the rest of OR, of course, excluding Jonah and Lear, who were just trying to bait a little bit, are over on A. There is Killjoy set up there, but Ziv is getting pretty far away, so that util may come down. I'm wrong about that, actually. And Exalt's going to see Nilia is able to take him out. Zeldris is going to push on. Those swarms are going to come out from Killjoy. And trying to keep them off. OR doesn't really know what to do as far as getting on, but at the same time, Disguise doesn't really know what to do as far as playing counterly and defensively. Jonah's able to push pretty deep into their spawn. Pure VNS going to take out Gangsta. Ziv able to just push out from Art and get a kill. Pure VNS able to take out Ziv while Zeldris takes out Clear. It's a 1v3 for Steel. This is a save round for them, so they're in a, they're just trying to do damage, which they have done. They've gotten 2 kills, so Steel just looking for more of those picks to try and do more damage. Not going to use his ult here. Going to wait until next round when they have their buys to start, using those ults. So right now it's really just about getting those early picks. We get Pure VNS seeing Steel and is going to use that util to keep them off. Just really trying to prevent that defuse, which at this point is not going to happen. Just with the way the time is looking. So now they're just trying to look to pick Steel off. Steel looking for a pick. Able to take out Zeldris, tapping that spike, and they're going to keep him off. Pure VNS going to be able to take out Steel, who cannot find that shot. Good damage done from Disguise on OR, but of course OR is going to win that, and is still in a good position econ-wise. Disguise did gain a little bit of econ through those kills, but it's not going to be enough to get them to full buy. They do have guns, but their shield's not going to be there. Disguise not looking great right now. I mean, we could be looking at a loss from Disguise, which would be a very big upset. The bottom team in Group B, and actually as a whole right now, beating out Disguise would not be great for Disguise, as then they, at that point, would start to lack behind, teams like TSM. It just would not be great for them to start to slip here when we're getting this close to the invitationals, and we're getting to that halfway point. Disguise does not want to lose this. And Disguise playing not very well. I feel like this defensive setup isn't going to be able to counter this play. We see Lear does get that ping off on Steel, and they're going to try and kill him through the smoke. They do know where he is. Zeldris is going to play this, push it with that shorty. Ziv on the swarm is actually going to be able to take out Jonah. Zeldris looking for another shorty kill, isn't going to find it on Exalt. Ziff going to be able to help through Art, through that connector push, is going to be able to take out Lear and Nilias. Pure VNS, though, is coming through Art in a 1v4, a little bit of a difficult position. Can just save. They don't have to save. They have money not to, but that defuse is going to come down. Is going to come out, and that's going to be that win to Disguise. They were able to retake once they had that money. They've been able to take back that win. Very, very good play from Disguise. I did say defensively it looked a little bit weird, but it did work out. Ziff with that, playing that retake, coming through Art, coming through that connector into that Art, was able to find 2 kills, and those were huge 2 kills for Disguise to find. And it's interesting. This round we're seeing Clear up there, whereas last map we did not see Clear up there. But what we're also seeing is Gangster starting to lack a little bit on the kills. Exalt, of course, with 17 and 14, much better than when he was playing on Sky. And then we do see Clear and Steel, like I said, coming out, and starting to get more of those kills. Which we would expect to see. OR now looking like they may push B here. Clear does still have that Viper's Pit that they haven't used yet. OR definitely looking to push B because they haven't yet. That drone does come out, and now, like I said, just waiting to use that ult. Clear finally going to use it as we're coming down to these last few rounds. My voice, Jesus. As we're coming down to these last few rounds, Clear does finally use that ult. And now Zeldris gonna try and push it. Yeah, OR off of that, they are looking like they may try and challenge it, but they are backing up, and the spike is actually moving towards mid, and maybe to A, slowly, because they are watching flank. And we do have we do have Jonas and Lear, who are actually looking like they're going to challenge it, maybe make some noise before rotating over to A. This guy's not completely rotating over to B, knowing that they could still be going A, which is what's happening. Still a lot of noise made from Jonah and Lear as they're pushing this Viper's Pit. They're gonna narrowly miss each other. Lear and Clear narrowly missing each other. Clear gonna be able to find that on Lear. Lear very low on health from pushing through that ult, but that spike is now down on A. Only thing is, OR is low on players, and Ziff's going to find that pick on Nilias, and this retake is going to start with that Defender Killjoy lockdown. A little bit of a cross being held there, starting to be held. It is perfect timing for Exalt to take out Pure VNS. It's now down to just Zeldris, who's going to save, running away, as the spike is just going to get diffused by Gangsta. Very, very nice playing here. This guy's able to find those 2 rounds to tie it back up. Definitely looking for 2 more rounds to win 4 in a row. OR did have a really, really nice win streak there. They won the first 4 rounds of the half. Disguise was able to win 2. Then they won 4 more rounds in the half. 3 more rounds in the half. OR did. So OR has been able to find their footing, and I definitely think Disguised could still lose this game, and I think OR could definitely find their footing, especially off of this timeout that OR is going to take. And I think if OR is able to use this timeout to win another round, Disguised will immediately use their other timeout because they do not want to lose this game. We're taking this time out to figure out, okay, so we've been doing something, maybe we've just been doing the same thing too many times. How do we switch it up? Breath of fresh air, a little bit calming down. We don't want to fumble this. We did just have a massive comeback. So now Disguise are just gonna have to try and, honestly, for Disguise, they sort of just need to do whatever they switched up to start winning those 2 rounds and start doing that more. And I think switching that up was playing back more, not pushing mid so much, not having that mid control. OR, what they could be looking at is starting to try and gain that mid control, because mid control from Disguise has been a little bit lacking. If OR did want to push that, but it looks like they may just be going B. They are mostly in B main, except for, like I said, they may want to try and gain that mid control. Nilia is now looking at mid. Maybe trying to find a pick there, but like I said, Disguise is not playing on that and playing more on site, or playing back, ready to rotate. Disguise looking for some early engagement, gonna find it. Being able to take out Zeldris is going to give them that early 1-player advantage. Now it's a 4v5 for OR, just making it a little bit difficult. Steel gonna take out that turret that Anilias did place down on mid. And now Nilius is going to slowly push through mid, trying not to, let themselves die. They're going to approach this alarm bot. OR still challenging this B push. Clear is, jump peeking that to see if anybody is still there. Nilius is actually not going to push Link after activating that alarm bot. Decides to back up. Probably a safe move as 2-4 disguised are still watching Link. OR is going to be able to push up here. And able to connect on clear. And now that Rolling Thunder ult comes out from Jonah, very nice use of ult, try and get themselves on site. And they do know where two of the players are off of that dart. And Pure VNS is going to go for that plant. And now all OR has to do is play off of Spike, play a little bit back, play it safe, and try and defend that Spike as best as they can. Pure VNS playing pretty aggressively, just sitting on that Spike, ready to peek heaven. Jonah's actually going to be able to take out Exalt. They're using that util. And Gangsta gonna be able to connect to Jonah, but Jonah not gonna be able to get that op shot. Peek right back out to get that op shot. Pure VNS gonna take out Steel. Lear gonna take out Ziv, and that's gonna be that round to OR. I were Disguised, I would take their timeout right now. It's the last round of the half. I would take their timeout, figure out, okay, no, we need to figure out how we're gonna replay this. Because they do have one left, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think they used one in that first half. Unless I'm wrong about that, which I might be. Either way, Disguise does need to switch something up. I mean, you see Zeldris and Pure VNS still having the exact same amount of kills and still in those top two spots. Now, normally you may see two players playing better than everybody else on the team and go, okay, it's a little bit of a carry, we just need to take them out. But, I mean, they're still consistently playing the best of the other people on the team, and it's working out for them. And so they may just continue to turn that in to more wins. We do see Disguise predicting an A push, which they do detect Lear there, but you can tell Lear was just there to make noise. And I do think Disguise realizes this, as most of them do rotate back towards B. And are starting to rotate towards that B side. We get we do get that Exalt ult to try and force them off. Where they're starting to shoot through that smoke. That wall is about to drop, and is Exalt going to be there to see if anybody's there? No. We're just going to back up. That wall is going to drop. OR it still hasn't, no kills are given, no damage is done. Yeah, I mean, Disguise is going to get Concussion Hall. We do see Clear getting concussed. Steel with the op is not going to hit there, but Gangsta is going to be able to come back for that. Steel going to get another kill. Zeldris being the only person able to get 2 kills. And now it's just down to that op on Lear, who's able to take out Steel, but takes quite a bit of damage himself. Now it's 16 health in a 1v2 against Clear and Ziv. It was a 1v3, able to get that player count down. Now it's a 1v2. Lear with 16 health does pick up that Vandal. Ooh, the jumping peak from Ziv is going to be taken out by Lear. Thankfully for Disguise, Clear is there to take Lear out. And now it's back to overtime. Are we going to see another 14-12 from OR? Let's find out. Disguise now on this offense did have a very good offensive round, but did go... I mean, we're seeing a repeat of what we saw last map. In that offense, Disguise went 8-4 going into the second half. And then OR came back, and now it's tied up going to overtime. So could we see OR winning this defense and then Disguise losing this offense? We'll see. We will see. Disguise was able to pull themselves together in that defense and win that last round. So, maybe they're just going to play as well as they did on offense. We do actually have that they're going to approach this 3-player push to grab this orb. Is what I imagine OR is doing. And they're going to concuss main, trying to prevent that. But we also see that Fade util come out. Gangsta's going to be able to get that pick on Jonah. They're denying that push. To get onto site, and it's just Lear and Pure VNS on site, and they are low. They've taken quite a bit of damage. Gangsta has taken some damage, but that's it for Disguise. So 2 players on OR are down health. 1 player on Disguise is down health, but OR is also down a player. So it's not looking good for OR. OR is just not looking good right now. They're gonna have to figure out how they can play this to their advantage. Nilias is holding Art and is going to get detected by that dog, by that Prowler, and Exalt's going to be there to take Nilias out. Steel going to challenge any push up from main, which Pure VNS does, and Steel there to take them out. Zeldris does have that op, but not on site yet. Lear is still on site in that back site position. They do know Zeldris is probably going to push through there, trying to pre-fire, but Zeldris able to get that kill off. Exalt and Ziv each getting a kill at the exact same time, taking out Zeldris and Lear. The plant's going to go down. The round goes to Disguise. All right, let's see if OR, they won the majority of the rounds for them on attacking. Are we going to see the exact opposite of what we saw in the overtime on Haven, where Disguise gets that 14-12? They needed to win that offensive round. That's the round they're supposed to win. So now they just need to win this defensive round, the round that OR is supposed to win, having played better on offense. So we'll see. We'll see if OR can start to deny that round from Disguise, get a little bit of a back and forth going, so that way they can continue this overtime and have a chance of winning. It's hard to believe that this is still the first series. There's still a whole other series, and it's already 4 o'clock. And that's how you know. That's how you know it's been a long first series here. Clear is detected, and Zeldris is going to be there to try and cash in on it. Is going to be able to cash in on it. OR already up a player, and now they're going to be pushing into A. 4 of them going through Art. 2 of Disguise is actually watching A main, and Gangster from A main is going to get that kill on Jonah. Steel going to be able to take out Pure VNS. A little bit of a weird exchange there as Gangsta takes out Niliaz. Zeldris finally shutting down that main push. But it's a little bit late. This guy's already up a player. They've got Steel in A main, and then they've got 2 coming in through main. Sorry, yeah, through CT for them. And Zeldris is going to try and clear secret. Nobody's there, though. Lear going to get that nice pick on Exalt. Is going to even the player count. Zeldris going to take out Ziff, and suddenly it's a 1v2 for Steel. They know where he is, but that smoke is up. He's going to tap that spike. That shock dart's going to come out to push him off. That shock dart, he's going to run right into it, and he's going to get taken out, and that's going to be that nice clutch. They were down a player, OR was, and they were able to win that round. Yeah, so now the score is 13. We're still in overtime. It's going to continue. Disguise, again, is supposed to win this round. OR taking their timeout, their overtime timeout. They want to make sure that they can win this defensive round. Last map, when they were in overtime, they won that first defensive round and then took their timeout to secure their offensive win. This time, they did see that they didn't win the defense, so now they're going to take their timeout here to try and see if they can strategize. I think if Disguise loses this round, they take a timeout. Disguise will take a timeout here. I do believe each team gets one timeout in overtime to use, so we'll see if Disguise does decide to, if OR can turn this into a defensive win, if Disguise decides to combat that, or if Disguise wins offensive, they may still decide to use the timeout to try and shut it down and win their defensive as well. We'll see. This timeout coming to an end here. OR gonna have to try and do something to switch it up and not let Disguise just dominate the offensive, like Disguise did dominate the offensive in that first half. So we'll see as Disguise is leaning more towards a B push, doing their usual, get some killjoy set up on mid, make sure nobody's gonna push through mid and try and flank. We get some of that good sentry action. Zeldris pushing up pretty aggressively B, trying to look for a pick. He's followed closely by Jonah and Lear. They're going to be able to make contact. No picks are given. Shots through smokes from either side. Zeldris is going to be down health, but so is Clear. Exalt coming through to try and get a pick. Lear very low on health, and that poison from that venom from Clear is going to get that kill on Lear. And off of that pick, it looks like they're playing pretty aggressively, but we do see Skill playing back, maybe just to watch flank. And we do have Ziff still pushing through mid. There is some Killjoy util that he will have to deal with if he decides to push Link. Jonah is going to not get flushed out. That Molly is missed from Clear, and it's a pretty devastating miss as he's able to get 2 kills off of it. They're able to trade him off, but that's going to make it an even round, a 3v3. They do know Ziff is B Link, so and also the spike is down on B, so they're forced to push that. Ziff is going to have to figure out how he's going to peek Niliaz here. Niliaz is a little bit walled off here, so Ziff can push up pretty aggressively. And he's ready for that wall to drop, able to take him out. And now Disguise once again has that player advantage. It's a 2v3. Zeldris able to take out Steel, but Clear going to trade that off. Trades are not what OR is looking for. Clear, off of that many kills, is going to be able to ult now, getting that orb, and it's going to be a very difficult retake for Pure VNS. Ooh, does make contact B-Link, and is going to have to acknowledge that and move on. Clear is inside that pit and going to approach. Pure VNS not going to be able to get off and react in time. Clear going to take that round. These guys won this round that they were supposed to win. That timeout from OR did not help them figure out how to play more effectively on defense. But hopefully for them, they can secure this offensive win. Like I said, Disguise may want to use their timeout now to secure the defensive win, but it looks like they're okay not using it. They'd rather use it when they are down, which is probably a smarter play. You know, use it when you're down is what I would say if they hadn't just used it. To see it, I would stand corrected. They did decide to use their timeout to try and secure this. I mean, we look at OR and Pure VNS and Zeldris were neck and neck as far as kills go, had the exact same amount. Zeldris has 28 now. Pure VNS has 21. So that means Zeldris, just in overtime, I believe, just in overtime, has gotten 7 kills. And is 7 kills above Pure VNS. That's an insane amount of kills for one person to get. And it's clear that OR could be playing better. Zeldris should not be the only one getting kills. But seeing that Zeldris is playing so well as duelist, it should help them play better offensively, and it should help OR continue to secure this offensive domination that they did have. Just as, I mean, Disguise is, again, still playing very consistently. We have 22, 20, 18, 18, and 16 2-kill differences between the players that do have differences. I mean, that is very, very close. As far as kills go, playing very consistently. And you'd think off of that very consistent play, they'd have a better defensive, but it doesn't seem to be that way. We'll see if OR, again, we'll see if Zeldris can push through here and continue this overtime. And Nilia is going to get pushed by Steel. Nilia is going to be able to get that killed. Exalt, though, going to be able to take out Zeldris mid, so it's going to make it a 4v4. Just a little bit less health for OR with Pure VNS taking a little bit of damage, but for the most part, both teams are even in this 4v4. We've got 2 watching Art, which may be pushed by OR, although they do seem to be backing out. Lear watching A main. And, yeah, it's looking good for OR here, as they do push up towards A main. Disguise, they do have that flank coming through from Clear in case, they are pushing that, but they aren't pushing B, so Clear will just, I guess, continue to follow through this flank. Gangsta is going to be pushing through CT, and then we've got Exalt and very nice kills from Lear, going to be able to get a collateral kill on Ziff and Exalt. Meanwhile, Ziff gets that swarm kill, so it keeps it a little bit even, but OR now going to have that one player advantage, getting 2 kills before that trade is given. So it's a 3v2, but Clear is coming from A main, and I don't know if OR is expecting that. Nilia is actually watching A main, and Gangsta able to take out Nilia's. Nilia's not ready for Gangsta's swing out. Gangsta does take a lot of damage in the process, though, so a little bit of a bad position here for Gangsta. Gangsta just going to watch it while the spike is tapped. Ooh, they're not expecting Pure VNS to be there, but he is, so he's able to catch Gangsta, and now Pure VNS going to play back. That defuse is tapped, and continues to be tapped. Pure VNS does have to check it. Jump swings out, but Clear is going to be able to take him out, and that's going to be this half to Disguise. It comes to 0.25, but that round is going to go to Disguise. This map is going to go to Disguise. And this series is going to go to Disguise. Now, Disguise performed much, much better. Or, sorry, OR performed much, much better than I was expecting. I think a lot of people were expecting. But at the end of the day, it does go to Disguise here. And although OR put up a much better fight than I thought they were going to, I was expecting a possible 2-0 victory from Disguise. I did know OR might be able to come back. Having that 2-week break, they knew they had a lot to work on. I thought maybe OR could, but I didn't think they would. I honestly full-on expected a 2-0 victory from Disguise. And after that first map on Split, that dominant performance from Disguise, I was expecting that. I do want to see what Disguise has to say about this, though.
As we watch these eBay
At least I made it
replays
exciting.
of the
You did, you did. Like, it doesn't matter how much you win, just winning, right?
The win's a win, right? Yeah, the win's a win.
You know, they're a little bit definitely upset. It could have been much better for them, but they did get that win. So now we'll sort of see what happens here. They haven't put it in yet, but we will see that Disguise jumps up above TSM now. He's going to be in that top 3 position, and when they do fight, when Disguise does fight TSM, it's going to be a very, very interesting game to watch for sure. Yeah, I mean we've seen yeah, because Disguise's only loss is to the guard right now. So if they can beat TSM when that does happen, obviously their next game is going to be against M80, a tough fight that they probably will lose. But you know, TSM did lose to M80 and is probably going to lose to the guard. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how these games go. But this next game has nothing to do with the guard. It does, however, have something to do with M80, who is playing against Madlion. And we're going to be starting to transition over to that game, which you know, very, very good game.
We talked about it coming into the first map. Was that a gamble, like a ace in the hole? Like, were they trying to catch them off guard by going with Split? Because I can't imagine they put in a ton of work on Split in the time between, but it's also possible they did, and they felt very confident. Ultimately, it backfires. Then they have to claw back a victory on Haven, which is a strong map for DSG. And then they go to Pearl, which we're like, okay, Pearl was where they beat M80. Yeah. They should be feeling confident coming into this one. They go down 8-4. They do exactly what they did in Haven. They take it into OT. They win the second half pistol yet again. So it was very hard fought, but it's like small mistakes at that point are all that matters, and you start seeing them piling up, honestly, for both teams. I do feel like both teams just made quite a few mistakes.
Like I already mentioned, that was a long first series. It went, that second map was a very, very long matchup, and then this last map also an overtime match that went just a little bit further deeper into overtime. So it was a very long series. Because of that, I'm actually going to take a little break just to deal with some stuff, get more water, because my voice is starting to die. Just to do some quick things. I'll be back very, very shortly, probably before the game starts, but I'll leave this on, and so you guys can watch the ads as they are about to come up, and I'll be right back.
Able to get just enough out of it to still wind up with the W in the column. Certainly, I think it was a harder fought battle than they anticipated. I think for us, we expected to see a little cleaner result from DSG, just based on how they played against Madlions and just the struggles we've seen from OR Esports. But the other big thing that we always talked about was that OR Esports have always had to play the best of the best so far in the league, right?
Yeah.
You know, that they had a very tough opening schedule. And so I think we got to see a little bit more of what they're capable of in this series, but unfortunately it still wasn't enough to handle Disguise.
And for Disguised, this takes me back to Steele's tweet of, hey, we're finally playing how we should. Where was that today? Was this how, you know, was there something that OR Esports did that kind of caught them off guard or something of the sort? And then to unfortunately kind of beat the dead horse here where we're at, or kind of kick OR Esports one down, I hate to do it, but when you have two very close maps in map 2 and 3, you are not helping yourself in round differential when you go back to look at map 1, right? If there's a way that you get out and get into playoffs, you cannot keep having maps 13-5, 13-6, stuff like that.
Let's be fair, though, too, at the same point in time, I don't think they were really thinking about round differential. I think they were thinking, like, we just need to get the first win. And I got to give them credit for the constant improvement. We saw, actually, we talked about it, hey, starting out the schedule, facing off against M80 and the guard is pretty rough. They even win a map somehow.
I'm back.
M80,
Very, very quick break. I just need to go grab some water.
So the fact that they've obviously gotten past that hurdle, we were like, okay, how will they now perform against teams who are not the number 1 and number 2 team across both groups? And clearly they fare quite well. Now, was Split perfect? No, Split was definitely a bit of a mistake. And were there perfect play across both maps? No, not necessarily. Haven and Pearl definitely have things they need to improve, but it's an improvement from previous weeks, and that's what you want to see from a team who's maybe lesser experienced than the teams coming into this one. You look at all the other rosters, there's players who played VCT last year on almost every other roster. They're not in that same category. So it is unfortunate for OR, but honestly, DSG, they really had to fight for that victory, so you got to give credit to both teams for...
I will say, like, DSG, I thought they were going to dominate, and they ended up having to put up a very, very, very hard fight. I'm, you know what? I'm impressed with OR's performance. I'm a little bit disappointed with how well Disguised played. Or sorry, Disguised played. They did not play nearly as well as I was hoping they would. I was expecting them to do very, very well. I feel like they're doing an ad read right now. I bet you I'll turn it on. They are.
Stay tuned.
Oh no, they were just queuing away. I could tell because he like just the like pointing his finger thing. We can go ahead and take a look at these replays. But before that, I actually will go ahead and we'll go ahead and go to the Twitter. Look at the clips. I think it'll be a pretty short intermission because there was a very long intermission between that second and third map. This guy's that team picture is ridiculous. Okay.
Detained. Another Rolling Thunder out towards long, though. You mentioned this one before. Dust, how much does it mean when everybody's so far away? Out comes the aftershock and force the players off the pillar. Look at the taps from Zip, though. Gets detained.
Yeah, he was just able to right click.
He's got just about 6 seconds to try and survive. Holy hell. Clear's been spotted. He's going to be taken down. Spike the fuse. He's got just about 6 seconds to try and survive. Holy, how about the damage here at the end? Oh my god, give him more! Claire's been spotted. He's going to be taken down.
An ace, that's crazy.
And Lear's in a awkward spot. He's got a fault line to help
this one's
him out.
Good
Maybe
too.
too close to the fault line. Oh my god, Zeldris.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, no, I have a very, very good game, very good performance from Disguised. This is just music. Yeah, you can go ahead and turn it down a little bit, but yeah, very good game from Disguised. But also an incredible performance from OR. They definitely showed, hey, no, we're not just gonna lay down and take that bottom 4. We do want to try and get to invitationals. And they really did try, but it is a team like Disguised. I think Disguised underperformed by a lot. And definitely performed way worse than, not way worse, but worse than they were hoping to play, especially coming back from that 2-week break. And OR playing as well as they were hoping to play coming back from that 2-week break. I definitely think, they wanted to win. Obviously, they wanted to perform better, but they did win a map, which is going to lessen the blow of points that they do take. We'll see if this is updated yet, which it is. So you do see it, 7 points. It would have been plus 14 if they had 2-0'd, which I thought was what was going to happen. But that isn't what happened, so it's going to be plus 7. And because TSM has also already played their 3 games, you do see Disguised is top 3. And M80 probably in this game against Madlions is just going to widen their gap right now. I mean, G2 has 24 points, but that's after 3 maps, okay? That's after, 3 matches. That's after 3 matches and 3 series. So, now we're looking at M80, who's 25 after just 2 matches, okay? So we're about to see another game from them, and if it does go 2-0 like I'm expecting, that's going to be 39 points, and honestly, at that point, they're almost untouchable. We come down and we look at OR Esports in very, very bad position right now. Minus 42 points, not great for them at all. And honestly, this is going to be very tough for them to climb out of. They did lessen the blow. It would have been minus 14 if they were 2-0'd. So it was only minus 7, but still, this may not be possible for them to climb out of. I mean, let's think about it. They're 0 for 3. If over the course of the next 2 weeks they go, let's see, who haven't they played? I don't think they've played M80. Have they played M80 or the Guard yet? I don't think so, right? Oh no, they haven't played Madlions. So they haven't played Madlions. And then I think they've played the Guard, right? So is it... actually, I can just check. I'm stupid. Duh. All upcoming matches. Let's see. That's coming up right now. Oh, OR is going to be playing TSM. And then OR needs to play Madlions. So, okay, no. You know what? They could actually win those matches. So, let's say they won 2-0 both of those matches. That's plus 28. And let's say Madlions loses both of those matches 0 for 2. That's minus, and also TSM would have to lose. which would help because OR is going to be playing TSM. So there's a world in which OR is in that top 4 spot. But I would say, from my position, is it possible for OR to climb out of that bottom 2 in Group B? Yes. But at the end of the day, is that what's going to happen? Most likely, no. Especially losing to Disguise, they still need to beat TSM. They would need to beat TSM 2-0 to have a chance, and well, TSM beat the Guard 2-0, so I think TSM is here with a very difficult place. Let's take a listen to what Bach has to say.
Disguised, who comes away as victors, but just barely. I mean, if you watch that series play out, the last 2 maps were incredibly close, with OR Esports taking Haven in overtime and Disguised taking Pearl in double OT. And we do have a member of Disguise standing by. We've got Gangsta coming in from Disguise, the Sova Madman, who's played quite a bit of high-level play across Valorant. Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you. Not even close.
I like the confidence,
okay,
and
all right.
also
Yeah,
the
sure.
t-shirt is obviously top-notch. You guys, you personally have spent a lot of your career playing as a Sova, playing the initiator role, and it's now become known as like more of a flex role. Do you feel like it's become harder to play that role just because of the variability of having to play Sova and KO and Sky and Fade and all of these other agents that have now kind of flooded the pool?
I think it's definitely gotten a bit, more complex and harder as the game goes on. I mean, obviously, like, more agents come out, they fill the same roles. So, in the bigger picture, I feel like it's still sort of similar.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think a professional player should be able to play almost anything if asked. So, to me, I don't personally mind it, but I think as the game has evolved, I think it has gotten a bit harder on the role.
With the regards to this series, Map 1 ends up being split. Obviously, everyone knew that Map Pool was going to change this week. Lotus and Split were going to come in. How much time have you guys actually prepared for Split and Lotus, if at all? And were you expecting that to become Map 1 potentially in this series?
Right after our second match last week, we started practicing it because, obviously we can't be practicing 9 maps, and we were very glad that all the maps are actually updated now. And yeah, we started practicing both of those maps, and we were fairly comfortable on it as we didn't ban it. So it's just I guess
I should say I'm gonna try not to talk during these interviews and stuff because I need to rest my voice before series 2 because I have no idea how that's gonna go today.
Obviously, you guys did do some work. We saw a lot of really creative Harbor utility from you. You actually had a great game on Harbor. It's only the second time we've even seen Harbor played in Challengers. The first time was definitely not too great. That was in week 1 from FaZe, and it didn't work out too well for them on Icebox. Do you think that people are sleeping on Harbor, or is he just super situational and really only works if you've prepared specific setups for him?
I don't know if anyone remembers, but Viper used to be sort of situational too, where she was barely played for a while. So I think in the same aspect, I think Harbor and Viper are pretty similar, where you have to kind of carve it out yourself or as a team, because if you just wait for another team to go and do it, you might miss out on a great opportunity to have an advantage with this new agent.
Will we see more Harbor?
All I'm gonna say is I play more than Sova, so yeah.
Okay. Fair, very fair. Going into map 2, you had an 8-4 lead on Haven. It's a map you guys play pretty well. What happened that OR was able to take advantage of in the second half to bring things back and ultimately take you to map 3?
We had a pretty good idea of how they attack. It's just instead of us adapting to the way they play, I guess, we sort of just let them play the game more on us than we played our own game. So I think that even though we had a pretty good idea, we knew exactly what was happening. It just didn't work out. They were hitting shots, we weren't playing together. It was definitely very sloppy on our defense from us.
Now going into map 3, again, 8-4 half, and again, OR wins the pistol in the second half. Was there a point when anyone was like, oh my god, not again?
I maybe, in secret, but no one audibly was worried.
I mean, how about when you guys hit overtime? What was like the tension like? How were the comms, the vibes of the team? Because obviously map 2 ends in their favor, and you're basically replaying that same scenario.
No, I mean, you maybe you can't screw up twice in one day, right? But I definitely, it was pretty sloppy on our end, and there's a lot to fix. But I'm glad we pulled it out in the end with some good resiliency in our mentals too.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, they always say you learn more in your losses than you do your victories, but a close win still teaches you quite a bit. So you guys can take some lessons away from that as well. I do have one last question for you, and this one comes from the Fan Zone. If you guys are curious at home, you can learn more about the Fan Zone. Head over to pks.gg/discord and get involved. This one comes from Spirit, and it's simply, following Clear's performance on Chamber and Viper, do you think we'll be seeing Clear on Jet at all and playing the duelist role, or will we see more flexibility from Clear?
Good question. Actually.
The very great thing about Clear is that he's not just like a duelist one trick, and he'll play anything as long as it fits us. But yeah, he'll mostly be on duelist.
Okay. Well, I think that one of the things that we've all talked about throughout Valorant is flexibility is key. And if you want to be a top player for a long time, you have to be flexible. And you were just talking about that earlier in the interview. Congratulations again on the victory. I'll go ahead and let you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, it's Madlions who's looking for a win, and it's going to be a tough one. They're facing off against favorites now in the group, and M80, as they are currently the only ones remaining undefeated. We'll be back in just a bit.
All right, now I will start talking again. Keep that volume low but high enough that I can hear it. Yeah. So okay. So I mean, we're looking at. I do want to, I guess, talk about my predictions and go more in depth. So it's M80 versus Madlions. It's pretty clear M80 is going to win this. I mean, okay. Think about it this way. The top player in the league is playing one of the bottom 2 players, or one of the bottom 4 players in the league right now. Yeah, he's the third place bottom. So he's not, Madlions is not great. Compared to a team like M80, which is currently the top dog. I would even say the guard is the top dog as far as like, assuming the guard gets back to where they were before this past week. I think the guard could still be the top dog to challenge M80. But as far as if we're just looking at points and losses, win-to-loss ratio, M80 has yet to be defeated, and I don't think Madlions is going to be the team to do it. I think we could be looking at a 2-0 win for M80 here. Madlions, not one of these, these core top 4 teams that's going to be able to challenge M80. Rather, Madlions is one of those bottom 2 teams that is not going to be there to challenge that is not going to be there to challenge M80. So I do think we're looking at a loss here for Madlions, strengthening M80's position, and also hurting Madlions' position even further, getting them closer and closer to, if it is a 2-0 loss, which I do think it's going to be, and I'm very confident in that, they will be literally second to bottom. I mean, they'll be below Turtle Troop, just because Turtle Troop did beat Moist Moguls. So, yeah, I mean, Madlions not looking great here, and I don't think they're gonna win this. What I will say is I do want to sort of go over, we're nearing that end of week 3, so I do want to talk about the positions overall. The obvious place to look is Group A, which has finished all of their games for this week at the end of week 3. How are we looking? Well, we've got a 4-team tie for for as far as like wins to losses. We've got 4 wins. We've got 4 teams with 1 win and 4 teams with, and those same teams also have 2 losses each. So, that's a little bit interesting. Moist Moguls has already played at Turtle Troop, and Turtle Troop did win against Moist Moguls. So, as far as this tie goes, this team's doing a little bit better than Moist Moguls after that 2-week break. And then Oxygen and Shopify were able to play. Oxygen beat out Shopify. So it's actually interesting that the teams that are below these ones are actually proving themselves to beat these top 2 teams. But these teams are still better overall just because of their performance on the maps that they did win, or on the games that they did win on the matchups. The teams that have yet to play are Moist Moguls and Oxygen. and Oxygen has proven themselves to be a very, very good team. I think it's just that the teams they've been paired up against recently has not been great, and has resulted in such a low position. But I do think, as far as Moist Moguls versus Oxygen, we'll see a win from Oxygen. And then Turtle Troop versus Shopify. I think we'll be looking at a win from Shopify. I think it's possible Turtle Troop wins, and I honestly think Turtle Troop, if there's a team that's going to be the underdog that you can look out for if you're rooting for an underdog, Turtle Troop, after that 2-week break, their performance against Moist Moguls was pretty impressive considering, how low they were. So I think Turtle Troop definitely has the potential. If you're looking for an underdog to look out for, don't watch OR. I mean, they're so far down. I don't know if there's a chance for them to get to that invitational. But if you want to look for a team that's in those bottom 4 that still has a chance to get to that invitational, I'd say Turtle Troop might be that deep underdog to look out for. Even Oxygen Esports, I think Moist Moguls is starting to dip below Oxygen Esports here. And we could see that. So yeah, if we're just looking at, if we're looking at an overview, week 3, how am I feeling about these teams in Group A? I do think we're looking at a win here for G2 Esports. I think they're going to dominate this top position, and I do think they're going to contend to M80 and the Guard for that top spot going into the Invitational, and I do think they're going to dominate this top spot. Obviously, next week we're going to see. Actually, it's not going to be next week. I do believe, unless I'm crazy, it should be. Yeah, I do think we're going to see. Yes, G2 against Shopify Rebellion. Oh, G2 against Shopify Rebellion. Okay. Interesting. So, wait, when did G2 play? Maybe. Completed. When did G2 play FaZe? G2 FaZe. Where is it? Some crazy. I need to like study these and memorize them. Oh, right off the bat. Okay. So we've already seen that matchup then. I thought we hadn't. So the fact that we've already seen that matchup, knowing G2 did beat FaZe there. So these matchups where we have G2 at Shopify, I'm not expecting an upset here. I mean, Shopify is a good team, don't get me wrong, and that first game that they did have was a very powerful game, and that's what made people think, okay, they may be contending G2 for this top spot, but their performance against FaZe, not great, and they're starting to sort of falter, and I don't think they're going to be the ones to dethrone G2. Yeah, so I think G2 is going to have a very easy path through. I think they're going to just continue to gain points. I don't think they're going to ever lose points in any of these games. I think it's going to be a 5-0 is what we're going to be seeing here. As far as FaZe Clan, I do think they're going to maintain this second position as well. I don't think they're going to win the rest of their games. We're going to be looking at a 4-1. Their only loss being to G2 makes sense for this team here. And then if we want to look even further, we've got Shopify. I do think they're just going to start losing more. We're looking at a 1-2. I think we may see a potential for a 1-4, but realistically probably a 2-3 here moving forward. They're going to lose to G2, and then they may win their last game. That last game will be who am I looking for? That last game for Shopify will be against G2. Oh, you know what? Actually, no. We may be looking at a 1-4 for Shopify would be my prediction then. And Moist Moguls, I feel like this week was a little bit of a fluke for them. So honestly, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking these games are going to be very interesting for these bottom 4 players. And it will be very, very interesting to see how they play against each other. But I do think we may still look at them holding these positions where it's, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, like this. Maybe some changing between these two. I do think Oxygen's slightly better than Moist, and so when we see them play against each other, I do think Oxygen will come out on top, put them up here. But I do think there's a good potential for Turtle Troop to stay down here. They're playing Shopify Rebellion. They may be able to win that and boost up. So but I do think these are going to stay the bottom 4. And then as far as the teams that have already played, I do want to wait for this game to happen so that way I can get a little bit more of an accurate prediction. But I mean, M80 is probably going to stay the top. And then, just looking at how they've performed this week, we don't have that performance yet. So I do want to wait for this game before I say how I think M80 is going to continue to perform. But right now they're at that top position, even after the guards game is over. So I do think this is going to happen, where they're going to just be leaps and bounds ahead of G2, the guard, and any other teams that come to challenge it. The guards' performance was very, very disappointing 2 days ago on Monday, and I do think that that they have a lot of room to improve. And I'm hoping that we do see that improvement and we do see them starting to come back here. Is what I would want to see from the guard. So I do want them to continue to stay in the second place in Group B, but I'm not sure if they will. And I'm hoping Monday was a little bit of a fluke against TSM, and that they're going to continue to win, and we'll see a 4-1 here. But in the game against M80 in the guard, between M80 and the guard, that's really going to determine if it's going to be a 4-1 or even a 3-1 or a 3-2. What we do want to see, though, is the guard beat out M80, so that way these two are tied as far as, like, Series 1 to loss. That win-loss ratio, we do want to be tied between these two, so that way it's as easy as possible for other teams to start to make their way in there. But we will see. Disguised showed themselves to not be playing at as good as they wanted to. They did say, or Exalt was saying that Disguised was at their peak and like playing as good as they could going into this week. And then they slipped up. They didn't get a 2-0 victory against the bottom team. So I mean, they did still win. It's still a victory for them. And I do think potentially we could be seeing. Honestly, they're gonna lose against M80. Is my prediction for that game. So I do think we're going to see this be a 3-2, but overall a positive win-loss, and I do think they do have the potential to maintain this third spot. After their game against TSM, so after that game against TSM, I do think it's going to be a very tough fight between these two, and I think this fight right here for third place in Group B between TSM and Disguise is going to be very interesting to watch. And assuming both of these teams do still qualify for that mid-season, it will be very, very interesting to see how they play going through mid-season and then going through Split 2 as well. These two fighting against each other for this, seeing who can be better between these two teams will be an interesting thing to watch. And I do hope they end up in the same group in Split 2. And then, we can look here at Madlions. They're about to play, so I'm not going to say how they've performed this week, obviously, because I haven't seen them perform. And then OR did not have a very good game against Disguised. They performed much, much better than I was anticipating based on their position over the past few weeks and over those first 2 weeks. I was expecting, a complete 2-0 victory from Disguised. They were able to get one map up on Disguised, and it was a very close game that they did win, and they did keep that decider close as well. And I do think they had a good chance of winning. They just got unlucky sometimes, and I think they could have played better, and there's a lot of room for improvement still. But are they going to make it to mid-season after this loss? No. I don't think there's even... I mean, there's a chance, sure, if they 2-0'd everybody in their path, but they won't 2-0 everybody in their path. I'm pretty... I've got a pretty firm stance on that. So yeah, I do expect OR to continue to start playing better, but just based off the past 3 weeks of their play, over their first three weeks, I don't think they're going to be challenging anybody else in Group B. And then obviously coming back into Split 2 after the midseason invitational, we'll see how OR does, and if they can start trying to climb to that top 8, which I know they're going to be trying to fight for. But they're going to be playing against Group A, which I do think Group A would have been a better fit for OR. Maybe if we'd switched out, OR for G2, it would have been a much more fun match here between some very good teams in Group B, and this would have been sort of like the easier group for FaZe probably to dominate. But yeah, I think OR got unlucky getting pitted against these very, very powerful teams, and I do think coming out of that mid-season, we'll start to see OR trying to play a little bit better. I do think over the course of these next 2 weeks, we will see them playing better, but if we just want to see what we're going to be looking at from OR, they obviously have this game against TSM. That game could be close. I mean, TSM is below Disguised, so they've lost. They're tied with Disguised win to loss, but they lost. Their loss was a lot worse than Disguised loss. Actually, no, Disguised loss wasn't that bad. Disguised just got, I believe their previous game was a 2-0. If I remember correctly. I could be wrong about that. Let me see over here. Yes, it was a 2-0, and that's the 2-0 that they needed to boost up to this positive number. Whereas TSM, their wins have been 2-1 wins, which is why they're still below off of that 2-0 loss. So anyways, TSM and Disguised very, very close. That will be a fun game to watch, but that's not what I'm talking about. I think if I'm talking about how this is going to go, I mean, I don't know. I lost my train of thought. But yeah, overall, I do think that these Group B will be a very interesting group to see how they perform going into Split 2. And TSM and Disguise will be in a very close battle. OR, I think, I was talking about if OR is going to beat TSM. Again, I do think it's possible, just based off of TSM's performance. But we also have to remember, they 2-0'd the guard. Or, TSM did 2-0 the guard, which Disguise did lose to the guard, right? So if we're thinking like, okay, is Disguised who beat OR, who lost to the guard, which TSM beat, obviously it was a little bit of a fluke game from the guard, so it's a little bit of a weird, thing to compare it to. But if we're thinking about that logically, I do think TSM has what it takes, especially seeing how they were playing after those first 2 weeks, to absolutely beat OR, and I don't know if OR is going to even come close. And then OR moving forward, so that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it'll be maybe a 2-1. OR might be able to get one map on them, but overall, OR's doesn't really have any hope going into the midseason invitational. They could absolutely try if they get pitted up against some of these teams. These bottom 4 teams on Group A moving, in that Split 2. I think they have a chance to start climbing to make it to the playoffs. But at the end of the day, I don't think they're going to make it there. That's pretty much it. That's all I have to say about each of these teams. Again, I want to wait for this game, and then at the end, I'll go over Madlion and M80. But that's pretty much it for Week 3. Now we're just waiting. So I've run out of things to talk about. Go ahead and refresh. Make sure there's nothing like crazy on the Twitter saying there's no more gameplay. But yeah, I'll go ahead and we're just gonna I'll full screen this. Play some music, but for until this game starts, we'll go ahead and just chill out, I guess. Because I have run out of things to talk about. So we'll go ahead and get this music on.
Welcome back to the desk here for Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. If you missed our first
back.
series,
Let's go.
it was a doozy. As it was Disguised taking things in 3 maps, but it was very close. That final map goes into overtime. Second map also went into overtime. The final map was actually double overtime as well, as neither team was willing to cede control. But now we've got another series on our hands. It's our last of the day, and it's going to be M80 versus Madlions. And Dust, I think I'd be lying if I said this was an easy one. You get it?
Matey.
Lion? I said I think I'd be lying if this was going to be easy. I'm so clever. But seriously, Dust, this is a tough matchup for Mad Lions.
Yes. No, it's not even close.
You just can't do it. Do you need the reset? Do you want me to ask that question to Tanner?
No, I just have to get past what you said because it was so cringe. But like, to get to your question, yeah, this is definitely going to be an uphill battle because M80 is like one of those teams that got built that look like just as soon as you read the roster, you're like, yeah, this team's going places, right? Yeah. I mean, you're basically taking some of the best parts of Ghost Gaming from last year that was very solid within the group stage of challengers but fell a little short in playoffs, and you're combining it with Xander, who is one of the better controller players in North America as far as fragging power goes, and he can assist with like secondary calling, and EU, who I have oftentimes said has been one of the most under the radar initiators in North America. Like, he is so underrated. The dude is so good, particularly on Sova, but he's also proven he can play other initiators very well also. So this roster honestly is just stacked for talent. And then Nismo and Koala right now are like, you know, kind of somewhere in or near the top.
Watching some of the Pro City gameplay, obviously it's a very different environment. But seeing M80 EU play in Pro City, he destroys the other teams. He's just a very, very powerful player, even in just regular ranked gameplay in Pro City. So he's a very, very good initiator and a very, very good player. Looks like they're showing the games so far, or sorry, the games that are yet to come. I do think this game will be one to watch if Disguise can get back up to maybe a better position as far as how they're going to play. And then this game, of course, will be a very fun game to watch if the Guard can get back up to where they were as well. So, yeah.
The Guard. Now, that last game, it's not going to be as important at that point because, in theory, M80 is likely to be undefeated or at least through to the mid-season face-off.
Assuming this guy doesn't...
It puts it into a really cool position, though. If the Guard do Week 5 beat M80, then you're really looking at round differential. You're really looking at head-to-heads. And they're very, very close. I think right now they're within just a couple of rounds. Obviously, the Guard have already played. But yeah, the schedule ahead of M80 is a good, I think, kind of tune-up schedule until they finally get to that Week 5 against the Guard.
Yeah, but one of the players that has been really leading the charge here for M80 is Koala, and I didn't realize how good Koala actually was until we pointed out the stat. I think this was you, Tanner, who brought this up.
Dangerous.
It's the first kill round wins that's particularly interesting. If you look, that means that he gets the first kill. He's gotten 30 first kills, and out of those 30, he's won the round. They've won the round 23 times, correct?
Yep, that's what it is. Yeah, 23 times that Koala has gotten the first kill in a round. They've won the round. Only 7 they've lost it. And then the stat right under it, that percentage stat right under it is the round wins if Koala dies first. It's 1 out of 9. So Koala Noob is quite literally the tip of the spear. Once that point is broken off, this M80 roster looks a lot weaker getting deeper into the round. So it's important not only that Koala stays alive and that Koala continues to do what he's doing, because I think he's just leading in first kills in general. But it is something that M80 could take a look at and say, okay, how do we nullify this guy? Which it feels impossible. And then you've got this guy right next to him, and Nismo. Again, look at that. Their stats are almost identical.
Right, yeah. I mean, you talked about a lot of different stats that you saw there that Quality was #1 in, but he's also top 3 in ADR, KD ratio. You know, you name it. This guy's towards the top end of the leaderboard of it. And like you said, Nismo is right there in the mix as well. Always has been a fantastic initiator who also sometimes flexed the raise. Super consistent fragger. Again, it was like the star of Ghost Gaming last year for a lot of the year that helped them do so well in the group stage of challengers. And, you know, you put these two guys together and they can just wreak havoc on the server. And then, again, they're just stacked because after that, that's when you got Xander and EU. And then John Cutie's a pretty solid fragger for an IGL. So, I mean, again, they're just stacked with talent on this team.
And when you look at the team they're facing off against as well, you look at a team in Mad Lions who I think coming into the season, I had maybe a little bit higher expectations. Obviously, the team was under a different moniker. They were signed by Mad Lions to start the season. This is formerly the Dark Ratio roster. But they have really struggled. Outside of the first map that they played here in Split 1, they have not found a win, and they've been struggling to even get double digits. They hit 13-2 in their first map against TSM. It was a victory on Icebox. Then they lost the series after going 13-10 in back-to-back maps. Last week they got smacked. And by last week, I don't mean last week. I mean the last week of competition. They got smacked 13-2, 13-5. And
This
now
guy's had a very
they're
good
making
game.
changes.
Yeah.
Before we jump into the big changes, I just want to put it out into the universe. I want to see the Mad Lions of week 1. That's what I want to see, because it seemed like after that loss to TSM, they played DSG, they get the break speed off of them, and it felt like their confidence was completely shot after a very close week 1. So I want to see them return to that style of play for Mad Lions. And maybe this change that we're looking at
After
here
just such a defeating loss for first game loss or last game loss to Disguised, they need something, and hopefully this change will help. Hopefully for them, I mean, it will help them. Maybe they've over the past 2 weeks they've been able to get that team chemistry going and getting those practices in. I'm looking forward to these games just to see exactly how well Mad Lions has been able to improve themselves with this roster change and just overall how they're going to be able to play better moving forward. I mean, it's after seeing such a defeating loss to Disguised, I'd be surprised if Mad Lions is able to turn it around. But obviously, when you're down that bad, the only way to go is up. So hopefully for them, that's the direction they're headed in.
The numbers look pretty good when you look at just his stats from these matches that you're seeing here. But again, they're so limited, and the level of competition is so much different than what he's about to face today, that this is going to be a massive test for Narrate. Either he's going to pass with flying colors, and we're all going to be impressed by yet another upcoming talent in our region, or he's going to really feel what it's like to play up against the big boys.
And I think it leans towards the former, because he's got literally nothing to lose, right? Hey, you're tossed into week 3 kind of as this ringer. There are very, very little, or should be very little expectation, sure, as an individual player.
Yeah.
Go click heads. That's what you're supposed to do. But I don't think he's expected coming in for Mad Lions. I hope he's not expected to just be that Band-Aid fix to where now they're going to win out and they're going to qualify for playoffs. So I think he comes into this one a weight off his shoulders, and he can just be that strong ranked demon that they need in the firepower department.
They basically just need him to play an unhinged style of play, like the kind of play where it's like, well, I didn't really know what to expect when I came in, so I just do what I did. Right? And it works. Sometimes it does work. There's like that adaptation period where someone can come in and do that. The fact that they swapped out their most experienced player for what is potentially one of the least experienced players playing at this level is somewhat interesting. But we'll have to see how that plays out across the series. We can take a look at the maps as well, because I think there's a world where maybe Mad Lions can sneak a map victory in here, especially with them getting Icebox. That's a map that they've played well on. However, the same could be said for M80. Yeah. Both teams have really strong wins this split already, Tanner, on Icebox. Pearl is an interesting pick for me, though, because it's the map they lost.
This is going to be interesting. This is the first Icebox I think we've seen in a while. It's been a minute. Most teams ban Icebox very, very quickly, or at the very least don't pick it. So I'm honestly excited to see Icebox after a little while. I'm not a huge fan of Icebox, but just seeing it in the queue after a little while. And today today no Lotus. So these past few days we've had Lotus. This today no Lotus. M80 bans it probably because they're less experienced on it. M80 picks Pearl. Mad picks Icebox. We'll see now that they've got that new player change if Icebox is the pick for them. Both teams play very, very well on Icebox. Most teams play very, very well on Icebox. And then it will be a fracture decider. So I'm excited about this. I really, truly am. I'm hoping it'll go well for Mad Lion. I do want to see them, maybe win a game or two. Not obviously not two, but just to see if they really do have the fire they need to win.
Right, because they didn't participate in qualifiers. They didn't participate in any off-season events. So, like, literally the only thing we have to look at is, A, what their roster is on paper and what they've done in the past, and therefore project how successful we think we can be going forward just based on that. And then the 2 series that they've played so far this split, which has been against OR Esports and against TSM, and a lot of that success was predicated on Haven in both of those series. And, Pearl was a loss, but they picked it here. So clearly they must have confidence in it still, even though they got the opening loss there to OR. So it's really to me, it's like the mystery box. Like, who knows what their map pool is, bro?
To just kind of throw more into that mystery, right? Map 3 being Fracture, a map that we saw Mad get demolished by DSG. Again, a week where they just didn't look the same. It didn't look like the Mad Lions who really came to show up in week 1. But it's completely unknown for M80. So map 3 Fracture could just be actually the Wild West of one of those games where it's the closest games, but it could look incredibly sloppy. It could be all over the place. I love the maps where Trick can play the Sova, so I would love to see more of that. Unfortunately, we're kind of robbed of that. I think that's kind of the win condition, and I think map 3, although it's a big question mark, Mad did not show a very good showing on it.
I think one of the important things to think about, too, when you're talking about the Pearl pick, and even just the fact that Icebox gets through, you could argue that maybe there's a world where they should have banned that if they knew that Mad Lions was good on it. Just knowing that, in theory, M80 should have a pretty deep map pool. Lotus is in play now, and so is Split. 2 maps that probably neither team really wants to play, obviously, considering that they did get banned. And it was actually M80 who banned both of those maps. They banned out Lotus and they banned out Split. And I think a little bit of that is fear, because they're like, okay, we have a target on our backs. Like, we're definitely a team to watch out for coming into this split. Everyone knows that we're really good. So we're going to get rid of these, like, fringe maps that people might be trying to, like, pull some one-trick nonsense on, where they're going to catch us off guard. And they're going to find a victory that we weren't anticipating. So you end up on Pearl, you end up on Icebox, you end up on Fracture. I still think, though, Dust, just looking at these 2 teams on paper, with the change that was made with Will now swapping out and Narrate coming in, even before that I would still say that M80 is the favorite, regardless of the map pool. They just have such a good core. They played together for a while. They were really strong last year. It's a hard battle for M80 for Mad
Man, that was a really hot take, Bach. Like, I mean, very risky of you to put that one out there. I don't. You're really hedging your bets on that one. But no, of course, M80 is just loaded with talent in every single role. And you forget that Pearl is also a map that has not been great for Mad Lions. They got thrashed by Disguised on it, right? So even if M80 had their loss, it was a little bit of a different story, right? Much closer affair. And again, we have no idea. The sample size is just too small to draw any conclusions, I think, when it comes to Mad Lions. And really, you could say the same thing for both teams, to be honest, as far as like sample size goes and what to expect for the map pool. But
I will say, though, the fact that M80 has lost a map to OR, who's now the bottom, is a little bit of an interesting, it's something to think about that, M80 is not the strongest team. They're definitely not an impenetrable fortress, despite being that top dog right now. So I think there's a chance for Mad Lion. But anyways, we're moving into it now, into the player select, in the agent select. We've got EU on Fade, another initiator role. We've got Narrate, the new player on Jet. We've got Xander on Astra. We've got Ange on Astra as well. Sorry, I can't think. Nismo on KO. Trick on switching over to Sky. John Cutie over on Killjoy. Drone on Fade. Koala Noob on Jet, and Zexro on Killjoy. Okay, so switching from KO to Sky was very it almost seemed like a split decision, but we do have a Fade on either team, and then that Sky on Trick instead of having that KO is definitely an interesting choice there. But I'm not, I think it'll be interesting to see if that Sky difference, getting that flash, that extra sort of like flash information, being able to use that bird is going to be any different than just having that KO knife, if it's going to matter here on Pearl. We will see M80 starting out on attack, and it looks like they're going to be leaning more towards B. Mad, definitely in a tough position, is going to have to figure out how they're going to want to play this against a very powerful team like M80, and I'm interested to see how they I would love to see how they prepared for this in such a tough matchup like this. But we're getting into it. M80 going for B, but we do also have Nismo and Xander peeking out A to see if they can make some early contact, which they won't be able to. While the rest of M80, including the Spike, is down at B main. Nobody pushing mid. We do have that Killjoy turret watching mid, but nobody is going to be peeking mid, and nobody peeking mid for Mad either. EU is going to get a nice early pick on Narrate, and they may just want to rotate onto B off of that, or they can rotate off of, which is looking like what they're going to be doing. We just see Mad pushing out, and Ange is actually there in A main. So I mean, Nismo and Nismo may encounter her. They're definitely not anticipating that. That's going to be an easy kill for Ange, as Nismo's not looking, and they're able to get that pick on Xander, which is going to even the player count when that's traded off. So now it's a 3v3, a little bit of a better position now for Mad than right at that beginning. Koala are going to just be able to get on there and get that kill on Zextro. Drone going to be able to take out John Cutie, and EU going to be able to take out Drone, giving M80 the player advantage once again in a 1v2. We do have Trick, who is coming in here. A little bit of a difficult position here for him to try and figure out how he's going to play this. It's coming. He decides to go through Secret. He's going to encounter Koala and EU around the same time. Pulls his knife out. Interesting choice. And he's going to encounter EU, not expecting EU to be out that far. EU's going to be able to get that pick. That's a 3K for EU and a nice first round for M80. 2 players left alive. Yeah, some good plays from both teams. I mean, that kill, the getting 2 picks from Ange was very, very useful for Mad, but they weren't able to turn that into anything. That double kill right there, which we see again. It's a very, very nice few picks, but then you know, Koala and EU were just able to lock it down through very, very strong players. Left alive was probably the wrong move for Mad. Those two being able to stay alive is definitely what helped them win. And now we're going to see a 3-player push from both teams. We do have a 4-player actually from M80, but Xander's going to be able to take out Ange. Not going to be able to finish off Narrate or Drone, but then they're going to come out with that classic right-click both of them, get that 3K. And that's going to be a very strong first play from M80, who is now going to have to fight is now going to have a very easy 5v2. Madlions going to have to fight this 2v5 in a very, very difficult position. All Trick has is a shotgun, is a shorty. We get that molly from Nismo to try and force Mad to back off. And I don't even know if they're going to push this, because, I mean, from Madlions' position, how would they push this? We do see EU now coming and pushing aggressively, probably going to get shortied. And we do see that Trick pushes out aggressively, and it doesn't pay off. Not able to take out EU, who goes back into the smoke, maybe just can't connect. EU going to get taken out by Koala Noob at the same time that he is pushing. Or, sorry, not EU. Zextro going to get taken out by Koala Noob at the same time that he is pushing. The score is now going to be 0-2. M80 obviously was supposed to win that round. You know, you do force buy there to be in a better position than your opponent off of that pistol round win. And now, off of that save round, Madlions going to be able to buy, and they're going to be in a better position guns-wise. Just barely in a better position, I should add. So, you know, there's definitely still a good chance that they do lose this. M80 does buy some good guns there. And so Madlions definitely still could lose this, and they actually 4-stack A as 2 are going to aggressively push out main. And nobody's there, so they're going to be able to grab orb off of that, but now M80 is going to be able to push very aggressively into B. And Madlions is going to have to play retake here, as M80 is pretty much just going to be allowed to run onto site, as Madlions waits for their team to play retake. And now Madlions, it's in their, the ball's in their court. The spike's down. They have to push here, and we are going to see them come through. They're checking. You know, Nismo's watching that rafter. Nobody's up there yet, so not going to be able to catch anybody there. Zexter going to be able to get that pick on Koala. Trick going to be able to take out EU. Nismo going to take out Drone though. Narrate though going to take out Xander, and now it's a 3v2. Nismo waiting for somebody to ping Spike, and he's able to get that 4K. Narrate though, the new young blood, able to take out Nismo, and that's going to be a 3K for Narrate. And he's going to be able to win against M80 there. I mean, if there's a way to show that you may be new to the team, but you're going to play your best, that was how you do it in that 3K position. Koala Noob not quite, or sorry, Nismo not able to completely clutch up the situation there in that position. So very, very well played there from Madlions. The only issue is M80 was going to have better econ if they were, whether or not they won or lost. So what Madlions needed to do was keep as many players alive as possible, and they weren't able to do that. So it's going to have to be a save round from them. They do still have that Vandal and Narrate. but it's going to be a save round. M80 should be able to win this round pretty easily. That spike is left in their spawn as they test A and B, probably looking for some early picks, some early engagement, which Madline's not providing them with. Madline playing far back, just gonna sort of let M80 do what they want to do. That Sky Bird does come out from Trick to get that vision. Koala pushes up to see that jump peak, which Trick is going to survive. That dog comes out as well to clear and get some vision. And now M80 has started to rotate over from A towards B. They're grabbing that spike and bringing it over as well. And M80 is going to be able to push him. Narrate able to take out John Cutie, though, from Hall. So they now know 2 are Hall. But that smoke's going to go down, let them push out. Let them rotate out of Hall. Narrate's now going to be able to go CT. And off of that death, M80 is just going to rotate over to A. Probably the smartest move here when you are down a player. So it's a 5v4 right now. M80 going to try and play this as best they can. Trick is very low on health, so they do have a little bit of an advantage in that situation. Narrate has given the Vandal over to Zextro, as Narrate is going to use his knives. Xander pushing through that swarm as Nismo plants, and Ange just going to get taken out there. Narrate going to be able to take out Xander, but not before being traded off. EU also taking out Zextro, so M80 is now up a player. In a 2v3, it's going to be difficult for Madeline, who does have to play retake. We're going to see them coming through art. And a Vandal is given to Drone, who's going to push in with more health. We see Koala Noob just take out Drone with the op. It doesn't matter how much health each person has. Nismo is going to finish off Trick. And that's going to be another round to M80. It was a save round from Mad, so, they were just trying to do as much damage as possible, and they did do some good damage. Obviously, M80 is still going to be able to full buy here off of that. It's not going to force them into saves or light buys. So, Madeline's still going to be worse economy-wise, but they are in a pretty decent position here. Score is 1-3.
Things are going to be a little bit more difficult now to M80 to find that map control with Sniper in his hands.
M80 testing B, looking for some early engagement. The spike is over near mid A, which M80 is going to... It looks like they're just going to be angling towards that A. No early engagement there. B long, they did see, there was some contact made, but no damage being exchanged other than Koala taking a little bit. And M80 has completely taken control of mid. And it almost seems like Madeline knows this, playing very cautiously around mid, watching it. We see that Astra util goes down B-Link, and it looks like that's where M80's going to be trying to push. Gonna back off a little bit as the rest of them does push through art, push through art. Trick's going to be able to get that pick on EU and B-Link, and that is going to solidify M80's push towards A, which is going to be held by Madlions. Drone watching as Xander comes through, going to be there. John Cutie, however, going to take out Ange as they push through art. And it's a 4v3. Madeline is up a player. Still very winnable for M80, though. Koala does have that operator. So if Mad can dig out that op, they may have a pretty decent chance here. Zex are able to take out Nismo. So now it's a 2v4. Still very winnable for Madeline, though, with that op watching secret. Not to say that that Madeline doesn't have their own op. There is an operator on Narrate, so it may come down to who can play better with the op. Zex are able to take out John Cutie, just down to Koala Noob, who has to watch for 4 different people in a 1v4. Able to take out Zexro. That spike is going to start getting diffused, though, and Koala Noob's just probably going to save off of that. And Madeline's just going to be able to hold that. Diffuse, and now the score is 2-3. Madeline playing pretty well here. And now M80 in a little bit of a worse spot economy-wise. So not everybody's going to be able to full buy here. Still pretty decent playing from all of the players. M80 still having a very good game. We've seen EU have some great plays. We've also seen Narrate solidify his position as this sort of new player for Madlion and showing that he can help to win them some of those rounds. M80 pushing very aggressively through mid, and it looks like they're going to be challenging that B link. They just keep pushing. They're not going to let the Killjoy util stop them. Trick's going to get pushed very, very quickly. Able to get a pick, though, so it's a trade-off. What else can he do in that 1v4 situation? EU is going to be pushing this op. Narrate's going to be able to take out Koala Noob. EU's going to try and stop Narrate from getting away, but Narrate's going to be able to get away. EU's going to go for that plant, and Narrate's going to try and challenge that with a wallbang, but EU's not going to take that damage. And then that defender side lockdown comes down, and that attacker side lockdown comes down. And so it's still in an advantage for Madline, but oh, EU's gonna get trapped there. So now Madline really does have the advantage. John Cutie's not gonna be able to protect him with that swarm, and Zextra's gonna get that kill. Drone's gonna kill. Ange's gonna kill, killing all of each other. And overall, Mad's gonna be up. 4 of them still left alive. Trick being the only one who dies means that there's gonna be some good economy now for Madline. Gonna still be able to full buy for drone. And M80, of course, going to be in a very nice position. And it looks like Madline is going to buy 2 ops, or is going to have 2 ops. They're going to buy another one. And M80 is not going to be able to full buy. They did force there, and it didn't work out. So now they're going to have to save. After going through those pistol rounds that M80 did win, Madline has started to come back here and win some of these rounds. Trying to solidify their position here. And again, Narrate having a very good game so far. For Madline, trying to solidify his position here. Ange is going to get concussed though in B link, and Koala is just going to be able to very quickly take him out with those knives. Narrate actually pushing that a little bit with the operator. Now they do have 2 ops, so not going to be able to get that kill there. Isn't going to take any damage to it. Would have been a free kill for him. But he was not able to connect there, and off of that, M80 is just going to run through connector, try to get away, and probably move towards A, but they are actually backing up more towards B-Link again. Nismo, starting to jiggle peek these corners, these angles, hoping that the op isn't there, which it isn't. And Matt has actually started rotating over towards A. Both of those ops are over there. And Trick is holding B long, pushing up, but where he would encounter John Cutie, but he also might get pushed from behind, which he is, but he's able to take a Koala Noob. John Cutie definitely looking for that pick on his flank and is able to get it. And that is going to give, M80 that continued 1-player advantage, so it's a 3v4 for Mad. Again, they do have 2 operators to use, but they may just want to save here. Again, they do have 2 operators that they definitely don't want to give to M80 on their save round. And the spike is down. Time is ticking. Mad is sort of going to have to pick. You do see Nismo holding this angle. Just waiting. Drone is going to walk right into his crosshair. Narrate, though, going to be able to trade Nismo off, but trades are not what Mad is looking for. Xander going to be able to take out Zextra. Narrate not going to be able to defend that, and off of that, just going to run away. A 1v3 with an op is not going to be a very easy win for him, so he's just going to try and save that op, prevent M80 from getting another one. Xander does collect that op that John Cutie had, or sorry, that Zextra had. Very nice round there from M80. On a save round, taking that win, trying to say, okay, nope, we let you have 2, but now... But, sorry, we let you have 3, but now we're just going to turn it around and come back to win it. Yeah, a very nice round from M80, who decided to play a little bit more aggressively with how they were going to push. And that's what we do see on the save rounds, and I think that's why so many save rounds are won, is because they are pushing more aggressively, because what do they have to lose? Versus I feel like a lot of teams on offense play safer on those full buy rounds. Speaking of safe rounds, anyways, Koala is going to take out Ange, and then Drone's going to get flash. Xander's going to be able to take advantage of that. Zextra is just going to get pushed, not able to defend himself, and 5 players left alive for M80. 3 of Madlions players down. M80's going to be able to push in. A flash there is going to allow Trick to pick off EU. So, evening that player count, it's still a 2v4. Does he know Nismo's there? He's able to predict it. Now it's a 2v3, and that Trick's able to get 2 kills here. Oh, that operator shot from Koala Noob is just going to shut him down. Oh, and it's an op difference. Koala is able to take him out. And Narrate, although proving himself to be a very well placed and well picked uh, 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 player for Madline, he's definitely showing himself to be. Even though he's new, he's able to show himself as a good player and solidify that. He's not able to carry, and actually M80 calls a timeout here after getting that win. They want to, I guess, maybe sort of get a little bit of an ego check going, making sure they're not so confident in this win that they start slipping up. They want to figure out how they can carry this momentum. We do actually see John Cutie and Drone, both as the bottom frags, have the exact same amount of kills. But then you look at that top frag difference, and Koala Noob does have 2 more kills than Narrate. A little bit of a better jet, maybe. I don't know if it's necessarily any one player's fault. I feel like Mad just sometimes doesn't have that positional awareness, and M80 is just a little bit of a better team here. I'm able to outgun in those duel situations. Trick did just have a really good round, went from 4 kills to 6, so not too bad for Trick. And I think Madline does have a lot of potential right now. And they've won probably more rounds in this first half so far after just 8. Winning 3 of the 8 already, solidifying themselves. And definitely winning more than maybe you'd assume from a team like Madline that did lose so badly to Disguised in that second week. Trying to come back from that and prove, no, we're going to take those 2 weeks to really work on ourselves. And we do see M80 coming in and pushing through mid. That spike was left in their spawn, but it's going to get picked up by Nismo to also go through mid.
Just saying to himself, surely there's only going to be one here. I don't care, right? I'm not going to pop the tailwind. There's only going to be one on this angle. And just walking out towards mid.
And there's actually 4 on B for Mad. Off of a little bit of contact there, and then that KO knife, which is going to give them which is going to give M80 the positional awareness they need to sort of push very quickly into A through mid. They're able to get that pick on Zexro, which is going to make it a lot easier for them. Koala Noob's going to take out Narrate. Eu's going to be able to take out Drone, who's pushing. This is a save round for Mad. I didn't mention that, but yeah, it is a save round for Madline, so it's not going to be easy. You know, they're not supposed to win this one. And they're both going to go through CT, able to take out the op with the Sheriff. Nismo, however, just going to kill both Trick and Ange for that double kill, and that's going to give M80 another round, and they've secured the first, or at least 6 rounds of this half. Definitely looking for more than that to try and, you know, get to that, you know, probably 9-3 is what they're looking for right now. I do think Madline has the ability to win maybe 1 or 2 more rounds here, and they just need to figure out what it is they're doing poorly defensively. And I think now might be the time to take a timeout in this first half, but they may just want to save it for that second half in the case that they are you know, down on down in a really bad position. They may just want to save their timeouts for that case. But yeah, on a buy round now for Madline. They do have an operator, so they've got a lot of good guns here. Ooh, that Swarm is going to be very, very good at taking a lot of Koala's health, as well as EU's. And there's no heals for M80. That may be why Trick went for this guy, was for those heals. Or sorry, that might be why Mad went for the Sky for the heals. M80 doesn't have that. They've got KO instead of Sky, so a little bit of a you know, now there is that health disadvantage. It shouldn't be a problem for M80 though, a very tough team. And Xander hoping somebody will push out, and Trick is there, but he's not pushing out. He's lurking, hoping somebody will push him, and it looks like Xander may just be pushing into A. That way he can be there with his team as his team does start to move more towards A. Koala looks away right as Narrate's about to push that. And now there's some of that engagement between Xander. Drone able to take out Nismo. John Cutie able to take out Drone. And over in A main, Trick is able to take out Xander. He is going to res Nismo, so it's a 4v4 still. Zexro gonna be there to take out John Cutie, but John Cutie's going to outgun him. John Cutie also going to be able to take out Ange in secret, and suddenly Mad is down 2 players to M80. It's a 4v2 right now. Madline does have that op. Trick going to be able to wallbang EU. Very, very nice there. And Denari got to catch John Cutie right as he looks away. So we've got one through main and one through CT. Going to be able to play together. Trick going to be able to blind Nismo. And now it's just Koala with the op, who's going to be not able to be held off. And now it's a knife versus a classic, which Koala Noob is going to win. And that's a clutch for Koala Noob in a 1v2 situation. Is going to give M80 another win. Maybe now is the time for Mad Lion to take this this timeout that I was just talking about. Now that they are down a round, so M80 has secured themselves the advantage going into the next half. Very, very good for them. M80 is not, sorry, Madeline is not going to take this timeout. M80 did already take a timeout at this half to secure their, once they were up, they wanted to continue to secure those rounds, and it looks like it's helping, that they are going to continue to be up rounds, and we do see M80 now pushing pretty aggressively through B, 4 out of the 5 of them there, while Xander is going to be watching A. That Koala is going to get down to just 40 health. Now it is a save round for Madline, so a little bit of a tough situation for them. Koala Noob's going to be able to use that op on Trick. And Madline does see, there's a lot of people going into B, so they may just decide to back off here. And Narrate is going to be able to use the one bundle that they do have to take out Koala. That attacker Killjoy lockdown is coming through. Narrate may not be able to get away in time. Xander is going to catch Zexer trying to come through Link. And I was right. Narrate was not able to get away in time. He is going to be caught. Will M80 be able to find him? I don't think so. No, he's back up with that Vandal. It's a 3v4. It's still very winnable for Madeline if they can retake well. Nismo and you watching each other's backs, watching CT and Link, and Narrate's actually able to take out Nismo before EU can take him out. That's going to even it. Drone's going to prowler through to try and get some early contact. Narrate is pushing out pretty aggressively with the help of that Astra smoke, but there is another one there waiting. That defuse is going to go off, and John Cutie's going to be there to fire through the smoke and get it down. Narrate's going to get 4 kills before he's shut down by EU, and now it's a 1v1, which EU is going to win, just having more health. And that's going to give that round to M80. It's still very, very good from Narrate, but the rest of Madeline was just not able to collect in. And I mean, yeah, people were talking, is Narrate a good choice? They swapped out their most experienced player for their least experienced player, and it seems to be paying off. Madeline now going to take this time out. It is a bye round for them on this last round of the half. They do want to secure this round. I do think they maybe should have done the timeout a little bit earlier. But I guess off of that loss, they do want to try and secure a 4th round in order to give them as much of an advantage as possible moving into the rest of this map. So far, decent, pretty good play from Madline and also M80, mostly M80, but Madline also just has had a very good map so far against. I mean, probably performing better than I thought they were going to, especially with Narrate, who's new, able to show himself. Trick also doing very, very well. The rest of the team kind of lacking. Zexer, Ange, and Drone just not able to step up, and I do think they need to start getting, winning more of those duels and engagements, and they're just not getting there, and M80 is a team that does not miss. So, if you're stuck in a duel with M80 and you are whiffing, there's no room for that. Koala and Narrate fighting for that top frag and that match MVP position. Narrate just not going to quite be there, just able to connect a lot of the time, but just not here, and it's going to be 12 kills for Narrate and 14 for Koala. Yeah, we do need to see most of Madeline pushing up better. Koala's gonna get hit by that dog from Trick, and they're gonna get some vision there, at least on 2 players. And now Madeline's got that awareness, and they're gonna back up. They're not gonna engage that. And M80 is going to start pushing down. There is that Killjoy util on A. And M80 is not pushing through mid at all. John Cutie is there, but not pushing yet. Xander's pushing up through A main. That Astra smoke comes out, and they're trying to prevent him. They're trying to prevent you from getting that orb, but he does get it. So they do have a Fade ult now if they do want to use that to push in. Narrate also does have those knives here, using them on this final round.
A bit closer on the angle here in Flowers as well.
We just see EU getting ready to use that initiation and get that ult out. That flash comes out as well, and Koala's going to be there to push in and take out Trick. Zexer are going to be able to take out Xander. Now stuck in dugout, probably going to get pushed. Is able to get another pick though, taking out Nismo before EU takes him out, which is going to even the player count. It's a 3v3, and Narrate's going to use the knives to take out Koala. And now it's a 2v3 for M80. Still very winnable for them. The spike is down. It's planted actually for CT. And it's going to be planted for Maid, where nobody is to watch it. So it's a little bit weird that that spike is planted, because it's actually in the hands of M80, but not expecting to get pushed from behind by Koala. EU's able to take out Narrate, but then Ange is just going to finish off the last two players of M80. Two players still left alive for Mad. I don't know if that was the timeout that helped them, or just M80 did plant very weirdly, and the spike was not in their hands at all going into that. So M80, I would say, this is what I don't want to say like they're throwing, but that was a little bit of a throw there to give Madline that last round. I think maybe Koala Noob was expecting to be long and to be able to watch it, but wasn't there, so it was in the hands of Madline, who were able to use it there, and were able to use the fact that the spike was in their hands to secure that round. Now we're switching sides, and it's Madline on attacking. We'll see if they can play attacking well. I think today we've seen a lot of lacking defense defensively, so we'll see if Madline's offense will be just as good, if not better, than M80's offense, or if M80 will be able to secure this defense win. We do see 4 out of the 5 of M80 on A. They do got that Killjoy set up on B to help ward Madline off, but most of M80 is going to have a very long rotate over to B, as 3 of them, including the Spike, are pushing through B link, while the rest push through main, and we actually already have Narrate on site in Hall. And now Mad is going to be able to push on. Narrate's going to be able to take out John Cutie from that Hall position, and also now Koala Noob. Nismo going to finally get a pick on Mad, taking out Drone, but Zexer is going to take out Nismo for a trade. It's a 4v2 right now. Madline in a very good position. EU is up Heaven, and Xander's going to be able to take out Ange from that CT position. EU from Heaven is going to be able to take out Trick. Very good team play. Now is going to make it a 2v2, where M80 is down on health, so Madline in a bit of a better position. M80 does have to push this. Narrate is going to be able to take out EU. Narrate going for that 4K, but Zexer is going to end up getting that kill in the end. 2 players left alive for Madline. A very, very good pistol round for them. And they should get another round off of that. Like I always say, they should be able to force by here and get another round. I mean, if Neri wanted to, he could actually full buy a gun. That's how good he did that round. And I mean, yeah, now we're seeing Narrate's ahead of Koala Noob in kills. Like I said, they're vying for that match MVP, and Narrate wanting to establish himself in pro play is definitely trying to establish that dominance over one of the best teams in Challengers right now. John Cutie is going to be watching B alone again, as 4 players, 4 M80 are on A. And once again, Madline is pushing B. Now, not 3 through mid link, through B link this time. Only 2 looking at mid, and they're not pushing. Koala Noob is actually going for this flank, but is going to get detected, and Zexer is going to challenge it. Does do that jump peek, not going to see anybody, and may just decide to back off. But Koala Noob is there for that flank. On the other side of the map, Madline has started to push up and challenge B, but is now backing off. And Koala Noob is still sitting there in A main, and we do see Madline running knives out. Koala Noob may be able to get a kill here. Madline looking at mid, and Drone is going to right on top of Koala Noob in his hands. And actually going to check that Koala Noob's trigger finger. Should have triggered there. He had some good trigger discipline, but it was peaked and checked. Narrate now able to be up 2 players as they peek that mid. EU actually able to get a 3K with the right click. Very nice 3K from EU, and now it's a 2v3, able to gain back that advantage and the guns, and then get that ace with the Vandal that he just picked up. Nice round there from EU and M80. Wow. Not looking in. That was not looking in M80's favor. And Madline was able to, or sorry, Madline, who was able to take out Kuala Lumpur very, very quickly in that sort of very good lurk position. It then just goes down to EU, who's able to right click with a classic 3 times, pick up that Vandal, and go for that 4th and 5th kill on Madline. Very, very nice there from M80. Score is now 5-9. M80 starting to gain that advantage back. Kuala Lumpur pushing up very aggressively. He's going to get blinded. Can he get away? Trick is going to get hit by that fade util from EU. Nismo actually going to be able to get 2 kills. Kuala Lumpur able to get another kill, and then Narrate finally able to fire back, getting 2 kills. Nismo able to take out Narrate. Zexro able to take out John Cutie. And it's a 1v2 right now. Zexro is actually on site, going to be pushing back at Nismo, but Nismo does detect. The spike is in the hands of Nismo just barely, but they're actually backing up, waiting for Xander, and I think they're actually going to push A together. So Zexer does have this spike to himself. Nobody's watching it. Obviously, he doesn't know that, but he is going to be able to grab it. And it looks like he may actually start rotating towards B, or maybe he's just trying to check, see if he can get a good pick before he goes to plant on A. But he's actually pushing out through main. And M80 has looped around to go for that flank, while Zexro's starting to push towards B, or maybe even going through mid to A to do that sort of loop around. They don't have a sentinel. M80 does not have a sentinel to sort of get some of that good vision. They do have Nismo with the knife to get some vision, but he has no idea where Zexro could be. Zexro now doesn't have time, gonna have to decide. He's got 10 seconds left. He's got to push onto site where M80 is pushing. He should have gone B, and they do hear him walking in. Zexro's able to get Nismo who whiffs, but Xander's going to be there to trade it off. A trade Madline can't afford is going to give M80 that round. It was a little bit of a forced light buy there from Madline. Not forced, but they did have a light buy there. So they do have money now to full buy. M80 now has a very stable and solid econ. Not very stable, I wouldn't say that, but they're starting to build that stable econ. And Madline, who needs to win this round to maintain that stable econ. They did win a few, they won those first 2 rounds, said, okay, maybe we can get in here, but M80 is just returning, saying, nope, no, we're still going to dominate this map. It is M80's pick, and it is Pearl, so it should go to M80 here. More practiced, and also seemingly to be a better team, although Narrate is trying to carry Madlion to that victory. They run up, grab that orb. They have that lockdown now. Madlion, are they going to challenge A? No, they're just playing for a little bit of a lurk while the spike goes through mid, possibly to A, while the rest of the team waits. But it is actually backing up more towards that B side, just to give it to Ange. It looks like where they're gonna go through to A. There's Killjoy Util, which will be watching Art, and now we see that lockdown come out, and that counter ult from Fade, from EU to try and push, help push them off. Trick now coming through mid is gonna get detected by that alarm bot, and they're gonna get sort of warded back off of A. Now EU is going to have to challenge. Lots of trades being killed. Overall, it's still a 2v2. After all of that, Ange is down on health. The rest of the team up. Kuala Lumpur does have an operator to help with this retake. Oh, he's gonna get vision, but not gonna be able to get that kill. Nismo gonna be able to take out Ange at the same time though, and then Trick's gonna take out Nismo before Koala finishes them off for that win for M80. A little bit of BMing. Yeah, another round for M80. Madlions should probably take a timeout here. With M80 getting ever so much closer to that 13th round here. Madlions probably wants to take a timeout here. Madlions or M80 2 rounds away. M80 did sort of have a good first few rounds, but now they're just not in that. We just see Madlions now taking that timeout. Narrate's been playing very, very well. I think that is the inconsistency, though. I mean, this is sort of what we talked about in the previous matchup, in the previous series, where Disguise was just playing better consistently compared to OR. And so you look at M80, who's playing very well consistently, 19, 17, 14. It drops off a little bit. It goes 9 and then 8. But then you look at Madline, and it's a very big difference. You go 20 to 12, to 10 to 7 to 4. Like, very big differences between the players. I mean, Jerome's not having a good game. Very big inconsistency. And M80 is able to take advantage of that. Narrate, he can carry, but he can't carry that hard. He's currently the match MVP, but will he be for long? I mean, if they just take him out very early on, there's not a whole lot he can do. I mean, we need players like Drone on that initiator as Fade role, trying to push out. You do see, I mean, you look over at M80 and EU is on top as Fade, and then you look over at Mount Lion and you see Drone on bottom as Fade. It's not great. It's not great counterplay from Mount Lion like you would like to see when they're trying to challenge. Now we do see Madline. It's interesting on these save rounds. They do usually they are. Oh no, never mind. They are forcing. I thought they were going to have one person buy a gun that they can trade between each other, but they do force you. Despite Neri does having knives, the fact that they do have knives is going to give them the confidence though to buy Judge, to use those knives, and Kuala Noob also going to use their knives, and we do see Madeline pushing up pretty aggressively in B. And M80 is countering that. We do see M80 countering that. Sorry, Kuala Noob does not have knives. I don't know why I thought he did. But yeah, Madeline's actually going to be able to push pretty aggressively. M80 is going to be forced off a little bit. And we do see that shotgun come out. Neri able to entry frag and get that kill on Koala, but EU is just going to trade that off. And Nismo is not going to be having his gun out in time. Trick's going to be able to take the shotgun, take out Nismo. EU is going to be able to take out Zexro, but then Ange is going to trade that off. So it's a 3v2 right now. M80's down a player. That spike still isn't down, and now Drone goes for that plant. That Astral Wall is up. So much better position here for Madeline right now. It seems that timeout definitely helped them a little bit. That Astral Wall goes down, and now it's time for M80 to play retake. What M80 may want to do here is honestly save. They don't need to monetarily. And Xander's going to be able to take out Trick, though, so that's going to help with their retake. But there is a cross being held right now, and Xander's just going to be able to take out Drone, not going to be able to stop him. Oh, a nice collateral kill from Ange is going to finish off Xander and John Cutie for a nice 1v2 clutch. Very nice clip there from Ange, and that's going to give Madeline another win. Off of a forced buy, that might have been a smart decision, going into it. I thought they were going to go for a save round, and they decided to force buy, and it did pay off. So, they're in a little bit of a better position. Off of that forced buy, when 4 out of the 5 of your players die, you're not going to be able to full buy, but you do see now that they do have a little bit more stable econ. Or not more stable econ, but a little bit better econ. So they will be able to buy. Over on M80, they still have 2 ults. They've got Sanders ult and Koala Noob's ult. Or I say still, but they now have 2 ults. They did not before. Mad Lion now having some of those ults that we want to see. Narrate coming out to try and entry frag, but Xander's going to deny that, taking out Narrate, then Trick, then Drone. And Zexro's going to run away off of that. Ange going to try and challenge it. The spike is in the hands of M80. It's a 2v5 right now. Very good shutdown there from Xander, who just completely denied that push on from Madline. Now it's up to Madline to try and figure out how they're going to play this 2v5. Looks like Zexro is going for that save, just walking slowly over to B. And Ange going for that, to challenge it. But honestly, this is a save. This should be a save from Ange too. Maybe just challenging those exit points to the site. And now we do see Zexro actually coming in for the flank, so it could have been a long con. I thought he was going for the save, but he's actually coming around. Nismo's ready for it, though. Will Zexro be ready for Nismo being ready? Nope. Nismo's just going to be able to take Zexro out. Ange now forced to play alone. And going to get flashed. Ange just going to be able to take out EU while flash, actually. And then Ange going to be able to take out Koala Noob. So now it's a 1v3. A little bit of a dangerous position. A little bit of a precarious position. Ange not going to be able to challenge effectively. Just going to grab that ult orb. The round's going to end with another win for M80. 1 round away from a victory. it could be a 13-6 victory. Now, it should be said, Madline is doing better than they did in their last game against Disguised in week 2, where they were getting pretty rolled. I think it went 13-3 and then 13-6. So we could be looking at a 13-6 here from M80, but yeah, definitely doing better initially in this first game than they did against Disguised in their first game of that second week. Jesus Christ. Of that second week. Yeah, so Madeline's definitely proving themselves to be doing a little bit better now that they have this new team comp. I mean, Narrate is proving himself to be a very, very good team. Honestly, I feel bad for him. It doesn't seem like he should be on this team. He should be on even like on M80, proving himself to be a very worthwhile pick for Madline. Midway through this season, or midway through this first split. And anyway, Madline is now coming through and trying to challenge this A. And Narrate's going to be able to... Oh, not able to take out EU despite the gun diff. EU's going to be able to shut that down. John Cutie going to catch Sextro from behind, take him out. John Cutie also going to be able to wallbang Drone, who was going for the plant. It did get the plant down. Ange going to be able to shut down EU, who was already low in health. We're going to see Trick trying to heal Ange. And it's a 2v4. The spike is down, so it's up to M80 to play retake. A little bit of an easier position here for Mad, who doesn't have to push this, but they're looking for those picks. Koala Noob on the flank is going to get shut down by Ange. Very, very nice there. That flash comes out. John Cutie's going to be able to shut down Ange, who was in putting down that wall. Trick going to try and shut down John Cutie. Not going to be able to, or it is going to be able to shut down John Cutie, but then Nismo's just going to shut down Trick and any hope of a retake there. Or any hope of a win there. M80 is going to win that map 13-6. Very dominant performance from M80 here. Yeah, they played very, very well. But also Mad Lion's doing pretty decently. Again, Narrate is showing himself to... This is his debut game as part of Mad Lions, and he's really, really showing himself to be a good player. He has gotten a few really, really good kills. Koala Noob, who's been on that op, hasn't been really able to show himself as the better Jet. But yeah, very, very nice game from Narrate there. But overall for Mad Lion, just not that great. And yeah, I was sort of hoping to see a better game there from Mad Lion, knowing they had so much, they have so much to prove. Trying to get into that top 4 position. And beat out TSM or Disguised. Really, DSM is who they're trying to beat out right now, but they haven't really been able to. I mean, this is not the footing, you know, they're not going to be able to gain their footing in this situation.
EU gets that ace with the Classic. It's like there was no looking back from that point, you know what I mean? Like, I think maybe Mad Lions won one more round after that. But yeah, that seemed to be like one of the final nails in the coffin for Pearl as far as that's concerned. And so, yeah, Mad Lions, again, we talked about it pregame. Lots of talent. You know, they have a core 3 that has that chemistry. They have a very capable IGL in John Cutie, so they have the tactics there, too, to back up the firepower. And they're a dangerous team, man. That's why you saw what you saw.
We talked about the map pool coming into this one. Pearl was a map that M80 choose because they want to make a statement, and well, statement made here, 13-6 their way. As we look ahead to Icebox, a strong map for both of these teams, maybe leading a bit stronger for Mad Lions, but that is yet to be determined. We've got the breakdown for this map and all that's to come right after this short break.
All right, yes, so this next map will be on... we can go ahead and take a listen to this for the break.
If I had to swap roles on the team, I would swap to controller to balance role. Personally, because I love playing Omen. Sometimes there's a couple of times where I played Omen as a second controller, and I just have a lot of fun with his TPs and like making it unpredictable where I am. So I would say controller.
I would probably swap to like an initiator over smokes, just because I like being in the fights a lot, and I like rotating and helping my teammates. So sometimes on smokes, you're kind of locked in one area. But on initiator, you're always kind of floating around, helping each other, like KO specifically.
Yep.
If I was to swap roles, I'd probably want to go on duelist, like entry fragger, because I feel like mechanically my aim is like really good, and I think my comms are really good. So I'm really good at calling for like teammates, utility, and stuff. So I was like, yo, flash for me here or something like that. So yeah.
Duelist. If I had to swap roles, duelist. I want to play duelist so bad again, man. It's been so long since I played duelist. I've just been playing flex, initiators, smokes, whatever is necessary.
He looks like
I'm
he
just
wants
being
to play
brain
duelist.
dead. I just want to
He
run
looks
it.
like a
Just
duelist
send
player
me
too.
in,
Like I
man.
feel like Exalt is just by nature a
Honestly, I
duelist
probably
player.
want Sentinel. I like lurking a lot. As it's like when I play Viper, I lurk. Any chance I'm given, I like lurking. So probably like taking Ziff spot as Sentinel.
You know, I always wanted to play Initiator. Because I played my first share of Duelist, Chamber, and now I'm on Sentinel. So like, I don't really like smokes, but I feel like Initiator would be kind of fun.
I probably want to swap to Initiator just because I think I'm the most vocal person on my team, and I think like to be a great Initiator you have to talk and communicate a lot, and I think I could, if I learn the role pretty well, I think it would be a pretty nice transition.
If I had to swap role, I'd probably just go back to controller. It's like my main thing. I played it for like almost 2 years, so it's just like very comfortable to me. So probably go back just for like I just feel better on it for sure.
It'd probably be, if I had to pick another role, it'd probably have to be like Fade. I think I have a lot of fun playing Fade. You know, I like having lineups, but also having to like be able to play on the fly with like the Fade dogs and stuff, and like the tether. So I'd definitely be like a Fade player.
With eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished qualities.
All right, but let's go ahead and head over to the Twitter, see what clips Knights Arena has compiled from that matchup.
Flashes through Nismo, the next to fall. Koala has to play inside Art. The flashes through Nismo, the next to fall. Koala has to hang on. The shot goes wide. Narrate just has to hold the angle. Koala does it again. The knives online, the classic in hand, and the blades will be enough for the eBay clutch. Play inside Art.
Nice. Okay.
As we are going to see the Art split through long now as well.
The 3-kill classic right click turns around.
Right clicks the way of EU. He's got himself a rifle. There's the fourth. There's the fifth. Give him the ace.
Look at they just like yell. That's funny. But yeah, like I said, I'm a little bit disappointed with Madlions' play there. I think, you know, Narrate is a really, really good player. He's proven himself to be in that game playing very, very well, but not, you know, not being able to collect on that. Like I feel like the rest of Madline is just not good enough to like match up against Narrate's duelist play style there. So that's definitely a very like sad and like I feel like Narrate deserves to be on a better team, even based off of that play that we just saw. But who knows? Maybe Madeline will come through to collect and be there for Narrate in this next game. I'm hoping that's the case. Yeah. It's sort of weird in this once we're in this second series. Moving forward, because I've sort of run out of things to talk about. I guess I can sort of bring up who I think is going to win next week's matchups. So obviously, this match just happened. So we're looking at next week. It's M80 versus Disguise. I think it's going to be a 2-1 victory for M80. TSM versus OR. I think it's going to be a 2-0 victory for TSM. The Guard versus Mountain it's going to be a 2-0 for the Guard. G2 versus Turtle Troop, it should be a 2-0 for G2. FaZe versus Oxygen, I think could go either way, but like based off of performance, I mean, if we're just looking at the, you know, at the standings, I think we're looking at a 2-1 victory for FaZe Clan, but I feel like Oxygen has started to do better in these past few weeks, or in these past few games that they've had, matchups that they've had. Moist Mogul versus Shopify, another game that I think could go either direction, but I hope, assuming Shopify can pull through, I think it'll go to Shopify, but also Moist Mogul could also very much so pull through. Yeah, so that's next week, and then I could go into the next 2 weeks, but I'll wait on that. I guess since there's still some time, I can go ahead and explain my picks. TSM versus OR, I think it's going to go to TSM because OR is at the bottom right now, and even though they had such an amazing game against Disguised, or an amazing series against Disguised, I do still think I do think it's possible for OR to win that, and that's why I think it's going to be a 2-1. But it's still, at the end of the day, I think it's going to be a loss for TSM. Anyways, let's go ahead and listen and see what
you can pull from this if you're Mad Lions after kind of getting thrashed that way is that, hey, at least the new guy of the team showed up and seemed to, not really shy away from the spotlight, was able to get out there, get some good production, definitely give you the numbers that you want. But, bro, can we just talk about that EU ace again really quick? Because that, again, is still the most ridiculous thing I may have seen in Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I agree, I do want to go back to talking about Mad just a little bit. A little outclassed, just in way of the team sync in general, which is to be expected. Although Narrate does his individual role as a player. Okay, here's the beloved beloved replay of the ace. Again, takes no damage after a couple of right clicks. So that was for you, Dust. I hope your EU hunger has been satiated.
It'll never be satiated.
Madlions a little outclassed, I think, to be expected. But a lot of their players had some pretty big rounds, right? Outside of Narrate, Trick was also doing a great job. Zex had some pretty strong rounds. Again, it's just a little unfortunate as now when we looked at M80, we say, hey, this is 1 or 2. They look like the clear number 1, and they're proving the point that, hey, we're coming for that number 1 spot.
Dust, you were praising EU as well coming into the game. You were saying, like, oh, EU is definitely a player that could have been playing in the partnership program. Ends up finishing at the top of the charts for the side of M80, 22-12. Pretty high combat score as well. You see the 320 there. 222 ACS, if I'm not mistaken, or 320 ACS, excuse me, I'm reading the stats wrong. 194 ADR, that was the stat I was looking for. That's pretty impressive numbers. When you look, Koala Noob played really well on the attacking side, 15-6, 5-1 on the FKFD, which was something we talked about coming into it, their success rate when he gets that first blood and how well it translates. On the defensive side, he's playing Jet, so it doesn't really do much for him, but it didn't matter anyway. At that point, they had the lead. It was a pretty strong lead. Yeah, they may have lost the pistol, but they pretty much took over after that. So, Dust, now we're looking towards map number 2. Is it all doom and gloom right now for Madlions after that map 1 loss?
Hard to say again. Like, the sample size is so small, and we don't really understand the map pools of these teams very well. But, I mean, obviously, the one time we saw M80 play Icebox, they absolutely dominated OR Esports. I mean, they had an 11-round first half on defense. So, I mean, they obviously feel comfortable playing the map. We did see that. You look over at the Mad Lions side, back when they were still Dark Ratio and they were playing the qualifiers, they were getting some good wins against teams like in SIC and the Nation and things of that nature. And when you come to the regular season, they had a big one over TSM. So, I mean, clearly they feel comfortable there, but it's hard to know how they stack up against M80 because we've only seen M80 play at once, and then they look pretty good to me.
Sure. I think to that point, too, though, for Mad Lions, this map looks a little bit better because, like, the win you mentioned, Dust, 13-2 over TSM, that's pretty huge, right? You can't just... And that was map 1. That was fresh out the gate. That wasn't a map 3. They weren't warmed up to this TSM team. They just beat the brakes off TSM. This is also a map where I think Trick is a large component of this roster, and out of all of the initiators that Trick has played, Sova is the one they look the most comfortable on. And this is a map where if you have all of this stuff kind of working against you, and Will leaving, Narrate coming on, still trying to make it work with a brand new player on your team, comfortability is key. So I'm very excited to see this Icebox with Trick back on the Sova and how he can supplement once more, like he did on the Sky, Narrate on whatever agent I guess Narrate eventually lands on.
Yeah. You talk about the maps, too. Let's go ahead and take a look at the maps, just in case you missed it when we were jumping into the series. We did kick things off on Pearl, as to be expected by many. M80 does pick up the win 13-6. Honestly, given the fact that Madlions made a change coming into this, and they brought in a player who was relatively inexperienced, it's not even relatively, inexperienced. Definitely plays a lot of ranked, but when it comes to official competitive matches, the sample size we talk about being small for these teams with their map pools, the sample size for Narrate even smaller, only 137 rounds tracked by VLR and the Spike. So the fact that Madlions actually gets even a few rounds out of that is surprising, because I think that it just felt like it was kind of doomed from the get-go. Icebox is really the territory that they should hopefully find some success on. It's no surprise to see Lotus banned out and also Split banned out by M80. They're trying to stay away from that. So there was a hope here for Madlions that maybe they could steal away Pearl, take a close game on Icebox, force it to fracture. But now, Tanner, after I saw that first map, I'm looking at this second map thinking that things are just going to continue where they left off.
I would assume so. I think the only thing, if you're just looking at this outside in, obviously M80 very strong. They had a very strong showing against OR Esports. Madlions had an even better showing, if not the same. I think they're both either 13-2s. One of them might have been a 13-5. but Mad did beat an on paper stronger team in TSM. So if there was ever any confidence to have, it was Icebox for Mad, and I think you can have confidence in Narrate too at this point. I don't think you're going into Icebox saying, dang, I wish we still had Will, so that way it's not as shaky, because Narrate did their job perfectly.
But be fair, that's a different TSM team, right? I mean,
Very
the TSM team that we saw this week is way superior to the one that was beaten by Mad Lions earlier in the season by a landslide. So I think that it makes that result look a little bit different in hindsight.
And the chain logic never works out well on broadcast. It never works out well whatsoever. Well, I'm told that the agent select is ready. We'll see if there's still some fight in the Mad Lions or if they've turned into kittens after that first map loss. It's M80 looking to continue their undefeated streak. Take it away.
I'm very, very excited about this. I'm also excited for this day to be over. It's been very, very long. That first series went very, very long. So, you know, I've been sitting here a while, but in any case, M80 versus Mad on Icebox. We've got Narrate on Jet once again, John Cutie on Killjoy. We've got Trick on Sova, EU on Sova, Zexro on Killjoy, Xander on Viper, Ange on Viper, Koala on Sage, Drone on KO, and Nismo on KO. I do want to highlight, we've got, you know, we've got a double Sentinel play for M80 versus one Sentinel for Mad, and then switching that out for a Duelist. So the difference in players is only one, but it is both the role and the agent. So it's a Sage instead of a Jet for M80. And I think Jet on Icebox is definitely a weird pick. But Neri was feeling himself on Jet on Pearl, so maybe you know that's the cue Madeline wanted, and they're like, okay, well, Narrate was playing very, very well on Jet on Pearl. Let's turn it around and let's have him play Jet on Mad. We'll see if Narrate can get to that top spot once again here on Duelist. Play very, very aggressively. Mad is going to start out on offense, and it looks like they're going to be leaning more towards that A side. We did see them win the first round of offense that they had on the last map. They weren't able to convert it into winning over all that half, but they were able to do very, very well. And now we do see them rushing in. We saw that arrow come out, didn't get any vision. That drone comes out, immediately tags John Cutie. They know where he is. Xander making his presence known, Raptors. And I think that's a little bit too much for Mad Lions. They're going to back up a little bit. Just play for a little bit of picks, hoping somebody will push them. And Zexro over on B is just going to keep watching it, hoping somebody will try and go for the flank. But nobody will, and now Mad is slowly going to start pushing further and further into A. Where Nismo is waiting, but not going to be able to connect on anybody. That wall goes up, and that arrow comes out. Narrate is known where he is. Trick gonna get killed there. Xander and Xander gonna be able to get a double kill off of that. And that Molly drone gonna be able to finish off Xander. So now it's a 4v3. Mad Lion not in a good position right now. EU had a very nice arrow there, and now Ange gonna be holding where they might push. I mean, the spike is on Ange, but their exit is blocked. So, but you actually do see M80 pushing towards and starting to rotate more towards B, which does let Drone push out a little bit too confidently. Qualinoob also going to take out Ange. Now it's just down to Zexro. You know, 1v3. Able to take out Nismo. Gonna have to grab the spike and go for the plant. Gonna get shot at, though. Going for that plant. Doesn't have time. Koala's just gonna chase him down, wait for that plant, and take him out. It's going to be a 1-0 the score. M80's going to take that first round on their defense. Proving to have a very strong and stable defense here on Icebox. So now M80 probably going to lose this next one as well. You know, you do see that pivotal round turn into another round win. So M80 sort of just playing to do damage this round. As I keep saying, that second round is really just for Mad going to be about doing damage. And now we do see Madeline pushing over towards B. That replay took a little bit long, a little bit too long. Couldn't really see what was happening. But we do see that light by force from M80. And Mad going to peek Xander. Xander's going to be able to do damage, but not going to be able to get any kills. Also helped out by John Cutie there. Koala Noob going to be able to take out Zexro. Narrate through the smoke, going to take out Xander. EU going to be able to take out Drone with the dart. Nismo going to be able to take out Narrate. And now it's a 4v2. This fight is still in the hands of Mad, and they're rushing over to A, running in. Lucky for them, M80 has entirely rotated over to B. They're going to push a little bit slowly, I would imagine. Nope, they are completely confident that nobody's A. Maybe they saw everybody. Actually, yeah, I think they did. See everybody there, and off of that, they rotate. So, very confidently just going to be able to plant. M80 now going to have to, it looks like, slowly push over to A for that retake. They've got a lot of time right now. They're up 2 players. They can take their time, play safe. The arrow comes out to give that sort of acknowledgement that Nismo is coming. Mad now knows that. That wall's going to go out to allow him to start planning and not get shot through the smoke. Trick's going to try and take out John Cutie. He's going to be able to take out Trit. That Molly's going to come out, but he's on the rope. He's going to be able to defuse and going to be able to get that kill on EU. And M80 definitely trying to finish him off there. There's no point in saving for Ange, but he did do some damage there. 3 out of the 5 Madline were killed, which did give M80 a little bit of money and damage M80's econ, or sorry, yeah, which gave Madline a little bit of money and damage M80's econ a little bit. Sorry, I was looking at, I thought this was Madline and it confused me, but it wasn't actually affecting what I was saying. But yeah, so M80's not able to full buy here, and Madline is, as that was a save round, and again, they did get a few nice kills there. So they should be able to win this round, and they are going to be looking into A, where M80 is pushing up actually very, very aggressively to start off with. Mad pushing in. M80 is going to be pushed back just a little bit. Nismo waiting, hoping to get a pick, is just going to get spotted and taken out by Neri. Zexer through the wallbang is going to be able to get EU, and now she's down to 2, 1 on Raptors and 1 below. Xander able to get 2 kills before he's shut down by Neri. And taking out Koala Noob, and now it's just down to John Cutie in a 1v3. Definitely still winnable. This spike is not yet down. It's still on Trick. Trick waiting for the safety to plant. Does jump peek there and is spotted. But does John Cutie know that Narrate is going to be behind him now? Probably not. That plant is starting to go down. John Cutie does spot Zexro, and now his position is known. Able to take out Zexro, but Trick going to finish John Cutie off in a nice trade. And yeah, that damage that Madland was able to do to M80 in the previous round did affect M80's ability to buy and did somewhat impact the way Madline was able to get that dub. Now the score is going to be 2-1. Madline in just a little bit of a better position than than M80, because M80 did force there and did lose. So now Madline's econ is in a little bit of a better spot here, and we are going to see Madline challenging A again, but I don't think they're going to push. It's probably just going to be a little bit of initiation to try and do damage. A nice little combo there, so if anybody was push up A main, it'd be very, very deadly, but nobody is. M80's playing back. They do get that dart off. They know sort of where where M80 is, and there's 5 of M80 here now, and not very much Killjoy sentry on B, so if Madeline does want to rotate, which I feel like they should, they would definitely have free range. We just see M80 starting to rotate more towards B, watching mid, making sure nobody's pushing through there. But Madeline's staying on A, and definitely staying very stagnant in that choice. M80 knows this. They're getting some of that confirmation, so they're rotating back towards there. Right as they're rotating back, Madeline's actually starting to rotate out. We do see Xander watching mid, with John Cutie right behind him, but it looks like Madeline's going to be rotating over towards B. Probably a good pick here from Madeline to rotate, but M80 has predicted this. There's not enough time for Madeline to run back. So they're going to have to push, and it's a 5v5. Nobody's going to get caught lacking, without anybody there to pick them off. A nice kill there from Narrate, as well as 2 kills from Ange, are going to give Mad an early advantage in now a 4v2. EU able to get some kill, a kill there. Nismo also able to take out Trick, making it a 2v3, so, bridging that gap of players. And, yeah, 2v3 right now for M80. Madeline in a very good position right now. Just needs to watch Spike, which is planted. Drone gonna come across EU. EU, I don't think was expecting it. Drone gonna be able to get that kill. Nismo now trying to push Drone, but Drone's backed up. And Nismo's not gonna be able to push it. And Nismo is going to have to push this spike, which is not in their favor. And he doesn't have time. He's just gonna die to the spike. Yeah. Going to get killed there. No time to defuse. A nice round from M80. Like I said, they did put Madline in it. Or sorry, a nice round from Mad, who did put M80 in a little bit of a poorer position there. They had a very good second round, and that second round damaging the Econ of M80 did convert to a third round win, and then winning this fourth round. So Madline was able to play very, very well, but now M80 is back with more money. Madline, having secured a decent Econ over the course of the past 2 rounds, is going to be in a little bit, you know, they're going to be in a little bit of a good econ boost position for the next, at least this round, and then the next round they'll be in a decent position. We do see Narrate saving by going for the knives, and Nismo push up very, very aggressively. But it seemed like Madline knows, and we're able to do a little bit of wallbang damage there, and off of that, Madline's going to back up after that early engagement. Now, there is a Viper ult on B. Xander's just sitting in watching blue there with a shorty switching over to that Phantom. Madline is rotating over towards B. Most of M80 is over near A, expecting there to be a push. But it looks like Madline is going to challenge the Viper. Sova droning in, good choice. To try and get some early vision. That alarm bot goes off. Xander's going to back up. Narrate's going to be able to dash into yellow. Xander's ready for it. That EU Sova ult is going to be able to take out drone and tag 2 of the other players. Very, very nice picks there. Or one of the other players, sorry, just Trick. Trick able to take out Xander, shutting him down, and it's a 4v3. M80 is up a player here. Very, very nice position from them. Madline gonna challenge B. Doesn't really have time to rotate. They've got 20 seconds left. It's gonna be a 4v3. Still winnable for Madline, but definitely a difficult position to be in. They've got about 10 seconds left. That Molly comes down to try and prevent them. Eu's going to be able to get that kill on Trick. Wall's going to take out Ange, and a 3k for EU, taking out Zexro. And that's going to earn M80 another round. It just seems like they needed their guns, and now they're playing better than Madline. Yeah, they just needed to get their guns back, and now they're able to start to push here. Yeah, scores 3-2. Madline not in nearly as good of a position as M80 now. Their econ's a little bit weak, and it looks like they're doing a little bit of a forced light buy, or rather just a light buy. Save light buy, you know, buying as much as they can, buying for next. And then Xander's push up very aggressively, going to be able to take out Drone and Zexro before Ange is able to shut them down. Ange just getting gun off of this. Again, it is buying for next, so it is a little bit of a light buy save round for Madlines. That is pretty good, and that spike's already down. Trick is watching mid like a hawk. Oh, might turn away just before Nismo comes. Able to take out Nismo, and Trix might get a gun off of that, but Koala Noob's going to push. Trick going to be able to take out Koala Noob, and suddenly M80 is down a player. Now it's going to be a 2v3. That Sova drone is going to alert Madline as to where EU is. EU's in a tough spot now. Madline is in a better position positionally. That turret is actually going to take out Trick, though. Ange now holding that ult is going to get shut down. Oh, Narrate not where Madline is expecting at all. Both bags turned. It's going to be a free pick from Narrate. Getting that double kill to finish it off. It's going to be that round to Mad. And again, it was a little bit of a save buying for next round, so they weren't anticipating that win, and they got it. So very, very nice play there from Madline. Is going to give them back that sort of econ advantage and econ boost they need. I mean, look at Narrate has 5,000 credits. M80 in a little bit of a tough spot. Their econ's not great. Most of them can full buy, but yeah, it's not in a great position, so they're going to have to like a light buy save here a little bit. And now we do see Madline challenging A again. Again, 4 people on A is going to make it a little bit of a difficult push here for Madline. Nismo able to take out Zexro on pipes. And off of that pick, Madeline might back up here. Actually, no, they're still challenging it where there are still 4 on A. The player advantage does go to M80, and now Madeline starts to back up off of that KO knife. EU sending that drone in, trying to get some vision, but they're not going to find anybody.
That's very true. As they've been kind of slowed down by
M80 still holding A, and Madeline's still pushing A.
once again just kind of trusting in
Madeline just holding this 50 seconds, hoping some of M80 will back up, but they won't. It's still 4-stack on A for M80, and now we're starting to see that initiation go in. That Sova Dart comes out, and then that ult comes out, which is not going to be able to do any damage. And Mad now pushing in pretty aggressively. Trick coming back up. Oh, a nice little play from Ange is going to get them a 3K. EU only managing to take out Narrate, but not before Narrate is able to get a pick. So it's a 1v3 for Xander coming in. Going to find Drone's back turned. Nice pick there from Xander, but the spike is down. But it should be said, Xander's in the position to just tap the spike. He's near it. It's in his court. It's in his area. He's hoping that, you know, maybe you can get a pick on M80 crossing over to that side, but they're not there. Now Mad has the spike in their position. That tap is going to turn Ange over towards it, but not going to be able to get it. Xander can't find that arrow. The dart is going to come in for the post plant. Xander trying to deny it, but right as that Viper's poison is sent, Trick's just going to peek out and take Xander out. A nice round for Madeline and another win. Again, I did say their econ was starting to get built up, and like I said, Neri did have a lot of money saved up there, and off that win, they're going to max out, be able to buy whoever they want. This econ starting to get built up from Mad Lion. Mad Lion did pick this map, and they're able to, it does seem like they are a little more comfortable on this map than they were on Pearl. It seems like M80 was way more comfortable on Pearl than Mad Lion was, and it seems like Mad Lion might be a little bit more comfortable than M80. M80 deciding to take a little bit of a timeout. Probably the smart move here. They do not want to choke this win. Again, I said it's probably going to be a 2-0 victory from M80, but this being Icebox, you know, or sorry, this being Mad Lion's map and them feeling so comfortable does seem like it might help M80 here. Or sorry, does seem like it might be helping Mad Lion perform a little bit better. We do see Narrate not in that top spot, but rather Ange for Mad. And the kills overall, actually, I think M80 has more kills. Mad Lion's just been able to win some of these rounds. Actually, yeah. Mad Lion has just been able to play very well positionally. M80 now not in a position to buy. This is going to be a save round here. But maybe this timeout will help them win. And I think they realized maybe putting so many on A wasn't the smartest move. And it wasn't actually helping them at all. So it does look like M80 might be backing up a little bit and putting and repositioning. Mad Lion, though, leaning more towards A. The spike is a side, but they're not pushing, and we do get that Sova Dart over on B. And M80 is going to actually push over towards B off of that. Mad Lion, however, is mostly on A. M80 realizes this, that it might just be a bait as they don't make any other contact B main. And again, a 4-stack on A, except this time the person watching B isn't Xander, but rather Nismo on KO. Madeline now pushing over to B. M80, it almost looked like they were reading that there, seeing that, but they're going to stick A again, sort of like they did last round, except this time Madeline is rotating over towards B, and it's going to be it's just one player holding it down. That knife comes out, doesn't detect anybody. Madeline definitely secure in the fact that, M80 definitely starting to think that they are going A, but then we see that KO knife come out, and now M80 is going to have to start rotating towards B as Madeline is getting this push on. The spike is on Drone, who is going to start planting. That Viper's poison does come out to sort of back them up, back them off of that plant, but that plant's going to come out. Again, that forcing them off of that plant using those mollies. Now that plant is coming in, and it may actually get to stay down. Narrate protecting, taking out Xander. Zexor from mid is going to take out Nismo's ultimate. EU going to be able to take out Zexor, though, for a trade. It's going to probably remain a 4v4. Nismo does get rezzed. Yes, so it will be a 4v4. That player advantage not there, but the shield advantage gained. And that res does come out. Trying to bait it, but not able to. Ooh, Narrate in a bad position. So is Trick. And that Sova ult does come out, which is going to damage Ange. who is now suddenly in a 1v3 situation as the Sova ult does take out the other player. Ooh, able to take out all three of them, and it's now a 1v4, which... Oh, man. And able to take out EU. EU's dart does take him out, but it's too late. The spike is already down, so Matt does take that win. And Madline doing surprisingly well against M80. M80 did take that timeout. It was a save round. You know, they're not expected to, you know, be the number one, you know, winning that, but they were able to damage Madline's econ quite well, taking all of them out in that situation. Nice 4K there from Ange, but it's not going to be enough to and that was enough to win the round. M80 able to take out all of the players, but that's not enough. You need to defuse the spike when it's down. Xander pushing very aggressively up A and ulting that to force them off. We see that Sova drone go through to try and find them. Not gonna be able to get that ping off, but does see them. And Madeline is actually challenging this, able to take out Xander, so that ult's going to go down. And immediately Madeline is on site. We see that shotgun on Narrate. We've seen this before with that Jet ult deciding to do that down. Yeah, man, that they are trying to force them off with those arrows as best as possible. Narrate does take a lot of damage, but now the ult comes out from Ange. The Killjoy lockdown is going to force them off, but Ange is going to be able to stay inside of that ult. There is a bit of it that is inside or outside of that lockdown. Trick able to take out Koala Noob, now going to get detained. M80 definitely looking for that pick. EU gonna be able to find it. It's a 3v4 right now. Madeline does have the ult on their side, but EU's able to shut it down. Zexer gonna take out Nismo on that spike. EU gonna be able to take out Drone, but now it's a 2v2. Narrate with the flank is going to be able to take out John Cutie. Zexro from up above is going to take out EU, and that's going to be another round to Madline. And that was a buy round from M80. That was the round M80 needed to win to start to turn this tide. Could we be looking at a sort of what Madline got? Sorry, sort of what M80 did to Madline on the previous map? Could we be seeing that turn around and see Madline start to try and do that to M80? I mean, like I said, I thought this was going to be a 2-0 victory, but Madline is definitely making it a tough fight here, and already taking this advantage. M80's defensive just not being as good as they would probably like here on Icebox, and Madline knowing their way around this map, getting very comfortable on it. Pre-firing that nest, but nobody's going to be there, and they're going to be able to push. And it looks like M80 is going for a pretty big flank. Ange does spot them. EU is going to be able to take Ange out, though. What that does mean, though, is that Mad does have a pretty free rotate here onto the site. John Cutie, though, able to use the Sheriff to shut them down. Trick going to be able to take out John Cutie. That ult, once again, in EU's hands, is going to be able to take out Trick. And now it's a 1v4 for Zexro. They don't have to save. They do have money to buy, but... And it looks like they're not going to go for that save. I don't know if they're going to win. Yeah, not looking where Xander is, expecting nobody to be there. It's going to be a thrifty win, and M80 is going to be able to pick up some good guns off of that. And like I said, M80, you know, not able to buy, definitely looking bad. That was a save round for them. So winning on that is a very nice win for them. It's going to give them some extra money. Start to stabilize it a little bit more. Madline, even on the rounds that they do win, has been losing a lot of their players. They've saved enough money to be able to buy this round, but they won't be able to buy next round, so they do need to win this. M80 looking to tie it up. I do think if M80 does win this round, Madline will take the overtime, sorry, not overtime, timeout, and try and figure out how they can play this better. And Madline's going to be pushing very, very aggressively right off the bat here into B. We've got the Viper wall going up. We've got Drone with the KO, going to force everybody off, and it's going to allow them to plant. We do see the util coming from M80 trying to prevent them from planting. Koala Noob up in Ness is going to be able to take out Zextra, who isn't expecting Koala Noob there. And now we're seeing Xander trying to force them off. Trick not going to be able to get a pick as he's pushing out. Nair going to be able to take out Koala Noob, who's trying to wall, so it's going to be kept close. 4v3. Drone going to be able to take out Xander to make it a 3v3, but then John Cutie going to take out Drone, so it's a 2v3, but then Ange going to take out Nismo, so now it's a 2v2. EU going to take out Narrate. Ange going to take out John Cutie, and it's in the court of EU who has to try and take them out, and they are going to be able to. That Viper's poison is going to go down. They're going to be able to defuse here. There is enough time. And a good round there from M80. Or sorry, from from M80. I keep confusing them, so I was expecting myself to get confused. But yeah, a good round there from M80 is going to secure them another win. Madline, I would recommend, from my perspective, they should probably take their time out now to try and secure at least one more win to give them as much of an advantage going to the next round. But they're not taking that time out. It looks like they do feel confident enough to continue here without it. I'm actually curious to see how Madline will do in the next half, and if they can secure another win. They are having to force here. They're not able to full buy. Like I said, they did have some money saved up, but not enough to survive 2 rounds. Xander gonna destroy that recon bolt, but the KO knife gonna come in. Not enough to disable though. It's on yellow, but it's not gonna stop the Xander from using the Viper's util. Xander gonna be able to take out Narrate. John Cutie gonna be able to take out Zextro. Drone gonna be able to take out Xander. That Sova ult not super useful at keeping them away. They're gonna be able to push up 4v3 now. Madline not in the best position. Drone not gonna be able to get that kill on John Cutie, and now it's a 4v2. Nisbo gonna be able to get that kill on Trick, and now it's a 4v1. 1v4 for Ange, who is mid. 1v4 from a position that M80 is now expecting, not seeing them pushing through mid. Definitely expecting them a little bit more. We see that wall go up, so Koala Noob's operator won't be able to, see Ange quite yet. But Ange is about to peek this operator. Oh, Koala Noob backs up just in time, and now that op swings out, going to take out Ange. M80 does tie it up. Madline not going to be able to secure the advantage going to the next half. They definitely would have liked to. So now they're starting to panic just a little bit here, you can tell. They did definitely have a good first half. I mean, against a team like M80, Madline did just, better than I would have expected, especially considering their performance on the previous map. I would have expected M80 to just completely dominate this first half. Once again, but Madeline did have a very, very good half and was able to secure 6 rounds and keep it tied. So we'll see if they can keep it close moving forward. Obviously, this is their map pick, so if there's a map for them to win, it should be this one. And then moving into the decider, it's almost certainly going to be M80, just with how not close that first one was. But we'll see. We'll see if Mad can get it to that decider. If that does happen, it will be a long day today. Both series is going to that decider, but we'll see. Madeline coming in. We'll cross that bridge when we come to Madeline pushing up very aggressively. B on this defense, and M80 is there. Finding the first kill here in the round. It's only going to be a bit of damage onto Xander. Should be able to get that healing orb. Sorry. Narrate was able to get up there and do some damage to Xander, but not enough to be meaningful, and M80 is still going to be able to push up with all 5 of their players. Narrate does end up taking more damage. Oh, able to take out Xander. Koala going to take out Ange. Narrate also going to be able to take out EU, so some very good play there from Narrate, who isn't shut down yet. Nismo finally shuts them down. It's a 3v3 now. But Madeline able to get some good picks there. And John Cutie coming from mid. Zexer's not expecting it. John Cutie's going to be able to get that killer. Do they think that Drone is coming in? Because Drone is there, coming through mid. Probably expecting that they did go up tube, so they may know that somebody is tube. Trick able to get that kill on Koala, preventing that plant. John Cutie's going to try and stop Trick. Trick should, I mean, maybe not. Trick's going to be unexpectedly, and Drone's not expecting it either. Man, I would have thought that they would know that. But apparently they're not as good as I'm assuming, and well, yeah, there it goes. M80 wins that first pistol round. They're probably gonna get another round off of that. I mean, off of that, John Cutie really, I mean, Drone really should have known that John Cutie was going there, but I guess not. And then that comm just, that wasn't a comm that was in play. A little bit disappointing there for Madline. Yeah, I'm surprised they weren't able to get that through, and that was my thought process anyways. But anyways, M80 is going to push through to B. Looks like they're going to be, teasing this B push. Zexro push out a little bit aggressively, going to back up. that KO knife comes out, and now Matt has an idea that there might be some people in B. And now it should be said, John Cutie is over on A, like peeking out, trying to see if he can get a pick or make some sort of contact, do some damage. Not going to see anybody though, and now M80 is pushing it to B. They're going to face off against Madlion here. The Sage Wall comes out to allow them to get that nice little plant. Ange going to go to start breaking it. Some damage done to both Drone and Ange. And again, it is a save round, so what Mad really is trying to do is do damage. John Cutie is coming through mid, trying to get that flank that he got last time. Not going to see anybody, though, and now just going to go with his team. But that paranoia is definitely going to be in Mad's mind, thinking maybe somebody's still mid. And going to be a little bit more cautious when pushing. It's still a 5v5, and Mad is running out of time. Xander going to be able to take out Zexro. Koala going to get Ange and Narrate. Drone's going to be able to take out Koala, but John's going to trade that off, and now it's just down to Trick. This is a save round for them. All Trick has is a Marshall, and he's not going to get another kill. The spike's going to blow up. Trick's going to just die to the spike. The score is now 8-6. Madlion, of course, did get 2 rounds. They got that pistol round, and then were able to get another round off of that. M80 did. Madlion's now going to try and contest that. They weren't able to do very much damage to M80's Econ, which means that M80 is going to be very, very solid here. Madlion, who does not have a whole lot of money from not being able to get very many kills, it's going to have a tough time here. We do see that Judge come out on Trick, and we'll see if that matters. And we'll see if they're going to be able to get any good kills with that. But yeah, so M80 is playing back. We see those shock darts come out. M80 is playing back a little bit. Mad was playing pretty aggressively, and then they get seen by that drone. So now Mad's going to back off. But M80, just seeing how aggressively pushed up Madlion is just going to rotate on over to A. The first Sage we've seen in Challengers in a while. In North America Challengers in a while. We do have Nismo coming up to Nest to challenge that Koala coming up to Pipes. John Cutie doing the same. And yeah, lots of they're not pushing yet. That wall does go down. Maybe now they're gonna start pushing. Mad is there. There's only 2, and they are both hell. Drone trying to get that pick. EU just gonna shut him down. Nary gonna be able to take out Xander, but EU is gonna trade that off. EU getting quite a few kills, and Zexro coming out, not gonna be able to catch Nismo off guard. Nismo gonna be able to get that kill. And now Ange is gonna peek Nismo. No, they do back off to peek this wall. EU gonna be able to shut down Ange and flick over to Trick for a 4K from EU. Very, very nice there. And the score is gonna be 9-6. So yeah, very, very nice play there from M80. And that was the buy round from Mad, the buy round they needed to win, and they didn't. So now we're looking at a very tough battle here from M80, or sorry, from Mad to try and climb out of this econ damage that they're in. But M80 should win the next few rounds while Mad tries to recover their econ. So this is not looking good for Mad as far as trying to win on this defense. M80 is just able to play more passively on this offense, and Mad is playing very aggressively, and it's not really working out for them. We do see the spy for next. So, you know, light buy for some of them, and then, you know, sheriffs for some of them. So we'll see if Mad can get some kills off of that. Narrate trying to land those Marshall shots, not able to. M80 just going to be able to get on site and plant. Again, that Sage Wall being very, very useful in warding them off. Yeah, Madlion. Madlion sending that Viper's Pit in. They're just playing post plan, and with that shock dart with the Viper, they're going to be able to do it pretty well. They also have the KO mollies, and now they've got that Sova ult coming out to play it. And they're gonna actually be able to get some kills. M80 able to take out John Cutie, able to take out Xander, or sorry, John Cutie and Xander, able to get some kills. EU finishing off Drone. 2 players left alive for M80, so Mad did do some damage there, but the econ for M80 is too strong. Madlions still not able to win a single round here. They're going to be able to full buy this round. We'll see if they can turn that around.
Back to the full buy though is Madlions, including an operator for narrate. Thing is, if they lose this, they're in a pretty precarious position because they would be force buying to stop M80 from getting a free map.
Madline going to take a timeout here. Probably the safe thing to do. They haven't won a single round yet, and they did not use a timeout in the previous half. Neither did M80 though. So Madline's going to be in a little bit of a. Madline's going to use this timeout. If they do start to turn it around, M80 does have a timeout to use. Madline then can use another timeout, but then M80 can use another timeout. So both teams have still both of their timeouts moving into the second half. So we'll see if Madline is going to be able to turn it around off of this timeout, if they're going to be able to re-strategize, and even if that is the case, M80 then can sort of use their timeout to calm down and refigure themselves out. Now, Neri does have that operator, but also those knives, so we'll see how that goes.
Obviously an eco round, so this one could be quite different. Unfortunately, just looking at the start of this round, it doesn't look like M80 want to go that way.
Looks like they took a little screenshot there. Very interesting. But now M80 is pushing through to B. After that timeout from Madlines, we'll see how their play switches up here. This is a full buy for them. So we'll see what Madline does do here. M80 does have 4 on B, but the spike is over by A. So they're probably just looking for some early engagement, which I don't think they're going to be able to get. That Sova drone does come in. Not going to see anybody, and I do think M80 is probably going to back up off of this. That Viper wall does go up. A Trick is pushed up very, very far and would be able to get a pick here if they did push, I do think. But M80 is not going to pick. They're jump peeking. Trick just going to stay there, hoping somebody will peek. Able to jump down and get a pick, but it's just going to immediately be traded off. Probably should have just waited. They were about to push him. He got a little restless there. And then Am's going to take out EU, who's traded off by Nismo, so it's still a 3v3. Madlion able to get picks, but they're just traded off, not able to be meaningful kills. And now we do see Narrate's going to have to run over to B as this push continues from M80.
Seems no, it actually does go off, so 2 for now. Means that toxic screen gonna be down. And it's free and clear.
And M80 is taking a little while to get on site. Warding off that nest using that those mollies. Nismo able to get a double kill on drone and Nextro. Nextro, not before Nextro was able to get a kill on Xander, so now it's a 1v2 for Narrate, who does have knives. Not able to connect. You're gonna get stuck on the turret. John Cutie's gonna win that round, and Matt's hope of ever winning is starting to fumble and falter. 2 rounds away from this win here for M80. Honestly, I'm getting hungry. It's been a long stream. It's been a long few games, so I'm ready for this to be over. I'm sure M80 is very ready for this to be over, and this 2-0 win that I was predicting is starting to come to fruition. We may see 2 13-6 victories for M80 here and give them that 2-0. Madline hasn't won a single round yet on their defense. I mean, that timeout did happen, but it doesn't seem to have affected anything. And Madline deciding to force instead of waiting or saving and hoping they can start pulling it together. They just want to force and prevent M80 from getting to that 12th round. So that way they can keep that pressure off. I'm sure that's something that was discussed in the timeout, and that's why they came to that. And that's how they came to sort of this conclusion to force here. But that also means that Madline has so much more to lose and may just play a little bit too cautiously, wait too long to push on. John Cutie is going to take out Zextro, and we see that Viper's pick come up, and then we see that lockdown come down. Come out. We do see Trick with the Sova ult is going to be able to do some damage. Nismo's going to take some damage. That Sage heal is going to come into play there. Nismo's still hell. Trick's going to get revealed by that Sova dart. They're going to know Mad needs to start pushing. It's hard to push this Viper's pit here. Trick's going to get not get picked out by Nismo. Nismo's going to whiff there. John Cutie able to take on Narrate. Koala EU with Xander just going to finish off Mad though, and that's that 12th round. And like I said, Mad decided not to Mad decided not to save. which means that was a force, and now they're gonna have to force again here. So they're gonna have to sacrifice some util here, and Madline is one round away from not winning a single game in this second half on defense. I mean, what we've seen these past few the in the games today is that most teams have a very strong attacking have a very strong attacking and are lacking on that defense. And it looks like Mad just was lacking on the defense, or is lacking on the defense today, and that is definitely going to come into play. Watching the way, I mean, it looks like M80 is pushing in. Mad is playing very, very aggressively, looking for early picks. Narrate's going to be able to get the pick on John Cutie. Nismo going to take out Drone, and then Xander going to trade that off on Narrate. And because of that very aggressive play, Mad is going to be down 2 players. It would have been a 4v3, but that Rez is going to make it a 4v. Is going to make it a 5v3. Ange is going to be able to get a pick, but Koala's going to take out Trick, so it's still down 2 players for Mad. It's a 4v2, and they are rushing Ange there. Ange trying to ult to get out of it, but Koala's just going to shut that down, and now it's just down to Zexro, who's over on A, while M80 is going B. We're going to get that KO ult. This engagement's going to come out. Koala Noob's going to get that wall up, and that plant's going to come down. The KO knife's going to come. They don't know where Zexro is. Zexro is on flank. Is EU ready for that? No. Zexro's just going to win that exchange, so now it's just down to Zexro. And it's a 1v3. They know where Zexer was during that engagement with EU. But if it's going to be a flank from, main, or if Koala Noob's going to have to encounter this, we'll have to wait and see. Now, it should be said, M80 is a little bit low on health. It doesn't matter, as Nismo's the one to encounter, and Nismo's going to win that, and that's going to be that series to M80. Like I said, coming off of this win, I did want to look over here and sort of talk about my predictions off of that 2-0 win. Madlions moving forward, they're going to have a lot to climb out of. Negative 28 is going to be their score now, and honestly, OR and Madlions may just stay the bottom 2 for the rest of this. We'll see how TSM plays next week against OR. But yeah, come back next week. It's going to be a very fun first day on Monday. Come back. I don't really have anything else to add. I'm also very hungry, and I've been streaming for quite a while, so I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you're subscribed. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I would hope you consider it. Thank you so much, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, Monday. Bye.